Hey guys, welcome back into another season of Yoders Talk. We are fired up to get this season back going. We got a whole pile of new things planned out. We apologize. We did take a little bit of a break, but we are back stronger than ever. Corey, you ready for this?
I'm excited. I'm stoked. I think we have such an exciting plan for this season. We've redone the studio. We have a ton of exciting guests coming on, and we really hope that this is going to impact the people that view our followers' lives.
And guys, I really want to engage with y'all this season even more than we did in previous seasons. So please get into the comment section this season. We are wanting to just truly make a difference in people's lives, and we pray that God can truly help us to share things that do make a difference. So guys, tune in with us. Today's episode, we got a couple guests coming on to really dive into what it truly means to take a break, and kind of playing off of us taking a break in the podcast. So just stick with us, stay tuned in, and we're excited to get season 3 kicked off.
There's so many times in our life that we obviously think about taking breaks from the bad, like work is stressful, it's a bad situation, we're behind the ball, let's try to break and refocus. But
we started having patience, we started working on plans, and now look where we're at.
And I knew in my heart that this wasn't the new norm, and I think we pushed that out, pretty heavy. But I think we still, even in that, got caught up a little bit in it, expecting 2024 to be just as good or better than 2023. But the truth is, it's down a little bit.
Yeah.
It's harder to. We're back to having to be true salesmen. We're back to having to push a little harder to reach, revenue goals and things of that nature. What's up, guys? Welcome back in to another season of Yoders Talk. I am so excited to be back with y'all. We took a good little break and just fired up to get this thing back going. We got this new studio rebuilt. It's kind of got a new fresh, I guess you could say a new fresh perspective going into this season. So, Corey, I'm glad that you decided to come back on as co-host. I know it was some conversation there that you weren't quite sure if you wanted to come back on or not. So, man, I'm. How are you feeling about season 3, man?
I'm really excited. I think we've got a fresh idea, a fresh perspective of what we want to accomplish with this, and what we want to communicate to our followers and subscribers. That, where we felt like last season there were times that we kind of lost focus, and not even in a bad way. We feel like now we've come back for season 3, and we've got a laser vision of what we want to communicate, and I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, me too. I think like you said, it wasn't a bad thing of really but we did kind of shift off of what we were about towards the end of that last season, and it felt good to take some time off and to kind of reflect on what we truly want out of this podcast. And there's a lot of people following the podcast, and I apologize if you've kind of, we're stuck for about 4 months without an episode coming out, I think it was. And I had a few people share with me, man, they really wanted us to bring it back. And so, with the help of the good Lord, hopefully this season we can truly stay laser focused on what we're trying to deliver. And, my heart is still where it was beginning season 1 with, leading with purpose and what it truly means to be a true leader and a servant leader in every aspect of our lives. And that's kind of what we want to kind of refocus back into is, what leading with purpose truly means, and all the pros and cons that go into that. So we're going to see a lot throughout this next season with more focused in on that. Like today, we're going to be diving a little bit into the importance of taking a break. I mean, I think it's a solid topic coming into this season with us taking a break for 4 or 5 months there, and kind of recharging and the importance of recharging our lives whatever phase of life you're in, the importance of recharging and stepping back. And a lot of times when you step back and punt, you could say, you have kind of a new, it changes for the better most times. And I think this season is going to be that for us. I'm excited to kind of get a wide shot of our studio and show y'all here in a moment. But so yeah, let's get this thing started. We got a couple guests on today. They've been on before. We have Jason Sickles here to my right, and we got Mr. Conrad Chavarria.
It's good to be back.
Yes, and hey, I'm telling y'all, there's been a lot that has happened since the last time y'all been on, and in both of y'all's lives, and that's kind of an exciting thing I want to discuss today with y'all. I think it's good to talk about the importance of taking a break with y'all because of some of y'all's life's experiences over the last 6 months that really, really impacted your lives. And so I want to, throughout today's episode, I want to touch on some of them things and just kind of get started. So, Jason, how you feeling this morning?
Tired.
Tired?
It's always tired.
Yeah, tired. Hey, I feel you, man. Conrad,
I feel good. I'm excited about the new season. I'm excited about the future, and I'm ready to get at it.
Good deal. Sean, I'm gonna throw you in out there. I want to call you out too a little bit if you don't mind. I'm excited to. Sean's been really working his tail off getting this new studio. As you can see, we kind of redid a lot in it. It took a lot of hard work, and I want to in this very moment call out Jeremiah. He's one of our, I guess you'd say he's the floor manager here at one of our businesses, and he's the one that did all this work, and it looks amazing. Sean, you did all the electronic side of things, but as far as the build of the studio was Jeremiah, and I just want to call you out right now and say phenomenal job. It's exactly what I've envisioned, what Corey envisioned, and so just want to say thank you for that. So let's just dive into this, man. The importance of taking a break. I just want to throw a statistic at y'all that I found. Do you know that you are 2.5 times more likely to have a heart attack? And this was a poll done, and I wish I knew the exact name of the poll, or others could look it up, but you're 2.5 times more likely to have a heart attack if you do not take time for yourself throughout a year. So basically what the research that I found on that was that someone that doesn't take more than 5 days a year off from their work is where the 2.5 times more likely to have a heart attack. And it comes from stress. It comes from all that goes with that. So man, it's not even just the thing of, taking a break to recharge. It's the thing of a health side of things, to take some time to step back, recharge. And I want to dive right into the thing with Jason here. Jason, if you don't mind sharing a little bit of what happened to you back, was it the last week of May of this year? I think it was the last week of May. I think it was. So if you don't mind, sharing kind of what went down that night. And
well, it was just an ordinary night, and then I was sitting there playing video games with my son, and I told him I was going to go get a shower, get something to eat. Did that, come back to play the video game with him, and I just had this sharp pain just run in the back of my shoulder blade, and I didn't figure it was nothing because I've had it happen before. I just figured it was, me doing something to work. Pulled a muscle, whatever the case is. And turns out I walk out, I started sweating, and like profusely sweating. And Tana was like, "You having a heart attack?" I was like, "No, I did something to work, I guess. I don't know." And then I fell. We go outside. I fell again. So she called the ambulance and everything else. Went to the hospital. First, they didn't know what was going on. And it was like 3 or 4 hours into, they was like, well, your count, I forget what they called it, but my count was really, really low. And they're like, we think you had a heart attack. And then they did all this other stuff. Turns out I had a massive heart attack. and I had to go to Huntsville, and they put 2 stents in, and 1 stent failed, and they put me on medication for it. Like, I'm on 10 medications right now.
Mm-hmm.
But the 1 stent failed. The medication helped it. Now they got me on Raspril. I can't say the name. I think that's what it is. But it's to basically sync my blood pressure and my heart all together because it's out of rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
But I've had 2 heart attacks in the last 3 months.
Yeah, and they said you also had a few small ones throughout too as well. So yeah, and talking on that, man, I know for me when I got the call, I was like, man, Jason works his tail off.
Yeah.
And he doesn't hardly ever take a break. He's always here early, gets his things done, works hard. And let me ask you this, Jason, now that you've been through that, do you feel that there's a different sense of
it woke me up.
Okay.
I mean, like, I look at everything different now because I'm one of those guys, I'm not scared of anything. Mm-hmm. And I didn't think about anything, and it ain't going to happen to me. It ain't happening to my family. It's not going to happen to me. I'm not worried about it. So I never thought about it. And then it happens, you get a different perspective and outlook. Like, I'm scared. Like, I don't know when I go to bed if I'm going to wake up or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole different reality. And then I look at everything I've been doing because all our lives, from the time where we hit adulthood and go to work, we're chasing money.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing. We're chasing money to either provide, get rich, have our wants and needs. And me coming from nothing and having nothing and then getting somewhere where I was making a decent living and then losing it all and then back to where it is, it humbles you. And I didn't look at it that way, I guess. It was just like I'm used to fighting back my way up the mountain, never staying on top of the mountain. And now I look at everything and I'm like, everything's materialistic. We're already blessed when you have your family with you, a roof over your head, food in your belly. You're already rich.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
There's everything else materialistic. When you die, it's not going with you.
Mm-hmm.
You may pass it on to your sons, your daughters, wives, husbands, whatever, but how long is that going to keep them happy? Because if they're not doing what you were doing, it's only going to last so long.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, the only focus I have now, I had all these things I wanted to do and whatnot. Like, before I kicked the bucket, I want to take the girls to Disneyland so they got something special to remember me by, pay off my house, and that's all I'm focusing on. That way, when I'm gone, they always have a home.
Mm-hmm.
And then the kids have something special to remember me by, because Presley will be 5 actually September 10th, and Rhea's turning 9 in October. So they're right at that age they're going to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you see the value now in taking them breaks and looking at and for your family?
I do, but it's hard because I'm so used to working my butt off and getting things done. Like, you know how it was. Even when I would be on vacation, y'all say take your vacation, I'd still work.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally last year or 2 years. I'm bad with years.
Well, you don't hardly ever take off, so it could have been 5 years.
Well, it's when we went up to Gatlinburg.
Right.
And Tana told you, she's like, he's not allowed to work. And you were telling me, you're not allowed to work. And I would call, and I was messaging everybody every day. Hey, is there anything I need to do? Nope. It made me mad. Nobody would answer me. I was more focused on trying to get work done while I was on vacation than having a vacation.
But it's just the thing of that we have to realize the importance of taking that time. You can look at it in several different ways. Taking that time away from the hustle and bustle of life to just spend time with the family and spend time with friends and spend time like that. Man, it recharges you. And I kind of have a theory in my life where I think I need to take 5 days off of work every quarter. I think that's the minimal for me that I need to take off. And that doesn't mean always going on a vacation. There's budgets you need to follow. If you don't got it in your budget, that's okay. You ain't got to go spend money to take time off and recharge. I'm a big deer hunter. This fall, I'm gonna be in the deer stand. That's going to be where I go recharge. Is getting up in the deer stand by myself, between me and God, having conversations in prayer, and just refilling my, I guess you say, my cup in a sense. And so I just encourage, after that happened with Jason, I just seen so much of, in my life, a different perspective as well. It's like, yes, I'm only 32. Jason, how old are you?
42.
42. That's 10 years from now.
Yeah.
What can I do over the next 10 years to prevent that, prevent that from happening? And we know, Jason, I'll just say it like it is. There's probably some, you probably didn't take care of yourself like you needed to, but there was also the side of, there was a lot of stress. There was a lot of things, and I kind of blame myself in some of this, because right over that time when you had your heart attack, we were making some big changes here at Woodworks, and there's days that,
do with that.
I know, there's days that I was like, man, did I stress him into a heart attack?
Yeah. When I heard about, it affected me a little, and me and Jason don't work together that, as far as the same building, but I obviously care about you.
Yeah.
And like I even joked that, like, I think like the next week I went and got a gym membership. So
how's that been going?
Not great. So I think it's stress is a killer, and I think there's so many times in our life that we obviously think about taking breaks from the bad, like work is stressful. It's a bad situation. We're behind the ball. Let's try to break and refocus. But I think there's also value in taking breaks when things are successful too, and really seeing what things are going great, things are happening, everything's going well, but still taking time to kind of you see, like I think of it like these world, class athletes, like I know football season's about to start. There's a reason they don't play all year long. They need time to recoup and recover. And the same way with our minds sometimes is we have all this success and we're making it happen, and that's a mental toll.
Yeah.
And sometimes we have to take time to kind of stop, reassess everything, reflect, and then get ready for the next push.
And I want to cover that too. We're not talking about being lazy.
Yeah, no.
There's a difference between someone just being lazy and not wanting to work, and using, well, I need a break as an excuse to not better themselves and not push. There's avenues while you're taking a break to continue bettering yourself. Get you a good book, and to stay in the Word, and get close to God. Draw. Scripture says that if we draw, near to Him, He'll draw near to us. It's we got to understand that there is still work that needs to be done, in our lives when we take them breaks, that is valuable. And I just think that it's just so vital, especially in leadership, to step away and recharge, whether it be with friends. I do it a lot. I probably do it too much in the side of getting with other business owners and that are kind of in the same headspace I am at that moment, and needing a break and needing time to recharge, and getting together with them and recharging together. And it's amazing. I've never heard a leader say that I don't need a break. I don't need to have my cup refilled, and it's just, especially in the servant leader mindset, because you're pouring into people every day. And if you're truly a servant leader, you're pouring into people every single day. And who's pouring into you? It's important to find them people that can pour into you and recharge you, and that's in that way, in the leadership mindset way. And so yeah, I just Jason, I appreciate you being willing to share that, because I know it's been a tough journey for you.
Really,
even now.
It's just like, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Physically and mentally, I'm tired. But it made me value family more. Like me going home and spending time with the girls, I didn't used to do that. I'd go home, I'd work some more, get my shower, eat, go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like, I go home and girls want to play a video game with me, or they want to go get something to eat or whatever. I try to do more with them now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it makes you really appreciate life a little bit more than what you've seen it as.
Yeah.
And I also feel that for each individual person, a break looks different. For each individual person, each individual family. I do encourage everyone to find what their break is for them to recharge, because no one is the same. God made us all different. And that is one thing that it's, for some of us, it's hard to take off. And that's something that I'm still learning how to do, is to take off and have that break.
And even when you're, some leaders, like I have this problem, and I think Jason has this probably all four of us have this problem. Just because you're physically not at work does not constitute a break.
That's right.
Mentally, you can't be there either.
That's right.
And like I had a guy that used to tell me, when it comes to stress and things like that, that's going to happen in life. There's nothing we can do about it. We're natural built worry warts. You know, we're going to worry about situations. What if this happens? Then what does this happen? But he told me that you have to have healthy pop-off valves. And so what that is healthy habits that you can do to relieve stress.
I've already lost 20 pounds. I'm good.
Yeah. And like for me, golf is one of those things.
Yes.
Like,
and by the way, I just want to throw this out there that, you know, we're having our Yoders Cup right now, and we got one more round, and I'm up by 6 strokes. So just wanted to let you know that, Corey, just to remind you.
You're not up 6 strokes on me. You're up like 13 strokes on me. So there's not a chance. But, you know, like for me, like, even though that's like one of the most frustrating games to ever play, I love it, and it just does something for me.
Yeah.
Like, it gets me out of the mindset of, oh, I've got to do this or I got to do that. I've got to keep my mind focused on the golf course. Yeah. And golf, like me and you talk about it all the time, is a really good analogy of business and life.
Yeah, life. Yes.
And sometimes, you know, in life, you're going to hit one off the fairway, in the rough, behind the tree.
Or off a car.
Yeah.
I've seen that
happen sometimes.
Seen that bout happen last time I played golf. So.
And you have to make a decision. Do you take a riskier play and keep pressing and go for the flag from behind a tree, or do you take a second, take a break, and chip out to the fairway and put yourself in a better situation? And that's all golf and life is. You know, there's times that we sit here in bad situations, we go, I can keep going, but there's repercussions for doing that. There's effects for doing that. And what I think we're trying to advocate here is there is a time that, hey, just chip out in the fairway. Yeah, you're going to take an extra stroke. It's going to take some more time, but you're going to put yourself in a better situation to advance further in life in an easier path.
Is it a little bit that we do not have enough patience, and we see life as if we don't grab this opportunity, we'll never have another? I think in my life I've had to readjust that mindset and realize let me give an example. My father always told me this growing up. You know, there was a time I found this really nice truck, and I wanted that truck so bad, and long story short, it didn't work out, and I was down and out. I think I was 16 years old. I was, you know, frustrated about it and all this. And my father told me this. He said, "Son, so many times we get wrapped up in one moment or one truck or one whatever that is, and we think that there's never another." But he said, most times in life, if you have patience and realize, well, that didn't work out, or let me step back a little bit, the next opportunity or the next truck is even nicer and better and a better opportunity than the one that you were going to do or buy.
You could literally do that here with the Yoders, because if you look at all the step backs you've taken, all the different directions we've had to do in order to get where we are now, I mean, we've done it.
Yes.
It was a hard road. We didn't have patience at the time.
Yes.
But we started having patience. We started working on plans, and now look at where we're at.
Yeah, and I think that happened to us too, beginning of this year with really all our businesses. We had such a fire coming out of 2023 with huge goals and big mindset. Our strategy, what we were trying to accomplish, was just remarkable if we'd have got it done. But the truth was, we just straight up over committed to what we wanted to accomplish. And I think it was back in March when we decided, end of March, when we decided to shelve everything that wasn't working the way we intended it to work. I think so. I think it was back in March.
Yes, it was.
And man, you talking about the stress leaving the team.
And took a bunch off me.
I mean, it was remarkable. And I didn't realize, it was a good learning experience for me and my leadership, is that, it is okay to not accomplish your goals from time to time. And it's okay to shelve things from time to time, even if they're great ideas, even if they're, things that really you really wanted. Because I know there were some things that y'all know about, some things that we really wanted that just, we had to shelve, and just it's not going to happen this year. But, it's kind of like this podcast. We kind of that was one of the things that we kind of decided, hey, we're going to step back from just a little bit. And I can truly, honestly say that we're coming back stronger than and better opportunities. We got some amazing guests coming on this year. We got, there's a lot of big things for the podcast. So that's another example of being okay with stepping back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Being okay with taking a break. And a lot of times the end result, years down the road, you look back and you're like, man, we didn't really miss a beat.
Yeah.
Honestly, we're better than what we would have been if we wouldn't have.
And that's really where the patience comes in.
That's what I was saying, the patience of.
I think we just lose perspective sometimes that, time is, in the moment, time seems like such a, and thinking about the future, you're like, oh, I gotta hurry and get this stuff done. But when you really look back, you're like, hey, we took a little bit more time and we got so much more accomplished because we took that time. For us, at least down at Yoder Metal, we're still in overhauls and fixing things and doing stuff. But the way the team is rallying around it, like we're such in a better position to accomplish those goals that all of us want. But it just took us a little time. We were so fired up and trying to get it, but it was such a mental and like stressful toll that it took on the team. But now we've said, hey, let's calm down, let's get refocused, let's adjust what we need to adjust. And now, I truly believe that we're going into the last quarter of the year, we're going to be firing on all cylinders, and we're going to be able to tackle more with what we have currently.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just the things of, I call it the COVID hangover. I guess you would say that. We had a lot of our businesses anyway were just, we had the best years possible over COVID. And, so we tried hard not to get caught up in this is the new normal, but I still think, we preach that all the time. Hey guys, yes, we're absolutely killing it. And selling a storage barn is like just writing up an order instead of having to sell it, and same way at Yoder Metal, and there, people just walking in the door. It didn't take much effort over COVID to really make sales. And I knew in my heart that this wasn't the new norm. And I think we pushed that out, pretty heavy, but I think we still, even in that, got caught up a little bit in it, expecting 2024 to be just as good or better than 2023. But the truth is, it's down a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's harder to we're back to having to be true salesmen. We're back to having to push a little harder to reach, revenue goals and things of that nature. And so I think that was part of us getting caught up just a little bit in the how easy it was. And so I think you're right. Us kind of stepping back and saying, hey, we have, in a sense, we're doing more with less.
Yeah.
In a sense. Yeah. So, But yeah, I'll move on a little bit over to Conrad now, talking a little bit of what your life has kind of been over the last 6 months. I know you've had a lot of life changes. There's been in your personal life, and I'm not asking you to share any of that, but talking a little bit on the business side. Man, we had the business that you were running for how many years?
It was right at 7 years.
7 years.
Yes.
We made a tough decision in February to not close the business, but go in a different direction in the sense of hiring in a management company to kind of head that up. The type of company it is, it's easy for a management company to run it. And so there was a lot of changes that you had to kind of step back. And I want to ask you this, you can elaborate on this. You were in a pretty tough spot mentally in that business towards the end.
Yes, I was. And it was, I enjoyed my job. I loved what I was doing. And it was burning me out, I think, a little bit more than what I realized at the moment. And it's one of them things that I had to step back. And it's one of the best things in business that's happened to me. It did humble me for sure. And it wasn't easy. But looking back now, I'm so grateful that we did step back a little bit and look at it from a different perspective, and we moved in the direction we did, because I feel like it was honestly the best for me and for the business.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I remember having them conversations with you that I'm telling you that I think you're more overwhelmed than what you even realize, and it's causing more stress and more on you than you even knew. And I think that's part of what we're trying to say here, is that sometimes we don't even realize it. Mm-hmm. We don't even notice, because we've gotten so used to the level of stress that we're in, and we're about addicted to it.
Yeah.
There's a side of an entrepreneur that when he calms the waves, he over here he's creating a storm, so there's more waves. It seems like sometimes an entrepreneur will kind of lives in the world of wanting to fix things.
Yes.
And they sometimes sabotage themselves in a sense. But I think, maybe not intentionally, but some people do, I think. But there's been times where I kind of love the idea of having to fix things.
Yes.
And sometimes we create our own chaos, I guess.
Yes, God sometimes he closes some doors that it doesn't 100% make sense at the moment in time, but he's closing them doors because he's opening bigger doors, and I'm very grateful. It wasn't the easiest decision in the world to make, but I'm very, very grateful for what actually came out of it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say it. I mean, you're now moved into vice president of this business. And the management company took over that business, and it's doing excellent.
Yes.
So I know it was a humbling time for you, because all the hard work, and there wasn't a failure there, but as a leader, sometimes we have to be willing to give up our baby, because that was kind of your baby. Yes. I mean, you started that from scratch, and having to give that up, that's a lot that went through your head, and a lot of struggle that. But I can see it in you, man. You have a new sense of energy. You have a new sense of purpose, and it took a little bit for you to get there, but I think you're in a very, from my eyes as the owner here, you're in a very good place mentally now versus, February.
Oh, I 100% am. And my wife has even said it. She can see the change in me. And honestly, I didn't see it back then. I was overwhelmed. I was, overstressing. And the new position I'm in, I love what I do, and I truly, truly enjoy coming to work every morning. And me and my wife, we were talking about this the other day, and we were both just looking. It seems like it's been forever since this has happened, but since this new move, it's like we have created a new life that is incredible. And God was the one that he just had to nudge me a little bit to get me in that direction.
Yeah. And you're killing it, by the way.
Thank you.
That's what, and I think from my seat, I mean, I told you this. I mean, you're you're knocking it out of the park. So and helping the rest of the team be better. I know the projects you've worked on since you've made this change for over at Yoder Metal, I'm like, man, like some of them's like stuff that I truly thought I was like, I'm gonna have to handle that. And like, nope, Connie's handling it. I'm like, oh my gosh, thank you. Like, oh my,
yeah,
you know, and that's awesome, and you're killing it. So I always want to give you a little props that you're doing a great job.
And for me, you know, being the whatever you want to call it, president or CEO, owner, don't matter to me. You can call me whatever you want.
Yeah, we really don't care about titles.
Yeah, it doesn't bug me. But you taking that position, man, has opened the door for me as the owner to really tackle things that are that have been lacking for a long time that I'm the one that needs to do, you know, and taking a lot of projects off my plate, things that are, you know, and yeah, knocking it out of the park, man. So appreciate it. I really do. I mean, you've done wonderful. You need to check out our newsletter because I think you've got a nice little call out in there coming out in September. So
check it out.
Check that out. So
back on the whole situation, I think leaders sometimes get used to pressure, and like you said, like stress and pressure becomes the norm for their life. And so when they feel like they don't have stress or pressure, they feel like I'm not doing my job because you're so used to it.
I went to Clinton so many times, like, dude, give me something.
Yeah. And you get so used to that. And, you know, sometimes, I mean, that's supposed to be our goal as leaders, is to eliminate stress. And so everything's running, sometimes that everything's running right. And sometimes I think we feel like if everything's running right, then why am I needed? And it kind of triggers something inside of us. And so I could see where, like, even now with even my new role, it's been a little bit more stressful.
Yeah, I forgot to call you out on that too, man. The new sales manager of Yoder Metal,
and that
kicking butt.
I'll tell you what, the way we did it was the perfect way we've done it. And I understand that it's a little bit more faster paced and it's a little stressful, and I have not adjusted the best. And so I'm currently trying to adjust and make things better for me. And in a few weeks, I've got a little break coming. So
I'm excited about that one, man. I get to participate in that break. I think Conrad, you're going. Jason, you're gonna hold the fort down back here.
Yo.
So Corey, you gonna tell them our plans?
Yeah, we can. So in a few weeks, or I guess you should say Clinton, Connie, Jimmy, Lyndon, and myself will be traveling to Uganda to hang out with Micah Camper and the 130 Network over in that country, and get a very cool opportunity. If you remember, Micah Camper was on season 1, kind of talking about what he was about to do. Well, he's over there killing it, and he's invited us over there to talk to business leaders in Uganda about how we do business, and we're so honored to get that opportunity to go not only speak to leaders and help them lead with a purpose, but also see what he's doing over there in the orphanages and things like that. So we're really excited, and it'll be my first trip over the Atlantic. I'm a little nervous about the flight.
Hey, you did good on your last one.
Yeah, so you weren't with.
Well, from what I heard.
No, I'm joking. Actually, you flew since that traumatic incident that happened. But anyway, yeah, I think talking about going over there, for me, this is kind of a moment for me to recharge. Yes, I'm extremely nervous because, you know, us having to speak, you know, in front of a good group of business owners, and but I also am excited to share my heart with them. You know, my subject is what it truly means to be a servant leader, and that's just right in my wheelhouse as far as you know, what I want to portray. So I just ask, you know, everybody to to say a word of prayer for us as we go over there. I mean, I think, we talk about what impact we can have on their lives, but I truly believe that we're going to come back with a bigger impact that they're going to have on our lives. I think there's a different sense of gratitude over there than what we have here, and I think we're going to realize that and come back with a different mindset of how blessed we truly are. And I know we're having a conversation about taking a break, and we've been speaking with Micah and kind of figuring out their culture and things like that. And I think we're going to realize real quick over there is no hustle and bustle like it is here, meaning you got to be here. And this time he said, church services can go to 3 p.m. There's no, lunch can be from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's just kind of, they go with the flow. And I think here in America, we miss that sometimes. We're so focused on being on time, and we're so time oriented that I think we miss things. And so I'm excited to take a break. That's what we're going to go do, is go take a break for 10 days?
10 days.
10 days. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Connie, are you excited?
I'm very excited. I think all of us are kind of going over, like, one thing that I am very passionate about, and that is children that are in situations like that. And so that is something that I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and having this opportunity is, I feel like, a start to maybe another avenue down life. And I'm extremely excited.
Good. Oh. Good. It's going to be different. I've been out of the country, on several occasions, but not into Africa. So we're going to be doing a safari. We're going to hit, I think, 3 or 4 orphanages.
Going to a trade school where they are teaching some of these kids how to make clothes and actually make a living after they get out of the orphanage. There's just so much that organization is doing over there, and it's an honor that they're inviting us over to see it and get to speak with some business leaders in that area. But nervous. The wife is not the happiest about the trip, but she's excited for me. She's not excited that she's going to be stuck at home with 2 boys for 10 days. So, and I get that. My kids are feral. So.
Yeah, it's so yeah. I think we need to make sure that we're following an example of we're talking about taking a break. So I think it's good that we're doing that ourselves, because we're in it going into the last quarter. It's going to do us a lot of good to recharge and refocus our lives and all that good stuff. And I want to also say this, that I think it's episode 3 of this season. We're actually going to be bringing in the whole team as much as possible to that was over in Africa, and we're going to have an episode solely around our experiences over there. And I'm excited to share. We're going to share a lot of photos. We're going to just we're going to really try to paint a picture of our experience over there. So pray for safety. It's we're going into a country that we've never experienced. Safety in travel, safety for our families back home, just everything going on, and that we can truly be a light and show Christ to those over there, in the way we live, in the way we act, and also accept what they're going to teach us.
Yeah.
So good stuff. So I want to, getting back a little bit on topic here, I wanted to ask each person a question, and you may not know it, but I'll start with Conrad. What is your trigger that you realize it's time for a break? And that's the question I want everybody to answer.
The older and older I get, I think the more and the sooner I'll see it. One thing is my health. I can tell when I'm going too long, is when my health starts. I can just feel a little bit something's off. Most times it's time for me to step back a little bit and and take a break. That is where I notice it the most. And I mean, my wife is amazing, and she will call me out on it when she sees it as well. And that's one of the reasons why I love her so much. She's not afraid to do that, and she can see it as well. Sometimes I don't see it, and sometimes she can see it more than I do. But one of my personal ones is health. Is my health.
Corey?
For me, I feel like it's a combination of a few things. I'm super overwhelmed, and when I get overwhelmed, I get forgetful, and then when I get forgetful, I feel like I'm not up to the task, and so that and there's been moments the last few weeks that I've got that way, and like telling my wife I feel like I am being pulled in 1,000 directions. So that I think that would be for me, is when I feel like I'm not hitting, not just because I think where I personally want to be in every area of my life is a lot higher, but when I'm not, I feel like I'm not meeting others' expectations in areas of my life. That's when I feel like, hey, I've got to reassess some stuff, and so that's kind of me.
Jason?
I really don't know when to take a break. I mean, I've always just worked hard, so I come to work sick. I could be dying and I come to work.
Yeah, I mean, your heart seems to know when you need a break.
That's very true.
I mean, but here's the thing: I didn't even take the break.
Yeah,
it was like a week later. I come back to work.
Yeah, but I mean, I think there is things that you could say, kind of, maybe, I know one. What? When I know you need a break is when Jason gets a little irritable. I've seen it before where you tend to maybe be a little shorter. You don't have as much to say. I can just sense it that it's time for Jason to take off just a little bit. And that's my opinion of it, and I kind of fall into that same thing. I'll kind of go right into mine. And that is, there's two things that really show up in my life. I become irritable, very irritable. And y'all can probably sense it. I'm a little snappy. I'm a little, mistakes happen. I tend to call people out, probably not in the most appropriate way at times. That's one area. Second area is when I start getting to a point that I go home at night and I try to think in my mind what I got accomplished that day. Most times that's when I have to, and I what did I even do? What did I even do today? Or if I'm sitting in my office and I'm catching myself just off in just not getting much done when there is stuff that needs to get done. I've learned that is when, that's probably more of moments, and I realize, hey, I'm just checking out tomorrow afternoon, going golfing. I'm gonna recharge and come back the next day feeling right. That's kind of where I am. So, and I would encourage each person that's listening to try to find your trigger on when you need a break, and then listen to that. Be willing to say, to your leader, if you have a good leader, he's going to know it and he's going to hear you and he's going to care enough to say, yes, go. I mean, Jason, let me ask you a question. What did I tell you this last week? I said, Jason, you need to take a little vacation.
Yeah. You want to go to the beach?
Yeah. I mean, you can tell with all of the health things that you've been going through, and it's wearing on you, and it's good. I think for you,
I think if I just got some rest, I'd be good.
Yeah. But that's part of taking that break. So, well, good stuff, guys. I've had a amazing time talking about this stuff. I want to transition now into, we're wanting to do a verse of the week. I also do that on my own personal inspiration of the week, is share a verse of the week. And so this week I want to share the verse found in Matthew chapter 11. It's verses 28 through 30. And these are Jesus' own words. He says this. It says, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light." That verse blessed me so much, kind of going along with our topic today. We live in a time where there's so much craziness happening. We got election year this year, and it's there's a lot happening there. There's opinions coming from every angle, and so many times we get caught up in it. And we've been talking all day today about taking a break, but I don't want to miss this one vital point, and that is, we can be going through so much chaos in our life, and we have a God that wants to carry our burdens. It says, "Come unto me, all who are weary and burdened." So what's he saying? When we're exhausted, when we just feel like we cannot go another step, we have a God that says, "Cast it on me. I got you." Yeah. He says, "I will give you rest." And the rest that he will give you is rest that you will never experience. It's rest that in the middle of chaos, when you shouldn't feel rested, you're rested. And it says, "Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." I think we all need our souls to find some rest with the craziness of this life. And we have a God that we can call on, and he can truly take that burden from us. And that's the verse of the week. I'll read it one more time. It's in Matthew 11, verses 28 through 30. It says, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light." So leaders, well, if you get to a point where you're overwhelmed, call on God. And leadership is a lonely place. There's times where we don't know which way to turn. We feel like we're alone. We feel like we don't have anybody to go to, or whatever that is. But remember, in that very moment, turn to Christ and ask him to carry the burden with you, and he will. I promise you he will. He's done it for me so many times throughout my life. I'm a walking example of that. And so, I just want to bless each leader today, each servant leader, especially someone that truly wants to serve their people, serve the people around them, and truly gives their heart to true service, just like Christ does. I mean, that verse is a proof that he is the greatest example of a servant leader, being willing to carry the burden, because we carry the burden of a lot of people, in a sense, in servant leadership. We carry the weight of our team at times. We carry the weight of what our teams are going through at times. They're sharing things with us. And Corey, you have anything on that verse?
Yeah, I think back to that verse is so important. When you think like, I'm not enough, like, I'm just speaking from my own personal experience, because I have that thought a lot. I'm not enough. The fact is that I'm not. And in that verse, Jesus is saying, yeah, hey, you're not going to be able to handle it all on your own, but give it to me, and I'm going to give you that rest. I'm going to give you that peace, and that peace feels like you're standing out in the middle of a desert and a breeze flows through. And it's just such a, and so there's peace out there. And the thing is, like, leaders, like, there's people out there to talk to that are dealing with the same thing that you're dealing with. I had one of my friends ask me the other day about like, hey, you look really stressed. And at first I kind of gave him the old, oh man, I'm fine, and he was like, no, you don't allow me to do that and push you off. You don't get to do that with me. And I really respect. It was actually Kirk that told me that. He pushed back on me and he was like, what's going on? And I told him kind of like what's going on with my family. There's some health stuff going on in my family. My wife had like an episode, and then the new position and everything. And I was like, man, just things are crazy. And I was like, he was like, well, dude, you're not alone. Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm dealing with this, and I know so-and-so's dealing with this. And, just knowing that you have people around you that care. And maybe you're not a direct report to that person, but build relationships and look for key things in people, because you may be that one that unlocks that freedom in somebody else's life of saying, hey, listen, you look stressed out. Maybe it's time for a break. Mm-hmm. maybe it's time that you talk to someone about this. And I mean, you can message us.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can, if you need someone to talk to, message us on Facebook. I'm on Facebook. We have Yoders Talk. We'll get your number. I know from myself and Clinton, we'll call you.
Absolutely. 100%.
If you're local, we'll go have lunch with you. That's something that I'm very passionate about, is eating lunch. You're not alone. You're not alone. And then the biggest side of it is when you're in those moments, reach out to God, seek Him, and that peace is going to come in.
Amen. Amen. And I want to double down with what Corey said. You know, leaders, find your people that you can truly call on in the times of being overwhelmed. We so many times, again, as leaders, try to just carry that weight all the time. And find your people, find your group that you can share with. And also, don't just always have to absorb what others give you, but be willing to give to them as well, and fill their cup as well. And I think if you do this, it can be a beautiful thing when you get a group of leaders that are truly serving their teams, and they come together and refill their cups. It's a beautiful thing. It truly is. And hearing experiences that they're going through. The funny thing is, we kind of all go through the same thing.
Yeah.
Even if we're in different aspects of leadership, we all go through the same thing mentally. We all go through tough times mentally. And so yeah. But guys, I appreciate so much y'all willing to come on. Conrad, Jason, share kind of what y'all have experienced the last while. Jason, I pray that your health continues to improve. I know you're going through a lot there, and Conrad, in your new position, there's, I know the details of some things that have changed in your personal life as well. We pray that God can continue to give you strength to lead in that role. I know that's your passion of the things that have happened, and so we'll continue to pray for y'all that God can give y'all strength to continue them roles, and y'all pray for us as well. Me and Corey, we have a lot on our plate as well. We got things that are coming up, exciting things, but and also one last prayer request that y'all again pray for us as we go to Africa, so that we can again be a light to those we meet. So guys, I thank you so much for listening to this episode. Remember, we are on YouTube, we are on Spotify. You can check us out on Facebook, all them good things. We're excited to come at y'all again with another season. I think this is going to be a good one. I think we encourage you to like, to share, do all them good things, because it really helps move our content out. We just pray that we can affect one life. That's all we care about. If we affect one life, this podcast is a win. And so the more people that can hear it, the more people hopefully it can affect in a positive way. So share it, like it, comment. We love to interact with y'all. Even to a point, if someone says, "Hey, I'd love to come on your podcast," message us. We're not promising anything, but hey, we're always into bringing some people on here and there. And so just get it out as much as you can. Push it out. We got big plans to really reach some big numbers this season. So we love y'all. We wish y'all nothing but the best. And I pray that God would bless each leader that listens to this, and just anybody that listens to this, that you truly could find a sense of peace in your role or whatever stage of life you're in. So God bless you, and we wish you nothing but the best in the next few weeks. Hey guys, thank you so much for being with us today. We are so excited to continue this season. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our YouTube and Spotify.
And make sure to leave us a comment. We would love to hear your thoughts. And remember, always lead with a purpose.
Hey guys, welcome into another episode of Yoders Talk. As always, Clinton Yoder, Corey McClendon here. Man, we're fired up for episode 2 of season 3. We got some awesome guests on, some of our competition in our business. They're going to be coming on. And so, stick with this episode. I think you'll enjoy the conversations we have between competitors and the way we view each other and things of that nature. So we are excited to get this episode started. What you think, Corey?
Yeah, I think this episode was really unique. It gives us the opportunity to kind of open up about having relationships with our competitors and kind of understand that having a positive relationship with our competitors can oftentimes be a win-win.
Yeah, absolutely. So stick with us, guys. Welcome in to Season 3, Episode 2 of Yoders Talk.
That's a perspective thing that we need to keep in mind when we do have hard times in business, because we all know it's going to happen. Mm-hmm. That's almost as close a thing of a guaranteed as you can have.
Your instinct is to freak out when competition moves in. It's the natural instinct, because you're like, oh, here we go,
It seemed like a secret to other people. And it's like, hey, I need help here. Mm-hmm. And then he shows me up in golf, hitting golf balls and all this.
Whenever you're ready.
I just go for the fun of it.
Hey guys, welcome back into another episode of Yoders Talk. As always, your host here, Clinton Yoder. So excited to be back with y'all this morning. We have a great episode coming on, and we got some great guests coming on. You ready for this, Corey?
I am. I'm really excited to have some friends here. I've got Will and Slim from H&S Portable Buildings on today, and just excited to hear from you guys. So, guys, welcome on the podcast.
So, Will, we have, I guess Will and Slim, but I'll start with you, Will. We've been friends for, what year did you move down in this area?
It was right after Christmas of 2008.
2008. So it's been 14.
So just call it 2009.
16 years, 17. Yeah. Wow.
Don't seem like that long.
It does not. It's been a long time. Slim, you came in the area back
May of 2008.
2008. So it's around the same time. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we've been good friends with both of y'all for seems like a long time. And yeah, as far as talking about being in, competitors in these businesses and everything, H&S Portable Buildings, Yoders Woodworks, I think both companies have built a great reputation in the industry. And so, yeah, today it's going to be exciting to kind of just touch on what, from my perspective, from y'all's perspective on, what it is to have a healthy relationship between competitors and the value that comes with that, not only in the industry itself, but in each individual business, and not only that, but in the where we're able to continue to grow, be better. Good competition leads to being better. Being innovative. Changing the way you do things and things of that nature. So yeah, this episode we're going to really dive into that. So I'm going to turn it over to Corey and let him kind of lead this thing.
Yeah, so on this episode, I kind of want to give the audience just a brief, if you can, just tell them a little bit about H&S, how y'all got y'all start, kind of what y'all do. If y'all can share just for a moment on that, either one of you, whoever wants to jump in.
Sure. So H&S started kind of, I guess, can we say by accident maybe? It was 2000, it would have been 2010, I think. Me and Slim, we weren't brother-in-laws at the time, but we were both working for my in-laws, ironically enough. And things got slow, things got tight, and we were just trying to put food on the table. And Slim came to me one day and said, hey, if this don't work, why don't we kind of start building our own buildings on the side? And so, I kind of, yeah, sure, I'll help out. And we both kind of decided, yeah, we'll build about, 5 or 10 buildings, see how it goes. And just, we started in Slim's backyard. I built and he hauled them. And man, those were some long days. There's a lot of times I wouldn't even see him at all during the day because he'd leave before I got to work, and then I'd work till 9-10 o'clock, and he was just coming in. So it was tough to start out.
Did you ever think it would get to where it is, like in that moment?
Nope.
Not even. It's crazy how that works.
So my idea for sure was, let's do something to put food on the table, and if it works, if it grows, fine. If not, we're surviving at the time. Mm-hmm. That was my main thing was surviving, and those were tough years.
Coming out of 08, 09,
yeah,
10, yeah,
and then I've got pictures in my office. Well, they're in a box, but one day I want to put them in the hallway of the office, and there's pictures of half-finished buildings out there in that 2010, I think 6 inches of snow or something, snow everywhere, and we don't have a concrete pad to build them on, nothing. It's gravel.
No roof.
No roof.
Nice.
We had a little 24 by 24 building in the back, but it was too low to put buildings in. We put some of our lumber in there and our little table saw. We found a table saw yesterday while cleaning up, and might get a little off the track here, but the table saw, I told Caleb, one of our guys, I said, we have to keep it. We have to keep it. One day it'll just be a table, and we'll use it for a table somewhere.
Yeah,
that's cool though. But that brings back it kind of brings everything back to, you kind of forget sometimes with how busy we've all became with where we've started from, and little things like that just kind of bring it back to reality and understand, how grateful we need to actually be, how God has truly blessed us and our businesses from back here to what it is today. I mean, if you mind sharing, y'all build what, 2,000 a year probably at times?
Yeah, it's gone downhill the last couple of years because sales have dropped off. But yeah, I'd say we're average about 2,200.
2,200 a year. So that's remarkable building. What'd you build your first year?
What was it, 40?
I think it was around 40.
That's crazy.
I remember when we got to 500, we're like, this is big.
Yeah,
we will never. I didn't think we'd get past it.
Just doing business right. I mean, that really is what it is. I mean, if we're honest about it, is if you don't do it right, you don't become what you are today. And I know there's bumps along the way. I mean, but that's what makes y'all. Makes a business better is when, you have them hiccups and you work through them. And I've always said, you can't go from, 1 to 2,000 overnight because you probably wouldn't have the ability to handle it mentally.
You cannot handle that growing pains.
That much, yes.
Yeah, it's too much, and that's one thing I would, for other people, I would advise people to grow as they can, not try. And I've seen that with Yoders, not jumping in too big at one time, because you can't get the right people in to run it that quick. I've seen companies go backwards because of going in too fast.
A lot of times when you start a business, you start it like y'all did because you needed to, and you had the ability, the skill level to do the actual work. But what comes later in owning a business is not, you start not needing necessarily the skill of building a building or hauling a building. Then it falls over to, how is my leadership? How can I lead others to do that job? And I think a lot of times that's when we kind of hit a roadblock, is we reach the max of our abilities mentally, physically, and where we have to start bringing other people. All of a sudden, you got all these people that are looking to you to figure out how to do this, and you're like, I don't even know myself, especially in the early days as you're growing. So that's how it was for me anyway. But
I think it's really, really awesome. One thing to kind of talk about, you said, started right around that 2009, area when the economy was just terrible. Like I can remember it. My parents struggled during that time, and a lot of people did. But I think it's really unique that we talk about there was such an economy, crisis, and you guys were kind of birthed out of that. And I think so many times we think about bad situations, but in the moment, it's really hard to see, the good things that come out of those hard moments. But now looking 14, 15 years, back, now it looks like something that's really great and it's flourishing. So I really think that's a perspective thing that we need to keep in mind when we do have hard times in business, because we all know it's going to happen. Right. That's almost as close a thing of a guaranteed as you can have. But keep that perspective that something might be birthed out of this hard time that may later down on the future be something that's really great.
And to everybody out there listening, the truth is a lot of good, successful companies are birthed in slow times, because the truth is if you're birthed in the when economy's booming, you can grow big, but you have no idea how to handle it when it gets tough.
That's right.
You have no clue. And there was a lot of these, our competition, I guess you could say, over the COVID years. We won't mention names or anything like that, but they used COVID as a time to I guess reset their new normal, which we all know was a false normal.
Right.
And today they're paying the price. And that's across the whole United States. That's not, I said our competition. I'm more meaning throughout the United States. There's a lot in our industry that are hurting bad today because they thought that was the new norm. They came into the industry right over that time, and all of a sudden now, what do we do? This is not this is the new normal. What we're facing today is more what it was before COVID. I guess would y'all agree?
I would say it's pretty close. Yeah,
back to them same numbers, and so I think we have to be very careful as we start a business to make sure that we understand the industry we're going into and know that this isn't normal, or this is a slow time, so it's going to get better. Just understanding the industry you're going into and understanding the ups and downs of it, and see where you are when you come into that industry, when you start your business in that industry. Are we in an upswing? Or are we in a downswing in that particular industry, so that we can prepare ourselves for the future?
And it was especially hard for people with the lumber shortage, and you couldn't get materials for your finished product, and then people went and just bought a lot of it when they could buy it when it opened back up. And I think I've seen it with us, is I had to be careful not to overbuy, because I was like, what if next year something happens? I want to be ready. If it does, it does. I mean,
OSB was, back in COVID years, OSB was what, close to 40 a sheet?
It's over 40.
Over 40.
In 50s.
And today I've seen in the last couple of weeks, I've seen somebody just under 10, 1050. I don't know. It probably varies kind of in that range a little right now. So, if you stocked up, of course we're a couple years past COVID, but if you stocked up at that 40,
oh yeah,
you were.
What if you stocked up at 10 and sold it for 40?
Well, that's what you need to be looking for here, right?
It'd be like winning the lottery.
Yes, it is. Yeah. I told somebody, I said, if that stuff hits 7 again, we're fixing to stock up. But then there's, you don't really know.
Well, and I've heard people say, yeah, but what if it drops down to 5? We lose $2 a sheet. So be it.
Right.
I'd rather lose $2 a sheet than than not buy it, and then basically lose $20 a sheet when it goes to 30.
Yeah. It was tough over them COVID years, man. Like, and I don't know if we really shared the industry we're talking about. The storage barn industry is what we're having the conversation about. I guess you could say, for people that can grasp it, you could say tiny homes. That kind of puts a perspective of what we're talking about here. Portable buildings, they're delivered down the road and things like that. So, but over them COVID years, you could not, lumber went up so fast, you could not get your prices to about catch it. And that was for me, that taught me so much to, if we ever face that again, I think a lot of us are going to be prepared for it. And a lot more prepared than I was in our industry, or in our business. I don't know about y'all, but for us, man, it felt like we could not catch up, and people were buying so fast that our pricing kept just rising. It was like a spinning cycle.
And at that time, we were so far behind that by the time we got the product to the customer, we were losing money on it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's exactly what I'm referring to. Yes.
And you just couldn't get into gears fast enough.
Yeah, exactly. And so it was a good time, but it was a lot of learning curves in the busy times of COVID. So,
and I think talking now a little bit, because I'm at Yoder Metal. You guys both actually buy from Yoder Metal, so I don't really see y'all as competition. I've always seen you guys as friends, and y'all buy metal from us, and we try to take care of you guys. But I know from y'all's aspect, there's probably times in the early days where maybe there was possibly some conflict, or hey, there's because let's just be straight, we're all competitive people. I've known all of us, we all like to win. Mm-hmm. And sometimes, even though we're all friends, it's hard to keep that mindset. So maybe y'all can all three kind of talk about some of the early day challenges of having a healthy relationship between y'all's two companies, and kind of some of the struggles that y'all faced.
And that's a good question. I guess for me, I really never, and I think it's because of our relationship outside of work. Mm-hmm. We were friends. It never really, to me, was viewed as a competition. I know even in the early days, honestly, in the early days, I think we both could say, and I'll let y'all speak on this, it was more about us being a cheerleader for the other one. I don't know if that made sense. Like, for me, I loved seeing H&S succeed, because the truth is, if we both do it well, which I feel like we both have, if we both do it well, there's enough out there for both of us. Right. Now, have we competed directly against each other? Absolutely. There's no question about it. I mean, I'm going to try to outsell a building just like, how far apart are we? 5 miles?
Maybe
barely
5.
That.
Yeah.
Barely that. I mean, we compete against each other. There's no question about it. But I don't think there's ever was really a thing that animosity between us. Y'all can speak on that a little.
Yeah, I would agree. But like you said, we kind of had I know me and you, we've hunted together a lot, mm-hmm. all the time, all the years, and outside of work, we've always, been friends. So there was never any animosity. If we got a customer and didn't have what they wanted, and we knew y'all had it, we had no problem sending them down the road, say, hey, go talk to Yoders. And I feel like
same way
it's been kind of reciprocated.
There's been times when a customer would show up at our place and say they've been to Yoders, then they'd turn around and go back to Yoders because Yoders they did something they might have had similar buildings or whatever, but their sales guy is what done it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
where we lost a sale because of, and that's our problem. We should have done better.
But now because of that, I would think y'all both would say that made y'all better.
Yeah,
because now you're saying, okay, we're gonna get a salesman in there, and I think y'all do now have people in there that compete not only in the product but also in the ability to sell the product. And because it was a while, especially at the production facility where you build them, y'all weren't as much of a sales lot early on. It was more about production, because you're kind of back in.
Well, we're still primarily just a manufacturing company. We have dealerships out there, and we try to take care of them first.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we don't advertise a whole lot.
Yeah.
But on, Slim was saying about people coming to us and then going back. We've also had the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
We've had people, some of your customers, come over there and say, "Hey, I want a building, and I want one of yours.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to Yoders."
Yeah, and I think it's both ways. I mean,
and we try to be careful not to ever, talk down on our competition, because, in my opinion, that shows incompetence and weakness
mm-hmm.
with your product. So,
I would say I agree with that. Probably one of the things my father taught me the most in business was to never ever downgrade your competition. You need to sell you and what you bring to the industry, not what others don't bring to the industry. Because like you said the word weakness, I think that's a great word to describe what it is to downgrade your competition. It shows weakness. It shows that I am not prepared to be more innovative and to figure out a way to better my business and better my buildings. So I'm going to attack the good things that they do
mm-hmm.
to try to convince someone that I'm better.
Yeah.
When I should be able to I should have a good enough product, good enough service, and things of that nature to be able to lay this out in front of a customer, and then you let that customer decide, who they choose. Because the truth is, we both, in my opinion, we both do a great building, and we have great service. Both of us have great service. I know there's times that I think we could improve on our end a little bit when it comes to the service side, but it needs to be up to that customer. You need to present what you offer and not attack your competition, because all it's going to do is people read through that so quickly. And we have some competitors around that that probably could find areas in our business to attack, because we're not perfect. But to me, it's kind of interesting, and I enjoy when a customer comes in and says, "Hey, this competitor said you don't do this and don't do this." That right there to me is a done deal. That's a closed sale, because all I'm going to do is I'm not going to attack the individual's back. I'm going to just show them why what they heard is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can show them that the competitors didn't maybe tell the whole truth of your business, that customer is forever yours.
Yeah,
they're not going back.
that's right.
So
I think me making this change into sales management and stuff, and dealing with some of the salesmen. Have y'all had times where maybe you've had to pull in a salesman into a meeting and be like, "Hey, take it easy," and kind of, because obviously y'all three have the relationship, but probably some of the lower salesmen or something like that doesn't really know you guys as well, and so maybe there's some tension there that y'all have had to kind of combat before with like some people below y'all.
Well, we don't really. I mean, we have, we do sell there, so
yeah.
we have somebody up front that we consider a salesman, but there again, we try to focus on being a manufacturing facility, so because we need our stores, we need our
yeah.
dealers, and we have some pretty close to us, so we don't try to, I don't know if that answers your question, but we don't really have salesmen that we train per se.
Our sales guy is also the dealer support
mm-hmm.
guy. I mean, he is. If there's a customer coming to the shop, it's because they saw us online or somebody told them. There is hardly ever when a customer comes in and says, "Well, I've been to your lot in Muscle Shoals or whatever, and I decided to come here." Because when a customer calls the office and our sales guy answers, he's going to tell them, "Hey, oh, you're in Jasper. Go to go. We have a sales lot there." So,
I would say, for us, we're probably a lot more of a sales center, where we're located and everything. And I would say we compete more with y'all's dealers than we would with their shop. So there's probably been times, and I honestly I couldn't name one. Yeah. So it's not something that happens much. I mean, that we competed with one of their dealers, and I'll be honest, I've never heard a dealer from H&S talk down on Yoders Woodworks. Yeah. I really haven't. So that's also goes into it, having good dealers that understand who y'all are and what your business is about. I think y'all's influence on them, is they're portraying your business, I guess you could say. And so I would say it really hasn't ever been much of a, at each other when it comes to even their dealers that I can recall.
Well, and that was the purpose of that question, is kind of get, how are you guys driving not only y'all's relationship with each other and how y'all are keeping it healthy with competition, but how are y'all driving it down into your organization? Because I can speak from my seat at Yoder Metal. One of the things that kind of, when I was first there, and I think it was in a meeting with Jimmy, and he's sitting there and he's hey, let's, before we start this meeting, let's pray, and he's praying just about the meeting and everything, and then he takes like a special moment inside of that prayer and says, like, Lord, be with our competition, help them grow and help them be successful. And I just always thought, like, in my head when I first started with the company, that's an awesome viewpoint. And obviously that comes from your dad. It comes from you driving it into the organization. And I always like to ask that question, because it's easy to look at things from the top of the organization, but if you really want to see how well your business is doing and how deep does it go down into the organization. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I wanted to ask that question, is just kind of open up some dialogue on that.
Well, one thing that we face quite a bit, so if there's competition that comes into town right across the road from a lot, the dealer, some of them will kind of freak out and say, hey, they're putting storage building right across the road from me. I don't know how I'm going to, sell buildings. And we always just tell them, look, that's probably the best thing that can happen, because just like car sales lots, the more you have saturated in one area, the more it draws people to that area. So, and it always works that way. It doesn't ever slow their sales down. It actually helps draw more people. And I don't know what the other, what the competition does, if they sell to or not. Doesn't matter.
I would actually, that was a thought. I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the kind of a thought that I was thinking of. Your instinct is to freak out when competition moves in. It's the natural instinct, because you're like, oh, here we go, But statistically shows that the more competitors you have on a street, your sales will jump dramatically over time, because you've now created. Okay, let's say this. You go to a place in town. You're not going to go to a town, if you need to find shoes, that has one little shoe store. You're not going to. You're going to go to the town that has 10 shoe stores, because I want to find the shoes that fit me, right? So you're going to make sure you even if you got to travel a little further, you're going to travel to that location that has more options, so that I can truly make the best decision for me as and my family on what I'm going to purchase. It's the same way in the storage barn industry. The more you have in an area, the better off you are, because you've just, your competitors are advertising for you. That's truly what's happening. That's right. And you're also advertising for them.
That brings, I almost said this a while ago when you were talking about downgrading somebody because of their, trying to get the sale. Well, what you do when you do that is you basically sell somebody on something that they don't need. So now, not only, you might get the sale, but now you have this customer that has a product that he doesn't like, and probably won't come back to you, and might even give you a bad review. So in the end, you're actually hurting your business and not helping it.
Yep, I think that's a good point, because, down and that's really that's a life lesson in general, even outside of business. Don't don't look for the negatives in everybody and everything, because there is a lot of positive. Every single human being out there, every single thing out there has a positive note. And if you live a life of looking for the negative, guess what's going to what are you breeding? You're breeding negativity into your life. And there's people out there that just spend time on reviews, and you go through the things they've reviewed, and everything's a 1-star. They've never given anybody a good name. And them are the individuals that just they complain then about how bad their life is.
You can usually pick them out.
Yeah. So y'all, the negative people out there can they can go buy from my competition. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, we'll take all of them.
I love it.
We'll take them, negative, positive, whatever.
I love it.
Have y'all, had moments in y'all's time being competitors where you thought, man, I'm really glad that y'all have a friendship and it's healthy, and what advantage do y'all think that gives y'all over someone else?
We get to go hunting sometimes.
Yeah, that's a big advantage.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a big advantage. Man, I'll just be honest. I like to be able to hang out with people that understand or get what's going through my mind. I think that's a big advantage.
What comes to my mind is not even so much on what we're trying to sell, but there's been times when, when I'm stressed out, kind of don't know what to do, that I can talk to Clinton and be like, hey man, what do you do in this situation? And he'll give me some good points and to me, that's because I know he does the same thing I do. And so to me, that's a blessing.
And I think that would to me would be the big advantage of that is, like I said, just understanding because we're facing the same things typically in our business.
That's a big thing for me is when me and him ever get to go to Top Golf, we'll be talking about stuff that might seem like a secret to other people, and it's like, hey, I need help here. And then he shows me up in golf, hitting golf balls and all this. But
whenever you're ready,
I just go for the fun of it, the food, and
he's about to ruin my love of golf as well. So
yeah, you can't. They can't handle the competition, and we have like a company, what we call golf tournaments called Yoders Cup, and let's just say that
I think last episode I was 13 shots down. This episode I'm like 34 shots down. I think y'all have built a community together, and where y'all can use each other as like, not only, I talked last episode about like having healthy pop-off valves, having people that understand what you're going through. And it doesn't mean they have to provide a solution every time, but just somebody that can hear you and say, like, hey, driving home from work, because you got to go in, and now you got to be the family man to be able to open that phone up and call each other and say, hey, listen, like, I had this go on today, and just talk about it. I think is a really healthy.
We don't do it enough. We don't do it enough.
Right.
Honestly, we don't do it enough because we all get wrapped up in our own worlds, and but it is. I mean, the nice thing about it is I know that at any moment I could pick up the phone, call either one of these guys, and they'd hear me out, no question. They'd hear me out, and I think they know that they could do the same to me. And honestly, just having that, there's competitors out there that I couldn't do that to.
Right.
Absolutely could not do that too. And they would wonder how crazy am I for actually reaching out to them. But, to just knowing that's there and available is huge to me.
Yeah.
So
I think one of the things that, and this goes into like helping each other material, like if I'm out of a product I'm gonna call Yoders.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call Clinton or Randall or somebody, and they'll do the same if they need something. But not only that, if something happened at our company, I know without a doubt these guys would jump in and be there. Say a storm hit.
Mm-hmm.
Say there was a bad accident. These guys would send some of their people over,
mm-hmm.
and we'd do the same. You know,
yeah.
That's the relationship that I feel like
mm-hmm.
we've built.
Yeah, there's another side of this whole thing too that a lot of people don't really get into, and that's the thing of, you know, the people that we have employed under us, our team members and things of that nature. You know, there is a side of where we have at times there's people that work for y'all they've worked for us and they're back and forth. And one thing that I love about that is when either party has someone that wants to switch companies, there's most times anyway, I can't think of a time it didn't happen. There's a conversation that gets had between me and them.
Yeah.
And because there's times where we don't have the work, and people need to take care of their families, and they're going to go check with H&S because that's what the industry they know of. And there's never been that I can recall a time where that was an issue. We've, that I can recall. I'm not as much into the hiring side of things as I used to be. So, but we don't try to go after each other's people. There's competition that does that. They'll try to go after some, your people. Because in our industry, the people building our buildings are very valuable. They're the ones that do the good quality. They're the ones that, So it's a blessing to have that ability to, even on that side of it. So
yeah,
but
absolutely. And like I said earlier, we're all competitive people. We all like to win. And I know I'm, you can ask Clinton, I'm super competitive. I like to, any competition I want to kind of win and beat everyone. But sometimes I think we when we view having a healthy relationship with a competitor, we feel like, some people would say, oh, that kind of takes away the competitive edge. And it takes like, oh, you gotta be nice and stuff. How do you guys kind of still keep that competitive edge, but at the same time still, make sure that the relationship is still in good standing?
Oh, we're going to go at each other.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Like, we need to I want everybody to hear that. It's not like we are going to, oh, that's an H&S. They went to H&S. We're going to try to, or, one to H&S to do this. We're going to try to sell, and they're going to do the same.
Yeah.
The competitive side's still there. But it's a competitive side. I guess you could say, compare it to football, it would be like, someone that has kind of two teams that they moved from one area to another. They're going to still be a cheerleader for their old team or for the other team at times. They're still going to want to see them succeed. But if my team plays that team, you're going to want to win.
Yeah.
It's the same scenario in this. If somebody shows up here, we're going to try to outsell H&S. There's no doubt about it. And they're going to do the same, I believe. And not in a negative way.
We'll build stuff that we don't want to build, because we've built years ago greenhouses, and we'd be like, oh, Yoders, they got greenhouses, but we'll build one.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Because, hey, why not? If we can sell it and make money, we're going to do it.
Yeah.
Well, that reminds me the thing I read recently. So back in, I think, the 80s, you only had one, when phones still had wires attached to them, you only had one phone company, Bell, and that's the only choice people have. So by having this competitive business, it pushes you to be innovative. What else makes you get up in the morning and give it 110%? And now today, through some through some kind of lawsuit to the phone company. We all have these rising carriers now, all these options that we have. So it also it helps
makes the industry improve.
Right. It gives the customers more options.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it pushes you. We don't want just.
Do you remember the day when we first started? We built there was none of this specialty stuff. We built, a 10 by 16 lofted barn with. I mean, there was nothing special. And if the competition didn't continue to get better, now we're building buildings with dormers. We're building buildings with electrical. Yeah, you name it. And if I would, if I was a betting man, I would say that none of that would have ever came if the competition didn't continue to rise. And it's made the industry so much better.
Well, if you look at the old companies, that there's an old company around, and they didn't change until competition made them change.
Mm-hmm. Because they had to.
Yeah, they had to compete. They were building the same thing over and over and over because they could.
Mm-hmm.
Competition came in and offered different stuff. Wait a minute, now they have to adapt to it.
Mm-hmm. So you have an option to be either lead the charge or follow it. I mean, I think both of our businesses have tried to. I mean, we haven't always been ahead of the game. I know that. There's been times I'm like, where did that come from? I wish I'd have thought of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we all have adapted fairly well to the change of the industry in the sense of all the options that now come with what we do. And not only that, talking about being innovative, think about the equipment that's came into the industry that wasn't before.
Wow.
Things we can do today that never could have been done even probably, 10, for sure 20 years ago, that, just the equipment that now is designed for these buildings. I mean, there's people that have multi-million-dollar companies just for the equipment that goes into this industry. And so I think by everybody continuing to get better, it's grown not just in the actual storage barns themselves, but outside of that, that's everything that's connected to the industry. I mean, you look at the lumber companies.
Yeah.
There's some lumber companies that have been formed really probably because of the storage barn industry.
Yes.
So it's the storage barn industry. I wish I knew the number. I was going to look that up. How much dollar amount in the United States it brings to the economy. Yeah, it brings to the economy.
Well, I think you talking about, all the other things that it brings in. If you look at college football, pro football, it's not just the people that work the arena or build the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
It's the gas stations, the hotels, the tire shop.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing that. So we do our own mechanic stuff. And now we have to get a service truck. And we do some for Yoder Metal, some welding and
do stuff for our, at times fix a meal for us,
Yeah.
So it's created something totally out of.
When we started doing our own hauling, it was like, no, 2 trucks, whatever. Oh, then we got to stay all night and fix something so the driver can hit the road the next day. Now, that's when that came in.
Mm-hmm.
Get our own mechanic.
Yeah.
Get this stuff fixed and back on the road without losing sleep over it.
Mm-hmm. Yoder Metal. Yoder Metal was created directly because of the storage barn industry. We didn't start Yoder Metal to be where it is today. Truthfully, it was never intended that. And
H&S probably made it that way.
You did. Yeah. Realistically, y'all are the foothold of Yoder Metal because y'all started buying when all the other competition said, I will not buy from Yoder's Metal because Yoder's Woodworks, who builds storage barns, is connected to it. Y'all said, hold up, no, we're going to do it. And now today, there's a lot more that buy from us. And one of the reasons I say that is we've never not been always perfect. We have had our issues at Yoder Metal, and thank God that they're improving and things have gotten better. But, the truth behind it all is just because we know the industry, we can provide at Yoder Metal, we can provide what the industry needs because we get it.
Yep.
You go to a place that sells metal that has never had anything to do with the metal industry or storage barn industry. They're going to eventually figure it out probably, but you're going to have issues at the beginning because you don't totally understand what goes into that product. So again, Yoder Metal was a direct feed off of this industry. And so this industry has brought so much to the economy. So
because Yoder Metal has our building styles and sizes. We order 10x16 lofted barn kit. Boom. They have the trim, everything. So we don't have to order piece by piece.
And that's and not only that, sometimes our guys, and hopefully the gentleman that we got running at Linden, I'll call you out, do a great job. But he's built before. He's actually been in the building industry, so he sometimes will catch. I've had it where he's literally caught an order that came in from a barn company, storage barn company, said, "Hey, hold up a second. I'm not sure if this is right because of," and reach out to them, and sure enough, he saved them money because they had ordered the wrong product to go with that storage barn. So it's really just a big circle, good, healthy competition, and not looking down on your competition just breeds success, I guess you could say, across the industry, in all kinds of forms of industries.
Yoder Metal is another reason that H&S and Yoders Woodworks has the relationship they have. Because if it wasn't for Yoder Metal, years ago we wouldn't have been connected really. I mean, in
friendships, but not as.
So I was, before Yoder Metal delivered the product, I'd come in here after work and load it on the shed trailer, tie it down somehow, haul it back, haul it to the shop, and then wonder, okay, if I have enough pieces, And
early days, it was. I would admit, early days of Yoder Metal, we had this old roll former that you chop by hand, and man, we actually just recently got rid of that thing. We should have kept it, but it was.
Should have kept the cutter and put it in the office.
In the office or something. Yeah, I look at it like I don't even know how y'all bought from us back then with the quality of stuff we actually put out. But then y'all made us better. I remember a time when y'all were honest with us. Yeah. You asked us, we need to improve this. And by y'all doing that and being willing to speak up just a little bit, I think you shared a little bit with me, Slim, and this has been, years ago. And we went out and got a new roll former. We went out and got a hammer. You remember we used to just ham everything by on hand. The break. Yeah.
And it would break off.
It'd break off, yes. And so, it's because of the healthy relationship, it made Yoder Metal better. So
we stuck with y'all at one point because of convenience. And if y'all would have stayed with the old equipment, we'd have ended up.
You'd have had to.
We'd have went somewhere else. Yeah. But I was seeing y'all growing and trying to improve to help us. So, and as that went, I was, hey, you can't beat it. And sometimes you stay with somebody, even if the price is, somebody else might beat the price. You got to support your local people. So because later on, man, you're gonna
need them one day. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I hope we're still doing a great job for you guys. I hope we do. I do need to take y'all out to lunch sometime.
I thought you was going to say take us hunting.
Yeah, we got to do that again. We need to. What we need to do one day is we need to go down to South Louisiana and do some red fishing. Y'all.
Come on now.
Have y'all been before?
South
South Louisiana,
down the bayou.
Yeah, down the bayou. Yeah. Right. We got a good guide service down there. We go to quite a bit. Oh, there you got one there. Dude, that is some fun. Did y'all fish? Did y'all go all the way down to the bottom side of the
Port Fourchon?
Okay, so it's down there, pretty far down there.
Yeah, we can see oil rigs in the coast right there.
We've one place we've been going is a little bit further north, and then fishing like the fresh and saltwater mix, and we've had some real good success. One day we went out there. We went up a little further north, catfishing, and we had 4 boats out there, and we caught. It was 400. I think it was 416 catfish in about a 5-hour window. It was insane.
You said you go red fishing down there?
Yeah, we go red fishing. Yeah, but we go ahead.
We tried what was it? Speckled trout and redfish.
Yeah,
I caught a 7-foot shark. Wait a minute, it might have been 5 foot, but it was.
It looked every bit of 7.
Yeah,
that's great. So he was up in.
Yeah, I brought him all the way to the boat.
No.
It was shallow water, and the only reason he didn't take off was because there was not enough room. He would go from side bank to bank.
Yeah.
I'd fought him.
Was it in the salt and fresh mix?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we need to. We'll get a trip together and go down there.
We went down with this company and fished. Did a 24-hour out on the coast, out in the Gulf. Man,
that'll wear you out.
It was so much fun.
Y'all go out to like the oil rigs and
yes,
tuna and stuff like that, or yeah.
Yellowfin.
Yeah,
they have a houseboat right on the water you can stay in
nice.
too. You step off out the back door and hop on the boat and go.
Go for it.
Yeah.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, hopefully I got sick that trip I went on. I was like, day 1, I was catching them like crazy. Day 2, sick as a dog. So I would love another trip.
Yeah, we'll get a trip together. We will.
Springtime. These guys said springtime is better for speckled trout.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
we were thinking about getting a trip together to.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I about enjoy red. I know we're off the topic, but who cares? I about enjoy red fishing more than even going out. Out. You get, because once you're out, 40 miles or however far they go out to deep sea fishing, and you get done fishing,
you're out there.
You're out there. We're done fishing and we still got 5 hours back. And you go red fishing, you can catch some fish. Well, I mean, you caught a huge shark.
Well, you can fish 5 hours longer in the same amount of time. Look at it that way.
That's right. Yeah, and you ain't feeling all that seasick stuff. But
now one thing with this boat we went on, it had what? Did it have four 300 horse?
So you were able to get it.
We were scooting it about twice as fast as one of them boats with a cabin. This was in center console.
That's
45 foot.
Just getting it.
Oh, it was fun.
What about the time? And this is for everybody to hear. It's kind of talking about competition. Yes, it was because of Yoder medal and things like that. But went out axis hunting in Texas. Was that 2 years ago? Or last June, 2 years ago?
Yeah,
I think it was. That was some fun.
That was amazing.
That was some fun. Do you was Red a guide? It was a Red.
He was your guide.
No. Not mine. He was
it was somebody.
Lyndon's.
Maybe it was mine. He was my guide. I shot mine on the first night.
I had to cook.
Yeah, you had the cook. Yeah. Me and you ended up
yeah, that's right.
guiding together. That was a good time. But Red died of a heart attack.
That's what I heard.
Yep, he died of a heart attack. Actually, out there at the ranch is what I heard.
Mm.
So, but man, that was a fun time. We had a good time out there.
That was great. Yeah.
So anyway,
I think wrapping it up, you can obviously see these guys have fun together. Y'all have an amazing relationship that has not just stayed at y'all's level. It's I love hanging out with you two guys. I get most of the time it's because we're eating and usually eating pretty good food. And I love seeing you come in the office and Will, when you come in, I enjoy that because we just sit there and we talk just like this. But to kind of wrap up just the topic, put a nice little bow on it. If there's somebody out there that's struggling with, a competitor or something, what would be you guys' advice that y'all would give them to kind of start having a healthy relationship? Is it, hey, invite them out to lunch, break bread with them, or how would y'all go about starting that relationship with someone?
It's a good question. I mean, the truth of it is you got to have two people that are willing to form a relationship. You're going to meet competition out there that's just not. Mm-hmm. They're going to view you as their competition, and that's all they're going to view you ever as. And they're not going to want to have that relationship. But I think we miss a lot of times where we think that you know what they're thinking. Mm-hmm. You think that they don't want to have a good relationship with you. I would encourage you, be the one to step out and find that out. Be the one to invite them out for lunch and say, hey, let's go eat lunch together. Let's start a relationship. And you'll find out real quick, if they're willing to or not. And I would also say, don't be scared of your competition. Fear, use competition as an opportunity for growth. Only if you're afraid of them, most times you're going to, the customers are going to feel that. Be more like this. Okay, they bested me here, so how can I next time be prepared to counter that? Like I said, don't be afraid. When Will mentioned about dealers moving in next door to you, use it as an advantage. Maybe you can improve something at your location that you would have not improved if that competitor didn't move in. Just use it as an opportunity to be innovative and things of that nature, and don't be afraid to try to form that relationship. That'd be my opinion.
One thing is I've tried to open up and be straight up with them. Like if you meet somebody that doesn't want to share anything, ask them how it's going. And if they close up, open up a little bit about, how it's going with you. Mm. And I've seen that help a little bit to kind of loosen, get the conversation loosened up. But taking somebody out to eat would be great. And
breaking bread that changes a lot most times.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'd agree with you guys. And like you said, there's some people you probably can't reach that way. I mean, some people just view you as competition, and there's not much you can do about that. But making an effort, they'll always remember that, and they might even view you differently, but still from kind of an arm's length. I think as business owners, it's important to remember what kind of country we live in too, and this is capitalism. This is a country of capitalism, so we got to understand that our competition might just be, they're trying to put food on the table too, and if they can outsell you, if they got better prices than you, then that's how we want this country to be.
Amen.
So with that being said, just taking them out to eat, breaking bread with them, I think, whether they take it or leave it, you did your part, and I think they'll remember it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And one day that you may not have the relationship that we have, but there's not probably as very many competitors out there that do have that relationship. And so just start forming some form of relationship with them. I think that would be my advice. Whatever that is, whatever that looks like to you, I think it's kind of your choice. So. All right, guys, Slim, Will, guys, I thank y'all so much for spending a little bit of time with us. I hope the listeners out there understand that, you can have that relationship, and do what it takes to start forming them relationships. So thank y'all so much for coming on. We're going to jump now into the verse of the week. We like to do that every week just to kind of give a perspective and bring God into every one of our conversations. So today I have a verse here. I should have it pulled up already. Colossians 3:23 and 24, it says, "And whatsoever ye do, do it heartily as unto the Lord and not unto men, knowing that of the Lord ye shall receive the reward of the inheritance, for ye serve the Lord Jesus." And I would encourage every listener out there, whatever you're facing today, whatever you're doing, make sure you're doing it as unto the Lord. And you're doing it, it says heartedly. That means giving it your all, doing it with heart. Even we talked about competition, view your business as this is the Lord's business, and ask him for direction. If you have competitors move in next door, ask him for directions. How can I portray Christ in my business. You know, maybe the competitor needs that, you know, in their life or whatever that is. But whatever you do, whatever you're facing, if you're just a team member in a business, whether you're a business owner, church leader, whatever that is, make sure that you're doing it as unto the Lord and not unto men. That's what it says. It says not unto men. So, you know, we're here for a short period of time on this earth. And if we're out just trying to please men, you're going to never, ever find satisfaction in that. Make sure your business is doing it unto the Lord, and he will give you the satisfaction, whether the competition beats you one day, whether you get a big win, it doesn't matter. But if you're doing it unto the Lord, that's all that matters. So that would be my encouragement for each one of y'all to, just give your heart to whatever you're doing. Give it your all, and make sure that God is the center of it. So, but yeah, that will kind of wrap up our episode. Again, Will, Slim, thank you so much for
thanks for having us,
spending time with us, and I hope God blesses y'all the rest of the year in your business, and keep running a great business. You provide a lot for your team. There's a lot of people, families y'all feed because of what y'all do and the stress that it takes to run a business. So it's encouraging to see, men willing to do it right and do business right. And I want to thank y'all for doing it the way y'all do it. So, guys, we are so close to 50,000 subscribers. I hope that this episode will get us over the top. So make sure you like, share on YouTube, on Spotify, wherever you're watching this at. Make sure that you're giving us a like, giving us a share, subscribing to the channel and all that good stuff. And also make sure you get into the comments. We've noticed that starting to pick up a little bit, and we thank y'all for that. But let's continue to get in the comment section. We want to engage with y'all. Questions, topics y'all want us to talk about, whatever that is, just make sure that y'all get that in the comments, and we'll do our best to get responded back to you and so forth. You can also get on our Facebook page and send us direct message if you don't really want to see it in the comment section. So God bless you. We hope that you have an amazing rest of your week, and we will see you on episode 3 in a few weeks. God bless. Hey guys, thank you so much for being with us today. We are so excited to continue this season. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our YouTube and Spotify.
And make sure to leave us a comment. We would love to hear your thoughts. And remember, always lead with a purpose.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode here on the Yoders Talk. We are super excited to dive into today's topic. We're going to talk a lot about Africa, our experience in Africa. It's going to be a fun time. We have some guests that are coming on, actually 2 of the guys that went with us over to Africa, get their impact or their input on a lot of the things that we've seen, a lot of the things that we experienced. And so I am excited, Corey, to get into another episode here of our experience in Africa.
Yeah, I think this episode is going to be full of just awesome videos, what we experienced over there. And so it's going to be a little longer of an episode, but stick with us because there's a lot of great content, especially on the back half of the episode. So we're super appreciative of us, and we hope you enjoy it.
Stick with us. Here we go. So guys, thank you so much for tuning back in here to the podcast. You know, we have a amazing episode today, Corey, that's going to just, I think y'all are going to really enjoy it. You know, we spent all this time in Africa and things of that nature, and we have just a ton of content that we want y'all to see as viewers. And so it's going to be a lot of fun today to go through this, kind of relive our trip.
Yeah.
So Corey, you know, we've been gone for, it was 10 days?
Yeah.
And it was just such a kind of, it was kind of a spiritual time, and it was just nice to kind of get away, and it was so God focused the whole trip. And yeah, it was a lot of fun to kind of live in that moment. So, but yeah, today we brought on 2 of the guys that were with us over there. To my right here, we got Mr. Jimmy. Over here we have Mr. Lyndon, and man, guys, we're going to have a lot of fun today on this episode. Are y'all ready for it? Ready to explain to everybody the adventures and things of that nature, and hopefully it'll impact you in a good way too,
yeah.
Listeners. You know, that you can truly see the needs of the world and things of that nature. So, you ready to get started?
Yeah, I'm. You know, before we jump into like a lot of the content, I kind of want to hear from each of us, just what was your expectation kind of going into the trip. So we'll just start with Lyndon. You know, kind of walk through some of what you kind of expected going into it.
I really didn't know what to expect. I'd been to a little bit to South America, and I've been to Israel once, but I still didn't really know what to expect. There definitely was a lot more people just on the sides of the streets than I was expecting. There was people everywhere.
Yeah, 100%.
And also the layout of the land, I wasn't really expecting that either. I was expecting more like what we saw on the safari.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
there's, I think for me, I went in kind of, kind of almost thinking like there was going to be a little bit of a more primitive type situation, because I mean, you see when you're over here in America and you see, different videos and stuff like that, or different content of that area, they really show a lot of but there was a lot of modern things that when I got over there, I was like, wow, okay, all right, this is not that much different. You had to make some adjustments on some stuff, but I was pleasantly surprised that, like, I was like, I could do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you,
man, I would say, you hear a lot when you go on a mission field that, you're going to go over there to, the impact that you can make on people's lives. But, what really took me back, and people had told me this before I left, the impact that they'll make on you.
Yeah.
And I would say that's probably was what stood out the most to me, man. The hospitality was unreal. They love to serve you. They love to. They get excited when you come around. It's like I mean, in a sense, if you kind of know what a celebrity would feel like, because they just crave the attention of the people from America, and I didn't know that it was at that level, I guess.
Yeah.
So it was kind of, it took me back just a little bit, the way they view you, and it was amazing. I mean, there's so many things that forever in my memory will be stuck and will be, life changing. It was life changing.
Yeah.
Truthfully life changing. So, what about you, Jimmy?
Something a little similar. I expected to go over there and for them to see us as white, Americans that got it all figured out, and just a different outlook. Just them seeing us and be like, but it was quite the opposite. When they seen us, the hospitality, the love, the smiles, the hugs. They embraced us really, really well, and it just really gave me some perspective, and that's what I was hoping to get out of it. Just come over here, maybe a different perspective, and life changing, like you said. It just opens your eyes up to what we have here and what we.
The gratitude. That's something that just I come back and I was thinking, well, on the airplane ride back, I was thinking, the blessings that we have, that we take, like just turning the water spigot on.
Yeah.
Just the way they cook their food. I mean, the way, they have, a lot of them have to carry the water. It's just so many things that we take so for granted that is a luxury to them.
Yeah.
And it was just that whole experience. But and there's something else here. Like, by the way, we've embraced the African culture. As you can see, we don't normally come on a podcast with these bright colors, but we decided today that we're going to embrace it because these are very special to us. These shirts. We and you'll see throughout the videos that we play through this episode that these were made by actual and orphanage school. We got measured, and then by the end of the trip, they had them made for us. And we'll be honest, mine fits amazing.
That's best. Like I'm a bigger guy, so not all clothes fit me the best, and that's 100% on me. Could make some dietary changes and probably fix that, but hey, they nailed it. I mean, they nailed my shirt, and
I like your birds, man.
I do too. I saw it. I said, I thought, in my eyes when I was looking at it, I said, I got blue eyes. This blue will just make my blue eyes pop, and maybe take my wife on a date night one night, and just hey, just show her why she married me. But yeah, guys, I mean, and to be honest, everyone, we're gonna try to do a good job on this episode of highlighting a lot of the fun stuff we did, a lot of the exciting stuff we did, but we're going to also do a couple different things. We're going to have another episode that we kind of highlight the why we went.
Yes.
And then we're also going to try to do a whole separate video of just the whole trip. And so we're going to you're going to see some things on this episode, but there's also going to be some things that we're not able to show you on this episode that you'll just have to wait and kind of see as we piece all that content together, because we have a lot of it.
Yes, and we want to highlight the the fun things, but there are the truth of it is there's things that we want to also show y'all that are serious and things that will for me broke my heart.
Yeah,
and so this wasn't all a just fun trip. There was moments that really just. Yeah, like I said, it really broke your heart to see what some of these children are, conditions they're in and things of that nature. And I don't want it. We're going to laugh a lot, probably joke around a lot, but there's also a serious side of it that hopefully we can kind of paint that picture as well later in a later episode.
Yeah. So let's just dive into the trip. So we left out of Atlanta, and we took off. It ended up being the first flight over there. I think it ended up being 19 and a half hours in the air
total. Yeah, that total. Was because we flew from Atlanta. I think our flight left around 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or was it 9:30 out of Atlanta?
Yeah.
On a Saturday evening, and then we flew into Turkey.
Yeah.
And then from Turkey we flew down into Uganda, and the total flight time was around 19 hours. That's just in the air.
Yeah.
You can just tell in that video that we're realizing how long of a flight it's going to be, and we're hating our lives. Like, we're just like, oh my goodness.
It was, the truth of it, the flight over wasn't near as bad as the flight back.
Yeah.
I would say, just because I think there was a lot of excitement of, we're going over at something new, but and leaving at 9 o'clock at night, we were able to actually get some rest.
Yeah.
On that first flight, but
speak for yourself.
Speak for yourself. Yeah, y'all two, you and Conrad were kind of jammed.
Oh man!
In the back, we got blessed with exit row seats the whole flight, and that was worth every bit.
Oh, game changer.
Yes.
I think that was my thing as we're the first flight ended up being a 12-hour flight, and so. When you take off and you're in the air for an hour, and then you look at the little tracker and it says you got 11 hours left. I mean, you got to get a little mentally tough for that flight. But and as we flew into Istanbul, I think everybody in America, like we see, like I've been to some bigger airports. I've been to Dallas and obviously left out of Atlanta. But we landed into Istanbul, and that airport
oh my goodness,
is massive. And
not just massive, but beautiful.
Yeah,
like
gorgeous.
They got a mall inside the airport. Like when I say a mall, it's legitly a mall.
Yeah. And we got to explore every part of it because we landed in one side of the airport, and our connecting flight was
14 hours later. We've arrived to our next gate.
Yeah.
Not quite.
And I mean, we had walked. We landed in F, and then we had to go all the way to B.
Yeah.
For our next connecting flight. So we got to experience a lot of that airport and see it. But we also got to experience some McDonald's in Istanbul.
Yes. That was actually very, very good.
Like, it was okay. Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I think it had a little different flavor.
Yeah.
Just a little.
It was
still McDonald's.
Still McDonald's. Still kind of the same. Okay, cheeseburger. But so we left out of there. We flew down to Uganda, and we ended up getting to Uganda probably about 5 o'clock in the morning, Ugandan time.
Wasn't it 3?
It may have been 3. By the time we got out, it was
yeah,
like
you're
5.
right. Yeah. By the time we got out, you're right.
And so it was kind of got through customs and everything, and can I just say the Ugandan customs make it a breeze.
Yeah.
They were awesome.
That's how it needs to be everywhere.
Yeah. It was like, we got held up a little bit there, but
yeah,
a little misunderstanding.
They didn't want to let Lyndon in the country.
Yeah, they were like,
we get that.
Yeah, look at them.
But so the flight was awesome. The food, even on the flight, that was something I kind of didn't think was going to be good, and ended up being good.
Turkish Airlines was solid.
Oh, dude, yeah. If you get a chance to fly Turkish Airlines, do it. They give you a blanket. Not a lot of people give you blankets. They gave us a blanket, pillows. I mean, everything you needed for that long flight. So
2 full-course meals.
Yeah, had a little breakfast. Had some pancakes with what was it, like blueberry syrup on it or something like that. It's pretty good.
You got syrup? You got syrup?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got syrup.
That must have been an exit row thing.
Yeah, luxury. Dry pancakes.
But just an awesome experience. And but so we get on the ground at Uganda. Pastor Micah Camper came and picked us up from the airport, and we kind of started. We flew into Entebbe, and so but where we were going to kind of be based out of was Mbarara. And so Mbarara is about 6.5 hours away.
It's a long drive. I'll just say that. Especially being tired.
Oh, yeah.
And let's go ahead and just say that maybe chill it on the speed bumps.
Yes.
There is no sleeping on a 6-hour drive in Uganda because you hit a speed bump every quarter mile.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, I even mentioned it to some people. I'm like, hey, probably dial it back on the speed bumps. So we took off, and so first impressions for you guys of driving around in Uganda. They drive on the left-hand side of the road, which to me, when we pull out of the airport and you see Pastor Micah, you know, he's pulling out on the wrong side of the road. Like initially, like I kind of hyperventilated a little bit, and which wasn't bad because it's so early in the morning. But by the time we picked up Pastor Kip and Stephen at their hotel, and we kind of got out on the road, it kind of got a little crazy. And I think Sean's got a video kind of to show just the traffic.
Yeah, this video really doesn't do it all the justice in the world because, man, there is so much traffic. I mean, it is unreal. And there is, if you get your nose in, it's your right of way. You have the right of way.
Yeah, and you can see in this video here, all these motorcycles. They call them bodas there, and so the traffic is just. I mean, look at all those motorcycles, and they just zip in and out of traffic, and so even as a passenger, I'm like, oh my goodness, that dude's about to hit us. I mean, guys like Lyndon and Jimmy, like, what was y'all's impressions of the traffic?
Yeah, like I said before, I've been to South America a little bit, and it's this was about 4 or 5 times above that. There's so many people that there's just people everywhere.
It had 50 million,
almost 50 million.
Yeah,
people
I think
live
it's almost
in Uganda.
50 million in such a small country.
Yeah, it's unreal. But yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you don't just, when you're driving, you're not just looking at the bodas or the motorcycles and vehicles. You got to watch for people.
Yeah.
Because they are everywhere. They'll walk out in front of you.
They've never heard of a crosswalk.
Yeah. There's nothing like that.
No.
Like you seen in that video, there was a guy with a blinker, but a blinker means nothing to no one. The faster vehicle has the right of way.
Yeah.
And during the day, it's not that bad. Nighttime, it's a whole different animal.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about what they carry on their
goodness.
vehicles. Like we came upon one, you know, and I think there's a photo that we can show y'all, but it's a boda or a motorcycle. I got to get used to. I've been used to saying boda for so long that I got to switch to. I'm like, back home. I'm like, hey, there goes a boda, and my family's like, what? Anyway, but what they carry on the bodas is unreal. I mean, there was one where I guess they were taking their goats to the market, and they had 3 goats. There's 2 people and 3 goats on a little motorcycle.
Oh yeah, that was like so. I mean, we saw one dude. He's got like rolled up metal, like 12-foot sheets of metal, just tied to the back of his boda, and I'm like, dude, like I almost sent a picture to Barry and been like, hey, this is your new delivery vehicle.
Getting rid of the Moffat truck,
and it's just amazing. And then when you talk about like the taxis, if one of the taxis wrecked in Uganda, there would be like 48 casualties.
Oh, I'm telling you, there was. I don't know. I was in a vehicle. I'm not sure if y'all seen it, but there was a vehicle. There was like I guess it was it kind of looked like a dump truck, to be honest. But and they had the back, and when I say the back was full, I don't want to stretch it, but I think there was between 60 and 70 people on that thing.
Oh yeah,
it was unreal.
Yeah, I remember that one. It was like 4 or 5 people wide, and it was 10 to 12 people deep.
Yeah, just stacked. So
yeah,
it's definitely different over there, and like so as our American perspective, we're like, what in the world is this?
Is OSHA a thing out here?
Yeah.
or what?
100%.
Where's the law for this? Weight ratings? What's that?
Yeah, and we actually there's a video that we'll also add of a truck that like just straight up like the frame cracked, and it's just sitting on the side of the road. That
well, actually in the middle of the road.
Yeah, in the middle of the road. So traffic is just it's a little crazy coming from our perspective, which, like Pastor Micah did such a good job. He's like, no, this is fine. Like he's so used to it. It's been over there since February.
Yeah. And too, that, I mean, that's their culture. Yeah. That's what we're saying. We're not, downgrading, it's what they know. 100%. And to be honest, if that was in America, we'd have a wreck every 10 feet.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Like these guys are unbelievable drivers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's remarkable.
The awareness is just there. I think that's the biggest thing. Like they're just aware of their surroundings. Like you constantly see people checking, turning.
There was at one point we were driving. I was riding with Pastor Kip, and we just cruising along, and all of a sudden we kind of came to we had to stop pretty quick, which is common. That brakes get used every 10 feet. But we had to slam on the brakes, and next thing we know, wham! Some rear-ended us.
Yeah.
And the driver that was driving at the time, he just looked in his mirror and he's like, "Oh, Boda. Oh, they're okay." We just kept going. Everybody just kept going.
Didn't exchange insurance.
Nothing. I mean, just rear-ended us, man. And everybody's fine, so they keep driving. There ain't no, well, we got to pull over and let the state show up so we can get a
police report.
Yeah, police report. No.
We got time for
we
that.
got time.
It was definitely something that eventually I got used to it. And then coming back to America, I had to let, the first couple of days, like I told my wife, I was like, "You're driving." I was like, I got to get back acclimated to this side of the road. But so I guess the next thing I kind of want to go into is the food. So,
ooh, yeah.
So
the food.
Real quick, I want to talk from my perspective. Food was a challenge for me.
Yes.
I
seen you hit a wall a few times while you were eating.
So I have like a little thing, like I'm picky, not as far as food. Obviously, you can see from my size, I'm not picky on food, but I'm very picky on how it's prepared. And so there was some things that happened that I was like, it's a challenge. But I found some alternatives. Like you can see right there, that's a pizza. I lived off a pizza. There's some chicken skewers I found that was pretty good.
Look at that fish.
We didn't eat that fish, but
you'd be surprised. We had fish fingers. That could have very likely came off of one of them Bodas.
Yeah,
probably did, actually.
So Jimmy, real quick, tell me. I want to hear from each of you. What was your favorite thing you ate, and then what was your least favorite?
Probably the chicken curry. Was that Cassesi?
Yeah, it was in Cassesi.
The chicken curry was amazing. It was really, really good. I hate to say this, but the night we were actually at Pastor Camper's house, and I tried something different. I tried the stomach. I think they were the intestine. I think it was the intestine. And I talked to Lyndon. I was like, "Lyndon, how was it?" And he's like, "Oh, man, it's like beef jerky." I'm like, "Okay, I can do this." I put it in my mouth, and right away, I mean, I was chewing for about 15 minutes. And I just grabbed a cup of water and I was fighting it. And another thing I want to talk about the food just a little bit is, here in America, my stomach, y'all would know, I've always had little stomach issues and stuff like that. And if you don't, you know now. But my stomach regulated, and I felt good. I felt better. I didn't have acid reflux. I didn't have the things that I have here. And now I'm acclimated back at same old.
Good old acid reflux.
Yeah, it was, but yeah, all in all, very organic food. It was good for the most part. It was just looking at it, you're like, what is this?
I think a lot of it was just challenging. Like it's something we don't eat normally. And so that made it difficult. Now, Sarah, your cooking was great. Jimmy's just crazy. I didn't try the beef intestines, but it was
just
good.
The beef intestine.
But man, for me, I didn't hate the food. I'll be honest. Yeah. Like I kind of enjoyed it, which I'm big about trying different cultures, foods, and things of that nature. Which I noticed that they're very starch based. There's a lot of very starchy foods. That's kind of, which makes sense with it being the economy and what people can afford, and what people make as far as a living. That it makes sense why it's more of a starch based food. I mean, it's something that they can grow easily over there and so forth. But man, I don't know what I like the most. I mean, they call them fish fingers, and at the one restaurant we ate, there was some fish fingers that I got that were like this is not getting a bag out of the Walmart freezer and throwing fish fingers in a fryer type of stuff. This is fresh fish that they cook and turn into fingers, and that was probably some of the best fish I about ever ate, to be honest. You know, I know we hear about the beef intestines, but that was my first meal.
Yeah.
My first meal when we got there, and I'll show you a photo of it here, but I'll be honest, like, it wasn't bad until you think about what it is. And then it's like the way I picture intestine smelling is how the taste became. So I would say that I'm not going to drive out of my way to go get beef intestines. But I noticed that that's very common.
Yeah.
It was a very common thing.
They do a really good job of using everything that they can.
Yes.
Which is, I mean, that's, to be honest, that's probably, Americans, we're a little wasteful.
Very wasteful.
Things. And so I think for me, the best thing that I found that kind of bailed me out a lot of times was the chapati.
Oh, the chapati. Oh, man.
That stuff is so good. And I actually found a place in America I can get it. So that place is about to get a lot of business from me.
You got to stop by and bring us some one day.
I do. I really do. So that chapati was awesome. I didn't really, so I wasn't as adventurous as all y'all. Like, as soon as somebody would say, like, hey, this is this, I would be like, not happening.
Smart man.
And so I really didn't venture out very much. So to say, like, there was something, the worst thing I ate, I really didn't. I was very picky on what I put on my plate and stuff. So there was a couple things that, like you say, I hit a wall on a couple things, but nothing crazy. Most of it was not the taste; it was just the mind factor.
Yeah.
Of getting out of that American.
For me was the mind factor.
The food overall was good. Like they something call it G nut sauce.
Yeah.
Which is actually peanut sauce here. They call it G nut, which makes sense. I mean, it's in the ground, but us Americans complicate everything.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. Called G nut sauce, and it's basically, I think it's like a peanut paste, if you want to call it that. And it went really good with a lot of their starchy foods. You put it on there, and for me, I really enjoyed it. That was kind of something that kind of came with every meal. I noticed it was kind of just a thing.
Kind of a standard, like for us, it would be like mashed potatoes and gravy.
Right.
In the South. So, Lyndon, what about you?
Yeah. I really enjoyed everything too. I used to be, when I was young, I was really picky, even like tomatoes and onions and stuff like that. I didn't really want to eat that, but I've made myself try new things, and now I'll pretty much eat anything. But like Jimmy said, the chicken curry, that was
so good.
That was one of my favorites. And funny story on that, when they were preparing it, we were all sitting there waiting on our food, and all of a sudden we all start coughing and our eyes watering and sneezing. And that was them preparing our chicken curry back there.
Yeah, it got rough.
We had to open the windows there.
It was very strong, and honestly, because I ordered it too, some of the best curry I've ever ate in my life. The flavors were so good, but like, I got worried when you're sitting there, they're preparing it, and the kitchen's not just right up on you. It was a good, probably 25, 30 feet away. And the whole dining room is like sitting there coughing. I was like, oh my gosh, this can destroy my acid reflux. But I was fine.
Yeah.
So the food was really awesome.
Yeah. What about drinks?
Navita.
Navita was amazing. I loved the Crest, which I know some of y'all could not handle it.
Do Crest.
I liked it too.
It's like a lemonade with really no sugar. I don't know if it has a little sugar in it, but it has a kind of a bitter aftertaste. It's something that throughout the trip, the first one I had was like, you know what, I can do this. It wasn't like, oh, it's the most amazing thing, but I kept drinking it, and they mentioned that you kind of grow into it, and I'll admit, like, it's very refreshing. Got done when we were golfing. Finished golfing. I had one that was like just refreshing, man. It's
that's. I mean, it's not a bitter aftertaste. It's an aftertaste that kicks you in the back of the throat. Okay, it is rough. I stuck to Novita, and I'll be honest. One of the best things because when you go for 10 days, like, you get homesick. Like, and one of the things that kind of always brought me kind of, if I'd go do this, I'd kind of be okay, is I'd get me a Coca-Cola out of a glass bottle, and it just kind of brought me home. And so that was big for me.
There was a lot of pizza too.
A lot of pizza.
Like, and it's not the type that you would say Papa John's or any of them.
No.
It was a good clean. It was like a clean pizza. I don't know if that made sense.
Had
It's like
carrots on it.
Yeah, the carrots. Listen, I love now. That's the best Hawaiian pizza I've ever ate because the pineapples are so fresh.
yeah.
They're so sweet. But carrots does not belong on pizza. Okay, that's the one thing I would tell them. But the pineapples and Pastor Micah, and I wish we would have tried it. They had a banana pizza that I wish we would have got one night. But next time we go over, we're gonna have to get it.
We'll have to try it.
But so the food was definitely something that I think for a lot of us it was a culture shift, but finally kind of settled into it. But so let's just jump into kind of the days, some of the things we saw. So our first day we got there, we got traveled, we got back to the area that we kind of stayed at the farm lodge. And so that night we actually got to go spend some time with a trade school over in the Imbarara area that they're kind of doing to kind of shape a different perspective for these kids, that they're just not dependent on people. They can actually be the answer for Uganda. So we got a clip. We're going to let Pastor Kip kind of explain what they're doing there.
And so what we did is I got with Pastor Edson, who's our resident pastor here at Daystar Cathedral, and he had this vision of having a trade school on his property. And so we just started with that, and we started recruiting some of our kids from the orphanages that were graduating out. And so we just graduated our first class of tailors. They're learning tailoring skills at this trade school. But what we want to do is open it up so that we can, at every one of our schools and orphanages, we have a trade school option for them to go into. They can go to university, or they can go to a trade school, or both. You know, and so we want them to have that availability. So these kids are skilled, and you'll see some of their work, and you can even order a shirt or a dress for your wife, and they're just super kids. You will fall in love with them there, and they're so excited about, you know, they take such great ownership of this, and they're so proud. And so
I mean, it's unique to see. Typically over there, you see Americans come in and they just say, hey, listen, we're just going to pour money into this country. What the 130 Network is doing, I think, is so important, is they're not just saying, hey, here's a fish. Let me show you how to fish, and create that income for themselves. So I think it's a really cool thing. So this trade school is actually the trade school that made all of our shirts. And so we got to spend a little time with them. It was our first kind of experience with the kids. So real quick, just anybody that wants to jump in, tell me about your experience, like when we first got out of the cars.
I'll tell you real quick, them children were fired up to see us.
Yeah.
Like, it was, like, I don't think my children ever have been that excited to see me. No, I mean, maybe so, but I'm just saying, like, it was like, I noticed that. I mean, the smiles they had, they were so fired up to have us come visit them. And, you know, just their personalities just are amazing, man. The children and their want to learn. I noticed that was something else that stood out to me, was their want to learn. I mean, they crave education and learning how to, you know, this is a trade school, so they're learning how to be tailors and of that nature. And just they're just so excited to see you and to, you know, see what you have for them.
Yeah.
In a sense.
And they danced for us, you know, and just really they showed us kind of, that was a lot of fun for me, is seeing them dance and just kind of show their skills off. They took us on a tour of the facility, But it was just awesome. When I first stepped out of the car, it was almost like you got swarmed a little bit. And so, like, at first, like, I was like, what is going on? But, like, eventually, like, Pastor Michael, like, walked over to me. He's like, dude, just embrace it. Just love on these babies. And so it was an awesome experience.
Yeah, you pull your if you want them to just light up, pull your phone out and ask them if they want to take a photo.
Yeah.
And it's like you get absolutely bombarded.
Yeah.
They all and one thing I noticed, like, sometimes the children, and it's not always like at this trade school, it was more just throughout the whole trip, you'd see a little child in town and they'd kind of be looking at you with this, not really sad, and you give them a smile. And over there, a smile goes so far. Mm-hmm. The way they light up when you smile at them, or give them a fist bump. But it's Jimmy, I think, was it you that taught them the exploding fist?
It was some of them were confused, but once I got it, it's going to be the next big thing in Uganda. It's, they were just amazed.
We were actually driving to this school, and there was a little girl, and I have a picture of it. And we're just driving by, and she's just standing in her driveway, and I just snapped a picture of her. And she's just standing there just waving at me, and like she did. I know she got excited. She was smiling and waving, but what she did for me was so much more than I feel like I did for her, because like I just seen her just standing in the road, and she was just happy that I acknowledged her. And so it really did. It changed something in my heart. It's just like that was probably the first moment that I said, like, I'm really falling in love with this area. So this trade school is such an awesome experience. Like we say, this is where they made our shirts, so we already have just a deep connection with them that we're going to carry with us. But they actually just had a really cool project where they actually had some pipes ran so that this school can have clean water, which over there is so critical, because they were having to walk up to 5 kilometers to get their water, and it really wasn't clean. It wasn't filtered or anything. So they just got some clean water. So we got a clip of that.
Yeah, and you don't want to drink their water or anything. I want that very clear. Like you will get sick. I mean, you don't brush your teeth with the water. They say it's like,
you guys brush your teeth?
Oh no, we didn't know, huh?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I quit that now. My dentist didn't like that on Monday when I was in there. No, but yeah, it was like, if you drink the water, it's.
You guys have a dentist?
They said even when you take a shower, try not to get too much in your mouth.
Yeah. So we got a video of the new filtering system. So check that out right here.
You on? Yeah. So fresh water over here is basically impossible to find, and they had someone come and run water from a long ways into a filter system, and now they got clean tap water to drink. They don't have to worry about nothing, and it's actually really good. It's really good stuff. So it's awesome. Love it. I love it. Yeah, it was pretty refreshing, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was nervous, I'll be honest, because I was told do not drink it. And I'll be honest, Micah said something after I drank it that kind of, I was like, oh boy, did I mess up? And I think some others drank it as well.
I drank some.
Yeah,
I drank some, yeah.
He's like, well, we'll find out in the morning. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, we'll find out how really good that filtration system is.
Oh boy, I was like, this is not going to turn out good, because you get sick. I mean, you get utterly sick if you drink it. I think the parasites and things of that nature in the water. So yeah, I mean, like, that's one of the things that we take so for granted here. Is mentioned earlier, just the thing of turning the faucet on, and having water, and over there, that's a luxury. I mean, if you get running water, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
So
100%. So the trade school, we ended up spending that night with them. We went back to the farm lodge, and I think all of us crashed pretty hard that night. But we woke up the next morning, kind of packed a couple day bags, and we left out for Imbarara, and not Imbarara.
Sassy?
No.
No, it is Imbarara. I'm sorry. And we went out to the Victorious School and spent some time where I think all of us truly left our hearts.
Mm-hmm.
I think for me that was my favorite city to be in, the favorite group of kids. I found a kid that has the same name as my son, my oldest son, Jeremiah, and fell in love with him. We hung out a lot, and so we got to go experience a service with these kids and just hear them worship, hear them tell some of their memory verses, and just hear from.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this right now: when it comes to their services, and them children worshiping, and their heart for God, and their, I guess, how they view God as the true provider, and you can just see it through their worship, their emotion, and these are not adults; these are children.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it spoke to me like I've never been spoke to before. It's just in the sense of that, we don't understand. We complain about our needs in America, and they are so they compare nothing to what these children are going through. And yet, I heard I think it was probably a 10-year-old child told me this, that God provided for us yesterday, and He promises that He'll provide for us tomorrow, and we have faith and trust that will happen.
Yeah,
I mean, the faith that these children have and the worship that they go, and it's a little different than our American culture when it comes to worship, but you can just feel the presence of God there. So it's remarkable.
The service was awesome for me because it really, a lot of things, it's like the Lord just spoke to me a lot in those services. But after the services, I think the thing that really touched all our hearts is we got to tour their facility.
Yes, man.
And so to see the needs that they have, and in this particular area, this school, they're doing a lot of rent, and they're renting a lot of facilities, trying to make it work. And so they had purchased some new land and stuff, and so there's a lot of good stuff happening there. And so for all of us just to walk around, and you're going to see some video as I'm talking here, that of just their school, what the needs were, kind of what they were doing, the food that they were eating, and things like that. That I think it really, the biggest thing out of this was, I think it just broke our hearts.
Yeah. And just some of the most simple things like their restroom. I mean, just what the way they their urinal, I guess you would call it. The place, the way they were sleeping, and
their
showers, and I mean, we're talking dirt floors, multiple children per bed, and just all the needs, and still in that, they are just so happy.
Yeah.
And there's just so many things that were heartbreaking, really.
Yeah, and I think that for me, as we're walking around those facilities, seeing just like Jimmy said, the shower, seeing, their classrooms, and seeing, the cool thing about walking in their classrooms, you see what they're learning.
Yeah.
And seeing that they have such a desire to change their situation. All they need is just a hand to help them up. And so, and we're going to talk more about this school probably a lot more in the next episode. But I think the biggest thing was it just it pricked our hearts. But we also had a lot of fun at that school too.
Man, the children were
so we got
awesome.
to spend some time with them at their football pitch, as they call it. And I know, I know it doesn't look like it, but Clinton and Jimmy turned out to be some soccer, as we would call it in America, soccer stars.
Yeah, I need everybody to hear this, that I scored 2 goals. I was the MVP, by the way.
That's
I mean, it was against 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, but so
they may assisted a little.
Yeah. When Jimmy scored, the guy dove the opposite way, I think on purpose. Jimmy's like, "Hey, I'm gonna kick it here," and so he's like, they had it all planned, and the kid jumped the other way.
the thought when they're coming toward me with the ball, I'm like, please don't pass that ball to me. I can't move anymore. Like, you don't understand. I have to move more when the ball.
We actually got some footage of them on the soccer pitch. It's pretty entertaining.
Give me every time. I got a point though.
So you could see right there we're also handing out suckers. They loved the suckers. Honestly, we kind of got mauled.
It was, as you can see, we reached a point in that video where our hands went up and we said we surrender, because let me tell you something. You get 30 children wanting what kind of suckers did we have? Dum-dum suckers. And you get 30 of them surrounding you, and the impact that they make on you, they will move you like you're a piece of paper. And we were getting absolutely dominated by these children when 100%. It comes to, like, we tried to get them in order, like, say, line up, we'll pass them out. No, that did not work. It was a handful of them that got ripped from you in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, Lyndon was the smart one. He didn't even get close to the suckers.
I did a little bit. But I grabbed a camera and acted like I was taking some pictures.
You sit back and just watch it burn.
Yeah, I think there's a really cool picture of you with some kids with the camera. So we'll make sure to add that in here. But it was just such a fun experience to get to see those kids and see, to spend time with them. And that's all they wanted. I FaceTimed my wife while I was sitting over there. And I'm talking to my wife while she's at work, and it pops up, and like as FaceTime opens up and she answers, I've got probably 20 kids behind me, and she's so shocked, and she's like, "Hi everyone," and all the kids are like, "Hey," and they're just talking to her, and so it was such a I can truly say my heart is there.
Right.
And so and I know for all you guys and for Connie that's not on this episode, he'll be on the next episode with us. It's such a special area for us now.
It is.
So anything else? Any other impacts about the soccer? I know. Pastor Kip had to have some hamstrings stretched out at one point.
Yeah, Jimmy, made a bad, I guess they call it a tackle in soccer, and like took out his shin, and he got a free kick out of it. But
I'd like to challenge that.
Send it to the booth.
Yeah, send it to the booth.
But
that's great.
man, it was such awesome. So we ended up spending 2 days there, and then we after we left there, we went out to Cassesi. And so Cassesi, we had a pretty long drive through some really beautiful territory, and the beautiful thing of Cassesi is there's a mountain range that runs through there, and I don't know for y'all, but for me, the sheer size of those mountains.
Well, I thought they were clouds like most of the time.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, check out, that's a big old cloud wall over there, and then next thing you know, you get closer, you're like, hold up. That's the mountain.
Yeah, that's a mountain, and so Sean's got some clips of kind of us going into Cassesi and checking it out, so he can kind of play it, kind of see. This is the us coming into Cassesi. Here, the town. It's kind of a little bit more modern when it comes to that. There's actually a mining town that is there that kind of a lot of the English came in and kind of modernized it.
Yeah.
But so this is the school that we actually came to Cassesi to see. they're moving. They have a school kind of closer to the Congo, and they've kind of decided to come and build one a little further from the Congo, because the Congo is such a dangerous place. So they want to kind of give some space away from there. But so you can kind of see this is the new school build that they're building. This is their modern kitchen.
Yeah, they say that this is like for them, this kitchen here is a pretty big deal because it has like 6 burners.
Yeah.
They cook with wood. So if in the video here, you can see right down there at the bottom of them holes is where they actually put the wood in and heat it. So that's going to be pretty big for the orphans or the orphanage in the school there. So
yeah. So this is one of their bathrooms right here that they've built, and Pastor Kip's kind of talking to us about everything that's going to happen, and you can see there's another little bathing facility there, and they're building the 2 dormitories, one for the boys, one for the girls, and then also on down the hill there's an administration building that's being built currently. So just such a cool facility that's going to be able to house a lot of kids. One thing that, looking at the buildings, Pastor Micah was telling us, 150 boys will be able to stay in this one, 150 girls will be staying in this one. And it doesn't look like they'll be able to, just from my mind, right. But they're so efficient with the space that they have.
Yeah. That bathroom right there that's nice. That's a nice, really nice bathroom for in Uganda.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I want to talk about too is, I noticed, you can't see it a whole lot on this video, but man, their scaffolding that they use to build their buildings. I mean, we've seen some of them. Let's see. I don't know if there's any. You'll have to kind of look through this video. Maybe you can see it, but it's unreal how high they go with these little tree scaffolds. Like, definitely not OSHA approved when it comes to.
No,
we would get frowned upon if we used it, but you can see them right there. They are sturdy. Like, they're actually really sturdy. So, and also the way that the buildings are built, them, I guess the brown blocks is that clay or is that?
I forget what they told us it was, but they actually make the bricks there. And as you can see, they kind of have them stacked up right there. And so everything is kind of built on site. They bring the materials in and kind of make those.
They mix all the concrete also right there.
Right there, yeah.
That's what amazed me, is every bit of that concrete work that you see, the slab, they hand mixed every bit of it, poured it, finished it, and that's something here that just doesn't happen.
And all those buildings will look like the ones on the right there when they're finished. They'll be all like plastered or whatever on the outside.
Yeah,
that's insane.
So there's a clip here that I'll kind of explain a little bit more in detail of what they're doing. So this here is a area that the ministry they bought this land, and they are actually building an orphanage here at this location. It's in a phase location. You've got the lake in the background. They're in like phase 2, I think is what they said. They're building the dorms right now, and they got the kitchen, the bathrooms all done. And they bought land with this, or extra land with it, so they're going to be able to have crop, have chicken houses on it, things like that for the orphans. And so their plan is they have another orphanage about, I think they said 30 miles from here, that is like on 1 acre of land right next to the dirty city, and these children have never experienced anything like this. So they're hoping by, I think, first of next year to bring that orphanage, all them orphans, over here to this location. And they're actually having a self-sustaining property where they'll be able to, first of all, be safe. They'll be able to learn skills as far as farming, taking care of chickens and things of that nature. So yeah, this is pretty awesome. This is great. Big old septic hole right here that they said it took them like 2 days to dig. This is all dug by hand. It's probably 50 feet down, I would say. Unreal. But yeah, that's their septic tanks here. So it's pretty cool.
And
hey, I just wanted to give a quick update from our construction at our Concessi Lighthouse Academy and Home for Children right here in the heart of Queen Elizabeth Park. We just are amazed at the progress because of our supporters. You are heroes of the faith, and we just thank you for all that you are doing. Right now, I just want to give you a quick update and then introduce some great friends. To my right, we have the administration block and classroom buildings that are being built for the students. To the back there, we have the girls and boys dorms, and in the background, already the finished bathrooms and kitchens back there. We have a deadline of January 27th of getting our kids on campus here at Lighthouse Academy. We're excited about the progress. It's going and blowing, and because of you, it's going to finish up. So keep sending those funds and being a miracle to these 300 kids that need you. This is Clinton Yoder, and and his team came from Hartselle. Is it Hartselle? Fayetteville, Alabama, and this is the leadership team of Yoder Metal and Construction, and they have just partnered with one of our schools in Ibanda that is in desperate need of some dormitories, and we are excited about this new relationship of 130 and Yoder Metal, and can't wait to see what is happening all over the Uganda regions, because people like this and people like you, that it keeps going and growing. God bless you.
It was that kind of explains the work that 130 Network is trying to accomplish, and it's a good feeling to see things like this and see what God is doing through 130 Network to really change not just every orphan that's there, but change Uganda. Their heart is amazing, and Pastor Kip and his group there, Micah and everybody, they're all in. Yeah, they are all in, and it's just it's an awesome thing. So
it's an honor to know them.
Oh, absolutely, yes, and partner up with them to help bring change there. I mean, it's we understand that we are a blessed people in America, and we have the ability to help. So, I would call out other businesses to make sure that you're not just doing things in your business for only your gain, but for the gain of the kingdom, I guess you could say. And so, all the businesses that are involved in building that, what we just seen, thank you. It's going to make a massive impact. So,
absolutely.
Can we? I don't know if we can, but that picture of that hole. Just get back on that and understand that was 2 days a 50-year-old man dug that by himself.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm not talking about like with any type of equipment. I'm talking about with a shovel, a bag, shoot the dirt up, and then climbing his way back out.
Yeah, they said he uses like buckets with ropes to like pull up the dirt, and he built, as you dig it down, he dug like grooves in the side to be able to climb out, like steps in the side to be able to climb out, and in 2 days.
50 years old. What a man.
Yeah,
that's what I would like to see him. That dude looked like a stud, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So we spent some time while we were in Concessi. We actually had the great opportunity. You heard Pastor Kip talk about Queen Elizabeth Park. To go on some safaris. For me, one of the best days when we were over there. I think the kids were probably take the top, but to have a day that we kind of got to just experience the country was pretty awesome. So you can kind of see us kind of talk about we had to get up very early that morning.
That was rough, man.
I think we ended up getting up about 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it was early because I was that was the hotel we stayed at. I think that was the first one that I actually had air conditioner in it.
Yeah.
And it was so nice and cool in there, and I was sleeping so good. When my alarm went off, it was very like I did not want to get up, but what we experienced that day was worth every bit of it.
100%.
Yes.
So check this video out. It kind of intros us going out on the safari.
Well, good morning, guys. We are, as you can see in my background, beautiful sun coming up. We are actually at the equator on our way out to a safari this morning. We're going to do a land safari, and then after lunch we're going to do a water safari. So it's going to be an awesome day. You know, when you go on a mission field, it's always nice to take a few days just to enjoy the, or a mission trip, I should say. It's nice to be able to go out and just enjoy the country a little bit. So today that's what we're going to do, and I think can't tell me that God's not waking up the world and painting a beautiful picture this morning. So we're fired up. I know Corey is. He ain't even paying attention.
It happens.
It does happen.
That's what happens when nothing's scripted. You miss your cues sometimes. But I'm excited. I'm ready to go see a lion eat something. Hopefully not one of us. But if that's what happens, I mean, what a great way to go out. I mean, would you rather die in your bed at 90 years old or say I got eaten by a lion? I mean, I would think my kids would be like, that was awesome. So,
I mean, they'd be in school and be like, I bet your dad didn't die from being eaten by a lion.
Did your dad? And I mean, and let me just directly to my boys, if this does happen, I do get eaten by a lion, Daddy did put up a fight. I ain't going out like some punk. That lion's gonna know I'm there, okay? It's gonna have some sore ribs, okay? Because I'm gonna be all over them things. Probably not gonna have a tail anymore. Probably gnaw it. My initial strategy is to try to get it in a chokehold. And once that's probably not going to work because it's a pretty girthy neck. But I'm just going to go crazy. I mean, just that's all you can do. So, just know that. The sunrise, guys. How about that?
Oh man, that was, like I said, God was painting a picture. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if I've seen a sunrise.
How about this right here? So some of you guys that are Facebook friends with us probably saw this on my page. We got greeted with the elephant as we're coming into the park. I mean, like the Walmart greeter as you're walking in. That dude was huge. Clinton?
I got so excited when I seen him. Like, I was like, wow, this is amazing. I mean, this elephant wasn't little. This was a massive elephant. And let me tell you something. When he turned and towards us and looked at me, let's just say there was a different side of adrenaline that came out of that. I will be honest. It was remarkable. So
yeah. I think for us, number one, those trucks were so comfortable.
Yeah.
Like, I almost fell asleep several times, like, just being out there because it's so peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, seeing all these animals. Like, Lyndon, like, talk to me about what kind of because me and you rode side by side, so we kind of had the same perspective. What did you think about the safari?
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. I actually got a pretty cool video of two of these. I forget what they're called. Two of those fighting each other. You can hear them hitting horns and everything. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. So we went from there to and there's so much footage that we can't put everything in here, and but so be looking out for a lot more of the safari in later videos. But what we're looking at now is actually the start of the water safari, and man, we got right up on them hippos and the elephants and stuff, and just seeing them in their natural habitats was remarkable. I mean, the size. You know, you view a elephant, or you see an elephant in a zoo, mm-hmm. or a hippo in a zoo, it does no justice to mm-hmm. seeing them in their habitat. I mean, you realize real quick that you are not at the top of the food chain anymore.
No, I know that elephant like that we saw. I mean, and guys, like, that video don't do it justice. When Clinton says that him and the elephant made eye contact, I mean, what, 4 foot away?
Oh yes, like I was trying to decide where I was going to go, because if he wanted to just turn and wreck us, he could have done it without even blinking an eye.
So it's kind of, so we were in two different cars. So I think Clinton and Lyndon were in the front car with Pastor Kip and Stephen, and then you had myself, Micah, Pastor Micah, Connie, and Jimmy in the other car. And so we're kind of sitting there, and Micah sees it. Okay, so we see it coming around y'all's car, and we're all like, whoa, like everybody just kind of stops. And like one of the funniest thing, as he's walking up, we see it walking by y'all's car, and Pastor Micah just rolls up his window like it's gonna make any difference. And like, you know, he was like, guys, if he wanted to, that dude could destroy us. And so, just a little background context, though, we had actually had a similar Pastor Micah had went on a mission trip. He was telling us about safaris and stuff, and he went on one in Rwanda, and he talked to us about how he got charged by an elephant. And so when they charge, they kind of flap their ears back and forth and kind of get real aggressive, and then they charge. And so the entire time that elephant's walking up, I'm like trying to see, like, is he flapping his ears? Like, I'm trying to, like, it's going to make any difference, because I'm just sitting in a car. But guys, I mean, even seeing, you know, we got to see some lions. We got to see a ton of water buffalo. We seen some baboons.
Yeah. Warthogs everywhere.
Oh, I mean, Pumbas,
was,
as they call them, which, you know, it was just so awesome to be out there in nature. And for all of us that are you know, really outdoors kind of people, you know, it was just so awesome to see God's creation out there. So Jimmy, what was your favorite part of the safari?
Oh man, hard to really pinpoint one specific thing, but they were all, it was all really it's really nice. Just getting out there, especially at that sunrise, and then that elephant just opening us up to that right there, and seeing it, and just like, man, what a massive animal. I've been to zoos, completely different.
Yeah, we
had a really good time.
We didn't get to see a lion eat anything. That was the only disappointing thing.
That was
I was like,
little disappointing.
I tried to get, when we seen some lions, they were kind of sleeping under a tree. I was trying to get somebody to run out there, and maybe Corey, and then run back and bring them closer. But you know, they frowned upon that. They said that probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Yeah,
I mean, like you seen in the video, like I thought that was going to happen, according to what Corey was saying about fighting a lion.
The thing was, here's the deal. We saw a female lion and 3 cubs. I didn't want to take that mama from them 3 cubs. You know, I didn't want to do that to her. She's got a family to raise, you know. And I certainly didn't want to take out one of the cubs.
Yeah,
I mean,
we had such a good time.
Dude,
like you know, we seeing all these videos and everything. We had so much fun as a group, man. Like, memories that were made were just remarkable throughout this whole thing. I mean, just a lot of jokes, I mean, some gut wrenching laughter. Like it was a good time.
Yeah, so. I think it was. I think all of us as a team became closer.
Yes, I agree.
You know, but so we got to experience the safari, and that was such a life-changing thing for us. But so we headed back the next day to Imbarara, and so then we went to the Lighthouse Academy in Imbarara and spent some time with those kids, and just seeing another set of kids, another people that, you know, a group of people that are just desiring to take that next step, make a difference, and then their pursuit of the Lord.
I think this was kind of a newer school that they had recently kind of started having a lot of connections with.
Yeah.
And a lot of there's a lot of needs there as well.
100%.
You know, one thing and that I want to share as well, you know, there was a comment made that a lot of them children may have never had ever ate any meat even.
Yeah.
That kind of took me back. Like, I'm like, what do you mean they didn't ever taste any meat?
Yeah.
You know, and it's just because of that's the definition of how poor they are. I mean, and
they really are doing the most with what they have.
Yeah,
like they're
100%.
The different schools we visited and stuff. They don't have a lot of books. They don't even really have desks. They just kind of pack into this little room, and the teacher writes stuff on the board, and they learn it. But they learn it.
They learn it. Yeah.
They're very attentive.
Yeah.
So we got a video of us kind of being introduced at that school. So we'll let Pastor Micah kind of tell a little bit more about it.
Okay, so these are my special friends, and I want you to know something. These people came all the way from America to see you. For this group, this is their first time in Africa. This is why we can't have wooden structures.
So here they use firewood to prepare the meals. So this is the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of times these pots will crack and they'll start leaking. And when that happens, they can't get the water to the correct temperature in order for the water to be safe. Because the water goes down, gets on the fire, they can't get the fire hot enough, and it's hard to, it takes longer for them to make food. And those pots are expensive to replace. So what they do is they take them to a welder and they'll weld them. But
yeah, it was like, as you can see there, you know, that just like the kitchen. I mean, that's their kitchen.
Yeah.
You know, but I love how the excitement of them children, like,
dude.
You know, just that little clip you've seen, that's them the whole time you're there.
Yeah.
They are just so excited for you know, to be there, or for you to be there.
Yeah, and seeing them, they danced for us, you know, and then they did a couple worship songs, and seeing their heart pour out for the Lord. And as we're touring the facility and stuff, you know, we were seeing their classrooms, and this is where they learn, but it's also where they sleep.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you got a 10 by 10 room that, you know, they're telling us, you know, 60 kids could be sleeping in. And then you think back to the worship service, you see their situation, and they sang a song that, to be honest, it just keeps ringing in my ear and in my head. You know, they sang a song that says, you know, Lord, you know, how blessed is your name, you know, and they're so thankful for everything God's given them.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, from an American's perspective, you're like, you don't have that much.
Right.
And to me, my heart was so convicted.
Oh yes.
I think I probably cried a lot in that service. That how thankful they are to God for everything they give, and it just convicted my heart on a spiritual level of, you know, how much I've taken advantage of the grace of God, and how much I've taken advantage of His faithfulness in my life.
Yeah, I mean, just you know, going into the way they get water at this school.
Yeah.
It's about a kilometer downhill to a lake, and they carry jugs down this steep hill twice a day. I think I heard. I think for them to get enough for the school, they have to do it twice a day. And these are young children doing it. There's this is not an easy task, and so we had decided that we would love to give you know, at least do one of their trips down there. And so, you know, Micah mentioned it to us, and we're like, we're all in. Of course we're going to do this. I mean, I ain't going to let, you know, we can save the kids from having to do this one time, right?
Yeah.
Well, there was another side to that we didn't really think ahead of.
Yeah. The walk down was great. But as most things in our life, it's that back half, that going uphill, that began to be challenging. And I think Sean's got some video of us going down and trying to help these kids out. So go ahead, Sean.
should have started it more on that note. Yeah, that's enough. You should have started it. Hey!
That's more the issue than anything. It's my hands.
So you could see wasn't as easy as we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of footage that probably shouldn't be played because we were literally dying. Like you mentioned how much you think them cans weighed.
Man,
how much you think they weighed?
I'll tell you.
35 to 50 pounds.
I'll tell you how much they weighed at the bottom of the hill. Yeah. They probably weighed about 35, 50 pounds, but at the top of the hill, they probably weighed about 600 pounds. That's how it felt.
Like we were. There's some photos and things that we will show here that kind of describes how rough it was. It was a challenge. I'll say that. I never thought it was going to be that tough
100%.
when we're headed down there.
There's a picture of me and Lyndon, and I know it looks like I'm about to just croak over. Like there was a comment made that they should have just dug 6 graves at the top of the hill and just buried us after. But that's it. Literally, at one point, I stopped, and I was sitting there, and I was like, "This is where I'm gonna die." Like I had come to terms with it, and it wasn't the strength side of it; it was the lung capacity. Like for me, like I had just ran out of wind, and so I know it was like that night before I felt like I could breathe again. Lyndon, I know you probably had the least trouble walking up the hill, but even you had some times you had to stop.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't leave my man behind either. I had to stay back with you. But my forearms, like from holding, I had 2 jugs, and I just couldn't keep a hold of them. I had to keep stopping and letting my forearms rest a little bit.
I remember that we'd come up to like a little checkpoint, and there'd be somebody sitting there, and I'm just like, please do not ask me a question. I can't breathe to talk.
Yeah.
Please don't try to talk to me.
That's what like everybody kept being like, "Hey Corey, you okay?" And I'm like, I can't talk right now. Like I would just like nod or be like, yes, I'm okay. Like,
yeah. You know, the sad thing about that is, you know, that's a big need, man.
Yeah.
Like you know, getting them like at that first school we were at, they were able to get running water to there, and you know, that's the kind of things that they need over there. They need people to be willing to do their part to be able to get them resources, because that takes a lot of their time as well. That's what we got to understand is, you know, they are in survival mode. So if we can help them kind of overcome some of them obstacles, it gives them even more time to, you know, focus on other areas that could, you know, better their lives and make their lives better. So, but yeah, that was a fun experience.
It was really awesome. Looking back on it, if Pastor Micah, you know, next time we go over, if he asks us to carry some jerry cans, I'll probably be like, well, let's put them in the van. But I think it was really awesome to experience.
It was the experience. Yeah, the wise thing would have been to probably put it in the van and go up and down twice, but you know, we wanted to experience what they are experiencing themselves. So
I was waiting on like, you know, if one person said, I'm going to do it, you know, all of us men
that's what happened is Pastor Michael was like, hey, do you want that lung capacity up just a little bit? But I don't know if there's any prep that you can do to just to do that.
You would be in shape if you did that twice a day. I promise.
100%.
It's humbling to know that those kids do that twice a day.
Yeah.
Just it humbled me. I know it humbled you guys. Yeah. Just getting to the top and dying.
Yeah.
And the kids are looking at you just like.
You know what hit me was when I topped that hill. There was I think it was like 3 children that were probably 5, 6 at the most, were like standing there, like reaching out to me for them to carry the cans the rest of the way, and I'm like, no, this ain't happening. There is no way that I'm allowing a 5 or 6 year old to come and take these jugs from me to carry the final 50 yards.
Yeah.
But that was, to them wouldn't have been much to it.
Yeah, they were like, "Hey, you already got it up here. Let me help you out." But it was such a great experience to see. So to kind of finish up, we left Imbarara. We actually had a little that was on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We spent some time in Imbarara doing some other things that we're going to kind of talk about in a later episode. Went to church at Daystar Cathedral there in Imbarara, and it's such an awesome time there. But we ended up leaving after church. We drove back to Kansas. No, I'm sorry, not Kansas. Kampala, and kind of getting back to get us where we were going to be leaving on Tuesday. And we kind of worked in, I think we've talked a little bit about on this podcast that a lot of us are big golfers, and Pastor Kip and Pastor Mike also play golf. So we got the chance to go play a really, really beautiful golf course at Lake Victoria golf course. And so for us, that was a big deal. It was a really cool experience because they actually give you caddies. So to get to play like your own tour, you had to walk the course. I know that was by about hole 16, my ankles and my feet were yelling. But what a beautiful, and you could see in these pictures, such a beautiful course, very challenging course.
Yeah, it was. Let me ask Jimmy, how many balls did you lose?
I do not want to say. No, I lost probably 20 balls, and I was definitely the laughing stock.
The caddies were trying to get
were probably made.
The caddies were trying to get your swing figured out, and they finally just said, "Aim way left."
Yeah.
They started giving him his putter from way off the fringe too, instead of a wedge.
Use this.
Yeah, we split up in two groups, so we had a little competition. So we had you three and Pastor Micah versus me, Pastor Kip, Stephen, and Conrad were all in my group, and so we started out playing one game on the front nine, and then we kind of need to speed it up a little bit, so we played like a true scramble on the back nine. And I asked Pastor Kip on like the third hole if his back was hurting yet from carrying our team. So Pastor Kip's
good.
He's a really good golfer, and so I was really thankful that I picked him on my team because we won. And I just want that to be said. Nothing I did nothing. Okay. It was all Pastor Kip, and Steven actually had some really good shots, and Connie had some good shots, but I did nothing.
Yeah, it was to golf at a place like that and have a caddy and everything, the experience, and they're right there with you. You have conversations with the caddy, you talk about their life and what they're experiencing. You really got to know them good, and that was just in that in itself was a lot of fun. By the way, David is my caddy. If he hears this, great job, because you did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, my caddy, she was awesome. She tried to fix my swing a little bit, and I think it got me a little bit because my swing is not a conventional swing at all, but it works. And so she tried to fix it a couple times. I think it just went downhill from there. I should have just stuck with what I was doing, but
it was a good time rolling up into that y'all are the group in front of us. Actually, y'all passed us on the course because we were playing so slow. And also some of the guys had to get to the airport, that afternoon. So, but yeah, you did a phenomenal job calling.
Yeah. So the 18th green is an island green, number one. So if you don't know it's just basically a green out there in the middle of the lake. So you got to be pretty precise. And so, but the cool thing was our group had finished before y'all started. So me and Conrad actually, they had a little deck that you could see the 18th green. So we went in there, we got us a cold Coke, and I think he got him a Crest, and we walked out. We just kind of sat and saw you guys finishing up your round. So I took the opportunity to do my best audition to call the next year's Masters. So you can take a look at this video.
Group 2 now on the 18th green. Clinton Yoder blows a shot that probably was a makeable putt. Now they are letting their caddies putt for them, which is really honestly against the rules and probably will forfeit the match for it, but misses the putt as well. Wow. Lyndon Yoder now lining up the putt in his traditional catcher's stance, like it's going to make any difference. Lyndon Yoder, calf showing, unlike most Mennonites of his community. Lines up the putt and puts it down the hill. It's got good pace. Does it have the line? And misses the putt. Clinton goes down, and that has to be embarrassing for Lyndon. And taps it in. Incredible stuff. And now Jimmy looks like he's now going to go back up there and try the putt. This is a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off for him. Jimmy Herndon. A lot of people call him Big Ears McGee. He's still lining up the putt. And he putts it. It comes down the hill. It is moving, and past the hole. So definitely not the ending that they would like, but wow. What a round of golf. The traditional hats come off, the shaking of the hands, the commencement of a round well done.
Corey, that was done pretty well.
I think I got another career opportunity. So people at the Masters, y'all give me a call. But just an awesome experience. And that afternoon we went and hung out by the pool and got a massage and everything. And it was just a cool experience to be there. And then we kind of the next morning got up and hopped on the plane and came home. And so
it was that flight on the way back was tough. I'll just be honest.
It was brutal.
I fell asleep and thought I slept for the whole flight, and I woke up and it still said 9 hours later. Yeah. So that was.
It felt like we were on that flight home longer than we were in Africa.
I think so.
I know at one point, like I had looked at it, it was like 8 hours left on the flight. And I watched an entire movie, and then I went back and checked it, and it was like 7 hours and 45 minutes. Like that. Like I felt like we were just stuck in time.
Yeah.
But man, it was so good to be home. So good to see my family. Yes. Be back. Now we're back with the team, and I think it's given us just such a fire to make things happen here, so that we can, in turn, make things happen over there. But guys, I mean, I had such a fun time, and it's going to be, like I say, we got a whole nother episode we want to talk about with this. We've got a whole nother video that we're going to make of the whole trip, and it's going to be a something that I think for all of us is just life-changing, and we hope that you guys seeing this, it can help you understand that you don't have to just sit on the sidelines. You can get active. Like, you can go and partner with 130. They're a great organization. But it doesn't have to be 130. Find something you're passionate about and make a difference. Yeah. And like we say it all the time on this podcast, lead with purpose. Find something that gives you that purpose. For us, it's this. It doesn't matter if it's somewhere local. It doesn't have to be all over the world. But find something that gives you purpose and lead with that.
Yes. And I would say that, there's a lot of things we did not show on here. There's a lot of things that a lot of content that is really good that we just touched the surface of our trip, and the impact that it left on each one of our lives will forever feel it, will forever change our focus even a little more here at work. But I would say defining this week for me, or the 10 days we were there for me, would be that I realized that God has me right where I need to be, and I can make the biggest impact right where I am. So everybody out there, where you are today is where you can make the biggest impact. You know, God may call me into somewhere different, may call some of us into something different one day. But if we continue living our life according to his will, that where you stand is where you're supposed to be and where your purpose is. So make sure that you're making the biggest impact with what you have. Over there was mentioned that they make do with what they have, and they make do well with what they have. You know, so don't ever get to a point where you're only looking out for yourself. Always have that servant heart, and we preach that all the time. You know, it's who we are here in our business, and it's who you need to be in your business or in your life, whatever aspect of life you're in. Is make sure that you're not only doing it for your own benefit, but you know, what can I do above this for others? And that goes right into the verse of the week. I want to share. It says, "Every man according as he purposeth in his heart, so let him give, not grudgingly, nor of necessity, for God loveth a cheerful giver." I think, and that's found in 2 Corinthians 9:7. I think that verse goes so well with our experience in Africa. You know, God loves a cheerful giver. You know, that doesn't mean that you have to give a lot. And it doesn't mean that you have to give to Africa. But wherever God has it in your heart, give. Give of what you have, because it can make more of an impact. And that's one thing I realized over there is how little, you know, funding or whatever that is from America can impact them in a big way. A little bit can impact them in a big way. So yeah, check out 130 Network. They're a great group of guys and gals there that are truly wanting to, you know, make a difference in this world. And yeah, it's just, I feel like that verse goes well. You know, it says, you know, as he purposeth in his heart. That's whatever God, you know, tells you to do. Make sure you're doing it. Make sure you obey God's calling on your life in giving and in your business and so forth. So, guys, I enjoyed this. Enjoyed just a recap of the whole trip. You know, going through a lot of the videos and photos and things, just kind of bring it all back to, you know, what we actually experienced. And I hope each one of the viewers out there today truly felt and can feel what we're trying to show y'all. And I know this one was a lot of more of the enjoyment things and a lot of the fun things we did. But remember to check back with our podcast, because there will be another episode really focused on the why and what the needs and the impact and so forth that you can make. And it was just, yeah, guys, it changed our hearts. And I'll tell you this, every listener out there, if you ever get an opportunity to go to a country like that, don't turn it down, because it'll change you for the better. I promise you that. That's a guarantee. Yeah. It'll change you for the better. So, guys, thank y'all so much for coming on, spending some time with us, Jimmy and Lyndon. I really enjoyed it. Listeners, make sure that you continue to subscribe, continue to comment back and forth to our videos. This podcast is really continuing to grow. By the way, we hit our 50,000 subscribers since our last episode.
Well, while we were in Africa.
Yeah, while we were in Africa.
Got that news, and we're so thankful for you guys, because, I mean, honestly, I know for me and you, when we sit and talk about it, we are amazed by it, because like we joke, and this is really true, we're just two rednecks from Alabama that have just been given this opportunity to share life experiences, share things like that. So for 50,000 people to say, like, hey, I want to see your content, it means the world to us. And really, we don't just absorb that. I know personally, you know, when I see that, I give glory to God, because
Amen.
that's at the end of the day who that should go to. So we hope that you guys are getting true value out of this. And one thing I will say, if there's a topic that you say, hey, you know, Corey, I want to know more about this, let us know in the comments. Follow our Facebook page. Let us know those things, and we'll try to cover them as we can.
Yes, absolutely. So, as we always say, as we leave a podcast, you know, we love y'all. You know, share this, like, subscribe, and always in every aspect of your life. You all are leaders of some kind. So make sure that every time that you are leading, that you're leading with a purpose behind it. And I promise you, not only will you change your life, your family, your community, but you can change the world. And so we need more servant leaders. So I love y'all. God bless you. And thank you so much for watching. Hey guys, thank you so much for being with us today. We're so excited to continue this season. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our YouTube and Spotify.
And make sure to leave us a comment. We would love to hear your thoughts. And remember, always lead with a purpose.
Welcome back into the channel, guys. As always, your host here, Clinton Yoder. Got Corey McClendon here beside me. We're so excited to get another episode going. Season 3 has been amazing. Just getting back from Africa. We're now shifting into some new content that we're getting out, so we are excited to get it going. We got some amazing guests coming on today. We're going to kind of dive into the topics of YouTube, social media, and the positives of it, the negatives of it. Just a great conversation around starting a YouTube channel, sustaining a YouTube channel, and all that goes with that. So guys, I'm excited to share this content with you, and make sure you stick with us because I think you'll really enjoy understanding what it takes to do this. And there's a lot of people out there I know that have asked these questions, and we hopefully today can answer some of those. So Corey, you ready to get this episode going?
Man, I am fired up and ready to go.
Good deal, good deal. So stick with us. Welcome in to another episode of Yoders Talk.
He got so mad because he would be sending me personal messages at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I was working swing shifts, all kind of stuff, and expected me to answer it all the time. And I finally just blocked him, and that he put all kind of negative stuff on social media, wishing I'd die, stuff like that.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're trying to teach an 8-year-old kid how to go deer hunting, and they get screamed at one time on social media because they shot a spike.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're ruined. They may not ever go again.
They're done.
It's like saying real men don't drink pumpkin spice lattes, and all this stuff. And to be honest, that was my first real exposure to doing this. I would be lying if that didn't affect me some.
Right.
Guys, welcome back into the channel. Happy you're here. We're excited to get this next episode kicked off. Man, it's been feels like time's been just scooting by. We are getting close to a year into this of doing this podcast, Corey. It is crazy how quickly it's already went by. It's all because of y'all. Y'all have just been amazing. All the attention that we're getting, shares, likes, subscribers, it makes no sense to us. We give all the glory to God. It's just been amazing.
Yeah.
So Corey, we got some amazing guests coming on today. I'll let you bring them in. Let's do it.
Yeah. So today we have a little different. We've actually brought in Daniel Williams and Michael Perry. Both these guys have YouTube channels of their own. And very successful. So we're just honored that both you guys would join us here today. So guys, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having us. Yeah, thanks for the invite. It's awesome. We appreciate it.
We're gonna have a great conversation today and just kind of talk about not only what you guys are doing, but maybe hopefully share some insights on how you guys did it and kind of talk about maybe why other businesses and other people should kind of open up themselves to start that journey.
Yes. I think a lot of people, there's a fear factor when it comes into venturing out into something like this. Mm-hmm. And so, man, if I can do it, if we can do it, anybody can do it. It's the way I look at it. And so, guys, I mean, we'll start with you. Just kind of give a little background of yourself. Kind of what you do, what your channel's about.
Well, when I started, I was a meat market manager for about 25 years, started doing taxidermy on the side, and got into really wanting to become a full-time taxidermist. So I started watching YouTube videos, and that's how I learned. I've never actually watched a deer mounted in person. And as I learned, I also learned that there was a lot of things that I couldn't find. So I got to experimenting and trying to figure out the best way to do this and that. And the more I experimented, I got to thinking, I really ought to just start a channel just to have some things on there to help people see how to do this stuff that I can't find. So that's originally what I did. Honestly, I didn't even know that you got paid on YouTube. You know what I mean? I didn't know that it could be a business or anything lucrative. But I just thought it would be kind of neat just to help some folks. Mm-hmm. And as I got to doing it, it was just like, the more I did, the more people asked, how do you do this or how do you do this? And pretty soon it kind of got the ball rolling. Mm-hmm. And it's like we mentioned before we got started the podcast about how you didn't realize how much it would help a business.
Right.
Like from the business standpoint, I kind of had separated the social media thing from my taxidermy shop. Because once I went full-time taxidermy, that was about 3 years ago, I ended up quitting my job, going full time because I was finally getting enough, deer to be able to make a living. But I was working with more of posting to Facebook, like regular posts where you would just do advertising for a business.
Right.
But when I started the channel and got more involved with the social media aspect of it, kind of the whole life of social media, it was amazing the difference it made in the business end. I don't know if because it makes you look more legitimate or just the honesty, because through social media, whether you like it or not, people know you.
Oh, yes. I agree.
And they may even know you better than you know yourself. Yes. And I would highly recommend, if anybody thinks that they know how to do something or want to give advice, you should video yourself and then edit that video. Yes. And you will realize really quickly what you do not know. And you're like, I can't believe I said that. It's really amazing.
Yeah. What's the name of your channel?
The Cedar Ridge Chronicles.
Cedar Ridge Chronicle. We'll throw that up there so people can see that. So is it more than just has it now ventured into other aspects of your life?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Originally what I wanted to do is just do hunting and fishing videos. I was like, I'd love to have a channel doing that, but I never did start a channel. And then when I got doing taxidermy, I was like, well, I need to start a channel so I can do this. Well, then it got to be hunting season and fishing, and I started doing some videos. And what I learned was I don't get a whole lot of view time from those type videos because of the way the algorithm works, and people are looking up taxidermy stuff. But looking back at it from a personal standpoint, to be able to document your life in that way, not only can you influence others positively or negatively, depending on your personality and what kind of channel you've got, but you also have these memories that are way better than a picture.
Yes.
Like the stuff like me and my wife's vacations. I mean, her catching, she's caught 2 pompano over 3 pounds. Like stuff that, I caught an 8-pound speckled trout, stuff that is incredible and looks cool in a picture. But I've got it on video.
Yeah. Others can experience it.
Exactly.
As well.
I've told so many people, I'm like, man, if you would just start something like this just to document your life, you'd be amazed how much money you can make just documenting your life. And then you've got this catalog of memories, and you can help influence, because I talk about a lot on my channel too, that a lot of people in social media are such bad influences.
Oh yes.
And social media has such a bad reputation for negativity and for trying to get likes based on bad things. You know what I mean? Shock factor, shock value.
Yes.
So the only way to combat that is to have a social media channel. You know what I mean? Combat social media with social media. Like, you can do good on both ends.
Absolutely.
And it's that way in your whole life.
Yeah.
So to be able to bring a positive influence and a positive channel into that, I mean, I don't see how anybody, like, if you did anything that you would like to have recorded, I mean, it's so great to have a channel.
Yeah, and I didn't realize the amount of people actually want to watch what you do, and I'm talking just in general.
And we've talked about that before, because any kind of reality TV, it's all it is.
Yeah,
except that this is real.
Yeah, exactly. And people are curious about how others are living, and what others are experiencing in life, and that's what we've noticed. Like, our last episode we put out was the trip to Africa, and the response that we've getting off of it is unreal. It's because people, they can in a sense live out what we experienced as well.
Correct. Well, people are so unengaged from real world now,
Yes.
or they work too much, and people don't remember, or they've never experienced what the real world is and what life is like hands on. So it's new to a lot of people. People see you do stuff like that, and they don't even realize it exists out there. And I think it inspires a lot of people to actually get off the couch and go outside and
do things. Yeah. So, Michael, on your end, kind of give us a little rundown of how you got started and all that good stuff.
Well, I'm a big public land hunter, me and my wife, so I grew up hunting public land. And years ago, when Alabama Outdoor News magazine, did you ever heard of that? I run into one of the editors at a piece of public land and was talking about hunting, and they asked me about writing. And was pretty successful, our family, and I started writing some pro bono hunt advisors for them. Done it for like 14, 15 years, and then after they went out of business, the magazine stuff, it's a tough business nowadays because all this new social media, and you can see everything, you can read everything and see everything on a phone or on a computer. So I met Daniel and talked to a couple other people about maybe trying to figure out a way to share public land hunting and the availability of it, the promotion of it, and what you can do with it. So started a YouTube channel, promoting public land in Alabama. We do some out-of-state stuff too, but also going around in video and meeting other people that do it and that are successful, and also like trying to document, like say one of the places we hunt, it's got the biggest genes, or one of the biggest genes of deer in Alabama, and monster ones, and I've been able so far to video the biggest one that was ever taken.
Nice.
That's been recorded, 3 over 200 inches. So
yeah,
and just showing people that, because a lot of people don't know. They just either just go hunt or squirrel hunt or whatever. They don't really know what's available there or the potential. So because you got different mindsets on about managing deer, or not managing, or what you should shoot. So, but we're not against or say promoting specific management theories, but just the availability of it. If you want to shoot a monster buck, the potential is there. If you want to shoot just for meat, that potential is there. We just want you to enjoy it. You don't have to tie up thousands of dollars in hunting club stuff. So there's different mindsets. So
yeah, that's awesome, because there's a lot of people that can't truly can't afford, hunting is expensive. Right. We all know it. It's an expensive. I know that from experience. It's an expensive sport, and so, a lot of people, just you bringing that aspect to it, that hey, you can still do this without having to pay that high dollar for that hunting club or pay that high dollar for that lease. So, and that's the whole idea of this whole social media, YouTube channel mindset, just like we were talking about, is it brings awareness if you do it right. You mentioned something earlier, that there's the bad side, there's the good side. But if you do it right, it can make a very positive impact on people's lives.
Well, there's a lot of good people out there. I'd say I don't know if it's the majority, but the majority of good people don't open their mouths. So there's a lot of people out there that just don't have entertainment anymore, or don't have that kind of availability to watch something on TV even that's got value.
Yeah, because it ain't much out there anymore.
And they don't say a whole lot either about it. They don't talk about it on social media.
It seems like the good people, in a sense, that are out there, they're afraid to speak because of the backlash they get.
The repercussion.
Yeah. Have y'all seen a lot of backlash on y'all's end?
When I first started my channel, I did really bad, because I was teaching partly and I was new, but the way that I went about it was I have no idea what I'm doing. And I'm trying to do this, and I'm going to video it, and we're going to see how it turns out. Well, a lot of taxidermists, man, were losing it on me, talking about I'm teaching bad stuff. I'm like, well, I'm not really teaching.
I'm just showing
what's happening to me, to keep somebody else from messing up. But what I learned through that, and Michael's been a big influence on me here, is as we got our channels, when he started his channel, we got to talking about how people respond to different things. And, I mentioned earlier about how when you watch yourself and have to edit those videos, you start learning things about yourself that you never knew. I mean, I'm 44 years old, and until I started the channel, I learned a lot of stuff about myself that I didn't like by trying to edit my own videos, especially when I was with somebody. Like when I go fishing with somebody, for instance, if they're reeling in a big fish, I'm coaching them, and I'm fired up about it, and I'm trying to help, but I might be screaming at them, and it may sound like I'm really getting on to them, like in a bad way, like negatively. I'm sitting there listening to them, I'm like, good grief, I got to edit that out. That's horrible. Like, what am I doing? But I just want them to be successful.
Yeah, exactly.
In the
it's the passion,
right? The camera don't show what really happened, but. Yeah, at the same time, I'm like, man, I wonder how they felt about me doing that while it was happening. It's crazy. But Michael, like, there's been some times where I had, I've dealt with people on social media where I'm losing my mind. Like, man, it's all I can do not to say something right now. Like, it's really making me mad, and I don't like when these people are doing this. And Michael always tells me, he's like, if you want to be a good influence, you have to be a good influence. All you can do is keep bringing a good influence, and his wisdom has helped me get through some of my, because I'm a little bit hotter tempered. Michael's a little more calm, but I try to reel that in. But it's amazing, like, how much that does help you as an individual, and even as a Christian. Like me trying to be a Christian through the camera, is different in your own mind than it even turns out. You know what I mean? Like you see
I
little bitty failures,
I agree.
Not major stuff, but you can be thinking that you're doing a great job and still find these little things. It's like, I need to work on that.
Yeah.
You know?
I know personally for me, I think it was our first episode that we ever released. I talked about, and it was about this time, I talked about my love for pumpkin spice lattes. and look right here. I've got one right now. And this dude like ripped me in the comments, like saying like, you know, real men don't drink pumpkin spice lattes, like, and all this stuff. And to be honest, like, that was my first real exposure to doing this. Like, I would be lying if that didn't affect me some.
Right.
But like, you know, some of my guys were like, dude, like, you know, you're a dude, like, you're a big tough guy. And he's like, if you want to drink a pumpkin spice latte, drink a pumpkin spice latte.
Right.
But you know, like, putting yourself out there sometimes is challenging, because like you say, like, when you're, you know, we talked about this before we started, you know, just watching your episode or watching you do this content, you know, there's times that even like you're like, oh man, like, you know, my beard looks terrible, you know, like, or I need a haircut or something, that, you know, there is that side of it that you put yourself out there and you're like, you kind of get nervous a little bit, which my wife is one of my best encouragers. She's like, you know, you look fine, honey, you know, and stuff like that. But it's, you get in your head when you put the content out there sometimes. And I think it's important that you guys are both sharing that it does show some things, but it also makes you aware of some things that maybe you need to fix in your life.
Yeah, well, what it reminds me of is kind of like when you're a kid and you first kind of start going to school and you go through those stages of peer pressure where you're trying to adapt and adjust to what others think of you, and you get that skin, like a tough skin, and you learn to be okay with it. And when you start a channel at any age, you go through that same thing all over again. And it really, it makes you so much more of a rounded individual, and you start to respect opinions differently. At least I have, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
and even your words, the way you talk, I don't know if that's affected you.
Oh,
it has me big time. You know, the thing of, I'll be like, I say it like that. That's terrible. I mean, come on.
That's one of the. I've had 3 kind of episodes like where which whenever I started, and I told my wife, I said, when we're going to do this, you just be yourself. Don't even try to act like you're not on camera. Just be normal. But I've had people, like the way I talk, I'll mumble at times and I'll mix words, stuff like that. But I don't worry about it. But I've had people comment, hey, you need to go speech school.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. And then I had another guy that he got so mad because he would be sending me personal messages at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I was working swing shifts, all kind of stuff, and expected me to answer it all the time. And I finally just blocked him. And he put all kind of negative stuff on social media, wishing I'd die and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the worst one is people cannot stand spotlighting areas.
Yes.
Naming areas you hunt. Just say if I'm hunting black warrior, I put pictures out or deer in front of the sign, stuff like that. People get ugly over stuff like that, but I just don't worry about it, because to me, how do you know if you don't know what's being took in a place, or what's, say, if a pond or a lake or a certain part of the ocean, what fish you can catch, how big or whatever, if you don't know what the capabilities is by showing a picture of where it was happening at, how do you know what you can do there?
Right, exactly.
Or what's the potential?
Well, and it was no different 20, 30 years ago before social media, when they had magazines and everything else. I mean, everybody that I knew hunted public land when I was a kid, and they made articles about all of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the same thing.
Yeah. They think they own it's their land, but they think they own it to where that you shouldn't be promoting anything. Like if you kill a big deer on there or whatever, they don't want you to post a picture of it or say where it come from. So.
Yeah, I didn't get your channel name. I want to throw that out there.
18 Outdoors.
18 Outdoors. Good deal. We'll throw that up there too, so people can
the
check
worst
that
comment,
out.
I did get a comment several months ago. A guy said, I would subscribe to your channel if you'd change your voice. I was like, oh, well,
that's great.
One less subscriber. It's just like this.
You know, I think some of it, you know, we've said this on our channel here that we're going to just be authentic, and I think that's what you are saying too. You're authentic, but if you have bad behaviors, work on them, because I mean that's good in life as well. But I think why people feel that you need, to talk about speech, you need to go to speech school and all this and that, is because there's a false narrative on social media over the years of how things should be, and how perfect people's lives are, and how perfect people talk, how perfect people respond to things. And when realistically, that's not even achievable.
Right.
These people, this stuff is edited 20 times to 1, and it's not even realistic.
Right.
And so there's that group out there that tries to use that as, an area to attack. But then what I've noticed is there's a lot of people, the majority of people, appreciate that you're just authentic, that you're just yourself, that you're not trying to.
In doing a channel, I've learned that what I watch has become different, and what I appreciate, like when I'm thinking about how to do a certain video, I'll get to thinking, I'm like, well, when I watch videos like that, I don't like them because they're too staged or they're too, and I've found myself, and a lot of people have gravitated toward more of a, let's just see what this guy does all day.
Yeah.
Instead of
this,
same
fake
routine.
reality. There
Exactly.
you go, fake reality. Yeah.
People are I think they're kind of tired of that now.
Yeah, because everything's so perfect. People's lives end up so perfect.
And even that content's not sustainable.
No, it's just not.
It
It's
just
not.
isn't.
Yeah, I mean, and the truth is, people like seeing that we make mistakes as well.
Well, they relate to it.
That's right.
You know
They like the idea that, hey, this guy ain't perfect. I don't have to be, because I mean that's the truth. We're humans.
Right.
I mean we make mistakes. So, but so Corey.
Yeah, I think let's kind of transition. The one thing that we do want to talk about is, we talk about all the time that we want to lead with a purpose. We want to. That's our heart, is to help the world have more servant leaders and things like that. But what I want to kind of get from you guys is, what would you say your purpose is for your channel? And Michael, we can start with you. Would you say I know you kind of talked a little bit about it, but is that like, I think everybody needs to have that purpose in whatever they do, but
maybe a bigger purpose behind
it. Is there something, a bigger meaning behind what you do?
Just like the public land thing, I don't want any like restrictions or say this podcast here is pretty elaborate, and this is the most elaborate thing I've been in, but everybody's life does not have to be like that. We're all different. So my channel, or me and my wife, whatever we do, the people we talk to, I don't have any fancy equipment. You don't have to have fancy equipment. Like, you don't have to hunt with a rifle. You don't have to hunt with a bow. Just whatever's available, whatever legal, you can do it with that, and just being yourself. Don't try to, be driven by certain social media things to try to compete with that. Just do your thing and enjoy it. And know that there's stuff that you don't have to spend a lot of money on to enjoy it, and to be happy. So, and don't try to live for other folk besides God. So,
right.
So that part is what we're trying to do, and just showing the capabilities, of their hunting and the fishing or the outdoors. Period. Just a lot of stuff we don't really strictly do just hunting. Just everyday stuff associated with hunting or fishing or outdoors, or Daniel stuff, anybody's our friends. We're just trying to promote that. So.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
What about you, Daniel?
Well, mine, I had heart surgery 3 years ago, and when I survived that, and I wasn't supposed to survive all that, it was pretty bad. And when I came through all that and was still alive, it was like, I'm going to start doing this, this, and this. And that's when I started my channel. But what I wanted to do was kind of show people that there is good in the world still. We had gotten to a point, it's bad now, but probably about 5 years ago, it kind of transitioned to some kind of world where we think everything is evil, everything is bad. Yeah. And it's like we talked about, a lot of the good people just kind of stopped talking. So there's still a lot of good, and I just try to, no matter what it is, whether it's taxidermy, it's fun. You're doing artwork. You know what I mean? You're not just working, and you don't have to go to taxidermy school and go to all these little, exact little examples that people give you. Like, you can do it for fun if you want to, if you just want to try to mount a deer. And it's that way with fishing, hunting, and anything else that you ever want to do, where you can actually enjoy life. There's so much good, and I try to get on there and let people remember what it's like to actually just be positive and have a good Monday.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Instead of, oh no, it's Monday, this is going to be horrible. Before you get started, I mean, it's when you're supposed to die and you don't, then you beforehand you always say, well, make the most out of today, or live like it's your last day. Well, until you're told you're probably not going to live, and then you wake up the next day alive, you really, you're on borrowed time, and you don't realize how important every day is. And I know that sounds cliche, but I even thought it sounded cliche until it actually happened to me. And now, I really do. I don't even care what happens tomorrow. I'm at a point in my life now to where I try to do the best I can all the time, and I try to let people. It's almost like grabbing them by the neck and shaking them, where it's like, I need you to listen to me. Get up this morning and enjoy what you're doing, because there may not be literally. I mean, it's
And that thing about enjoying tomorrow, that's something that, I think is so important. We get this thing of, we're trying to, live for. Some people live for retirement. Some people live for, and so we've created this world around us that we live so stressed out. We live so overwhelmed. We things are just. Things ain't going right in our lives. And the reason that is because we've set this standard that we have to achieve.
Correct.
By a certain time, by a certain thing. Right. And what that's done for us is, when we're not achieving them things, we look at our life as a failure. Constantly.
Right.
Over and over and over. But we just got back from Africa. And that brought, what you said right there, brought a lot of perspective to me when it comes to what's important in life.
Right.
We're over there, and you have these children that are carrying water for 5 kilometers just to bathe, to eat, all this and that. We turn a spigot on.
Right.
The smallest things in life we take for granted over here in America. Right. And so I think that with us showing the world through our channels, for us in the Africa thing, we've had a lot of response to the thing of that, man, I didn't realize it was that bad, or I didn't realize, that truly has impacted me to change the way I think. So using your channel to highlight, like you just said, to highlight the thing of that today is, you say you're living on borrowed time. We all kind of are, in a sense.
Right. Exactly.
We really don't know.
Yeah, you don't really know how. I mean, the morning that I went to heart surgery, I was riding a stationary bike to stay in shape, and my heart split open. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, the doctor says, hey, y'all need to spend some time together. He probably is not going to make it to the hospital. And it's like, what? I still feel normal.
Yeah.
But then the first thing in your mind, I don't know if you've ever almost died, thought you were going to die, but you would assume the first thing in your mind would be, oh no, this is scary. I don't know what I'm going to do. The first thing I thought of was, I can't believe this is the last time I did this and this and this and this and this. And then I was out. And I woke up the next day. You know what I mean? And when I woke up, all I wanted to do was jump out of that bed and go do this and this, all those things that I always said, you know what? One day I'm going to do this. And I quit my job. I quit everything. That's when I started hunting public lands, when I met Michael. I quit everything I ever did and flopped around and did everything that I ever wanted to do.
Nice.
It changed. But I wish everybody could experience that and come through it okay.
Yes. It's that song that says, live like you're dying. I think Tim McGraw sings it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so true. And until you experience what that really feels like, you don't understand the importance of just exactly how easy it is to just get there. Like you were talking about, I've taught some on my channel about what I call the cost of convenience. People call it the cost of living, but it's the cost of convenience is what I call it, because at this day and time, people make more money than they've ever made. And it does not cost as much to live as people think it does.
Amen.
And that is the problem with a lot of social media influence, is that people, they see what other people have or what other people do, and they hear the comments about what's expected, like your pumpkin spice latte. You can't drink that.
No.
You know what I mean? You need to do something different. And all of a sudden, rather than drinking tap water, you're buying Fuji or Fiji or whatever, because it's what you're supposed to do. And you end up spending $1,000 a month instead of $400. And like me and my wife, we fortunately, we don't have any bills or anything anymore. We paid everything off, but it's because we stopped doing what we always did. When all that happened, it was like, you know what? I'm going to sell everything I have except my house and my truck. And we're going to pay off everything we have, and we're going to start over from scratch and see what happens. Because, I was kind of nervous. I wasn't going to be making, I was going to make about a half as much money as I'd ever made. I didn't really know what to expect. Well, coming out of it, we ended up with more money per month. And I've talked about, I've gotten a little bit more financial stuff now on my channel when it comes to taxidermy stuff about how to start a business, because you don't realize how much you spend on not just wasting money. It really is, but the more money you make, they say the more money you make, the more money you spend. And you start to see things in a different way. It's like, well, now I can afford the better cup of coffee, or I can afford the better pair of shoes. When the other one was okay to begin with. And when you start deciding on, you know what, we could take 4 family vacations a year instead of going out to eat 4 nights a week. So when we made that transition, because we were nervous, after about 6 months, it became a lifestyle. We were like, we can go to the beach 8 times this year. You know what I mean? And that's what we started doing. And I was like, man, this has turned into an incredible opportunity that I didn't see coming. Like, because we were scared and because we stopped doing everything that everybody expects. All of a sudden, we've built a life for ourselves in 2 years that was impossible 5 years ago when I was making twice the money. And if everybody could just stop, stop what you're doing and stop trying to, like, figure out what you need and figure out how much that costs. And then quit trying to make more than that, because it's going to take time.
Again,
get that time back. It's worth paying for.
The value of time is unreal. I mean, we take that for granted.
How much would you pay for time?
Exactly. I mean, especially especially going through what you went through with the thing of you shouldn't have woke up. You realize the value on another level of what time is worth.
Well, how many people are at work right now saying, I'd give you $1,000 for a week off, or $2,000 for a week off. If you could have 1 week, do anything you wanted. I mean, how much is it worth to you? And all of a sudden, people, you think it's worth $20,000 to go and make that extra $20,000. You go put it down on a truck or whatever. Well, by the time you buy the truck sits in the driveway because you can't afford to leave anywhere. You got to go to work, and it's just it's an ongoing problem. And people don't ever get out of that cycle until all of a sudden they're so mad, and they're all divorced, and they've all lost their kids, and the kids are mad at them, and the kids they have no relationship. That's where a lot of it is coming from. Is not necessarily like a bad family, I don't know, whatever you call it, but it's work. It's just time away from one another. It's time away from what you love and doing what you feel like you have to do to get to that point. Like what you're talking about, I'm trying to get here, and you set a goal, and without that goal, you're a failure until then.
Right. That's the way we view ourselves. And talking on the channel thing, there's a sense of people don't like starting a new channel. Let's kind of transition into that. Somebody starting a new channel, but going along with what you're saying, what in y'all's opinion, how can you help someone that is struggling with, hey, I would love to start a channel, but I got to work. I got these goals here. I got this or got that. What would you tell somebody that is wanting to maybe start putting some content out there, but is afraid, they have fear that it's going to take away from, I guess you could say their dreams and their goals that they have.
Well, with me, I like to look and see how many days I'm working, how many hours I'm working, how many months I'm working. Like, I break everything. I'm real mathematical. Like, I like that kind of structure anyway. But for me, when somebody says they don't have time to do something, I ask them how many hours of the day they worked, or how many hours of the day they watched TV, or how many hours a day they slept. Because when it comes right down to it, even if you're working 10, 12 hours a day, I mean, there's 24 hours in a day, and you've got to sleep at some point in time. But, 8 hours of sleep is enough. And if you've got 30 minutes, you can make a video. And what I started doing when I first started my channel, I didn't want to put anything live. Like, I didn't want to put anything public. Like, I was scared to death. I was like, man, I don't know what people are going to think. But you don't have to make it public. You can video and put it all on unlisted when you start a channel. And when you feel comfortable talking in front of the camera, and you feel comfortable, like, the more you do it, the more you learn about yourself. Like you said, that even editing your own video, you learn to speak, and you get that confidence. Then you can set it to public. So you don't necessarily have to go into it wide open live and just be talking right in front of everybody. But I do think that at this day and time, it's one of the best ways to learn to communicate with people when there's no way to communicate with people. So even if it meant videoing yourself while you were washing dishes, I think it would be a learning process that would grow into structuring time to work on a channel, to actually build on social media. And I think people would realize too that they actually are wasting a lot of time.
And would y'all say that it's a little bit about the priority, having your priorities where they need to be? I mean, if you're going to start a channel, you're going to have to understand that you're going to have to set that time aside.
Right. Yeah, you got to set goals and stuff, and realize that social media or YouTube, whatever, it's so big now. If you think you're going to go in there and try to be a millionaire or whatever like that, you can scratch that. You know, I just say what our goal is say you got a flower there, or my wife's got a flower, or we've got a deer on the wall, or we take a deer, is how you got to that process. How did that flower grow? What it took to do that? What it took for you to get that deer? Our goal is to like show how the journey is. You know, a lot of people, like when they're watching hunting shows, they want to see the shot. I said, well, I'm not worried about the shot. I want to know how you got to the shot. What put you in that position? So, so doing that process of the YouTube channel, or what you want to do, is try to set a goal. What are you trying to do? You know, and then how are you going to get there? Because most people are really, you know, the ones that follow us, and the best comments we get is they like the small details. You know, just like Daniel's channel, he's there's a bunch of ways. Well, how did that deer get mounted? He shows, you know, delicate things, you know, the whole thing, the whole process. So that part means a lot. So whatever you're trying to promote, if it's your lifestyle, or say hunting or fishing or detecting or whatever, is how to get to that. Pick out your little niche and what you want to do, and don't worry about anything that anybody says. You know, the money part. You know, yeah, there's going to be a few guidelines. You got, you know, rules for the Facebook and YouTube and all that. But other than that, try to block, you know, what you think the negativity part out is, and that part's going to be a little bit tough. You know, and there's so many other niche things out there that people are just trying to do, but that don't mean anything. Just like, say, going to Africa. So I was in the Navy for 5 years, and going in different countries, you learn a lot. You know, seeing how other people live, and you come back over here and it's completely different. You know, the people say in Africa, they don't have TVs. You know, there's a bunch of countries you go where they don't have TVs. They don't have news or social media to learn how other countries are. They just know, they think of the United States, but what they hear, what their government tells them, you know, what their government wants them to know, you know. So that part, if you've never been outside the little circle or see other things, you'll never learn anything. You're closed-minded. So, and just what y'all are doing, that part means a lot, you know, is bringing that detail in that people don't really realize. So the kids getting up every day, walking 5 miles to get water just to survive, you know. And just like you say, we open a tap. Or now we're too lazy to open a tap. We go buy a bottle.
Exactly. Right. Well, you're talking about priority too. Like when it comes to priority, like I think a lot of people used to. You know, if you go back, I mean, I won't say the old days, but I mean, it was when I was a kid. You know, when I was a teenager, whatever. Priorities, like my parents set priorities based on what they loved to do. So like you worked so that you could go to the beach, or you worked so that you could go hunting or fishing. Well, nowadays people can't go to the beach because they have to work. And I think when it comes to a channel, I think if you try to just sit down and turn the TV off and take a few breaths and just remember how slow time goes by if you really stop, then you can remember what it is you love to do. And if people remember or even learn, I don't think a lot of people have ever learned what they love because they haven't ever taken the time to do it.
Amen.
I think they get distracted with social media sometimes, where they never learn what they love. And when you get to that point, when you learn what that is, you're going to thrive off of wanting to video that or wanting to take pictures of that, because people don't develop memories anymore. They don't have things to build memories of, and it's so much fun. I think if more people took that time to remember what they loved, then it would become a priority to experience that, and that's what you video.
Yeah. And there's a and I've experienced it now since we've started this channel and so forth. There's a side that, you know, it affected me. I'll admit it affected me a little bit. But when you start a channel, the way people view you in the sense of, oh, you think you've done it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's something that I'll admit, at the beginning it bugged me because that was not my heart.
Right.
That was not why we started this, and I know that's not why y'all started y'all's.
Right.
How could we, or how could y'all explain to people that are facing that fear of what others will think because, you now are a YouTuber, you know, because that's out there. Right. You know, that, I mean, I've had family that have said things that, it a lot of times comes more from your closer group of people. How should we tell people that are maybe struggling with that?
I would say vulnerability. Like that to me a lot of people think it's a bad thing to be vulnerable, but typically if you put yourself in that situation, you grow from that. Mm-hmm. And the vulnerability of starting a channel actually helps you to grow in a way that you're not going to expect. And you begin to accept yourself because all of a sudden the things you think are a problem for yourself, a bunch of people start relating to it. So for that 1 or 2 bad comments, you get 50 good ones. Mm-hmm. And people start to relate to the problems. Like for me, I love putting the problems out there because my last thing, and I'm with you, when I first started, it was like, oh, so you think you're a big taxidermist, you think you're good at this or good at that? And I'm like, yeah. Well, no, like if you watch my channel, I specifically say every video, I'm horrible at this, you know? but for me, that was a huge process. And I'll tell you something else that I used it to help myself learn was because you could get on there and say, I have no idea what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. If any of y'all have got any advice, please let me know because this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to show y'all how I'm going to do it, and we'll see how it turns out. Yeah. Well, that's just as honest as you can be, and if somebody criticizes that, that's on them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But the amazing part about social media is the people that show up that you never expected, and all of a sudden there's 50, 100 people, and they're like, hey, if you'll buy this and try this, that will fix that. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden your life's easier.
And that's where the communication has been formed.
Exactly, and yes. As a business or as a person, I mean, on a personal level, anything. If you're trying to learn how to fish, and you start a fishing channel or whatever, there will be people that will come to you on social media, and it will make you better in a fraction of the time, and it becomes fun. And then you can teach what you just learned and build on that. And that, to me, like for somebody starting a new channel that is skeptical or scared, I think that by starting out with exactly what you're scared of may be the best way to start a channel. If I was going to do it over again, my first video would be why I'm a horrible taxidermist.
Like
you know what I mean? And nobody can argue with that.
Yeah, then there's no
all you get is positive feedback. You know, somebody may agree with you, but you already you agree with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah. Okay, that's
like for me that helped me more than anything is just staying honest with myself. That way, you don't have to prove something that you lied about. You know what I mean?
Right.
You don't have to prove yourself. You already admitted it.
Yeah.
And I think that's some of the things that's led to some of the people coming to us is, you know, we try to not come off as we know everything.
Amen.
Because, I mean, Clinton's 32, I'm 32. We have some very young leaders in our business. And we have some older ones that are trying to guide us and help us, but you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Oh yeah.
You know, and so I guess that's our thing is we always try to say, hey, this is what we're doing, but opening ourselves up to somebody say, hey, you could do this way, and we're open to that.
Right.
Because, I mean, that's the fact. Even if you are older, there's somebody that came before you. And I think that's one of the things that I struggle with in the American culture now is everything's so secluded. Everybody, even though we can reach and touch each other through social media, through YouTube, through all these different platforms, there's still a sense that, well, I'm going to let you figure it out. And so I think it's awesome that there are people out there that are trying to show content that says, hey, if I can help you in any way, that's what I want to do. And I think that's our heart.
Yes.
Is, we're trying to do is help build more servant leaders, help shine lights on things that sometimes are not fun. Running businesses a lot of times is not fun. There are bad days, and there's really good days, but that's our heart is kind of showing. One thing I did want to ask is in y'all's kind of developing y'all's channel, what did it feel like when your first video kind of exploded for y'all?
Exploded?
Or maybe it kind of went more viral than your previous ones.
I'll talk about with my wife. Our most popular one right now is where we went hunting and camping at a different mountain area, and we didn't harvest anything.
Yeah.
And it's just the process, how we're camping and stuff like that, and the stories behind it. But that's the one that's got the most views, even though we didn't kill anything. And that's kind of what I kind of preach is that everything is not about killing or it's how you getting there. The story behind it. Sharing it, enjoying it with your family. Not putting strict guidelines or anything or too strict to go. It's just make it fun and enjoy it. So
yeah,
everything is not about say money. Because I've been to Alaska 3 times and out of state on several things. And when I used to work at a job at a chemical plant, people say, "How in the world do you go to Alaska?" I said, "What do you mean? How much that cost?" And you tell them, "I don't know how you afford it." I said, "I'm working the same job you're working."
Yeah.
Matter of fact, my wife don't work. Your wife works.
Yeah.
I said, it's all about priorities and how you spend your money. So we left the house we bought, paid $30,000 for it, 30 years ago. And I said, and it's not a fancy brick house. It's a house that you can sleep in without getting wet and without people and bugs coming in on you. A house is a house, A countertop is a countertop, whether it's marble, wood, or what. You choose how you want to spend that money, and I choose how I want to spend mine, and I get to enjoy some stuff we want to do. So, there's more ways to do things. Just like I said, there's more ways to build a house. There's more ways to hunt. There's more ways to do YouTube channels. Find something that you want to promote and go that's good. Don't be all negative, and then and go with it. Trust yourself and don't worry about the outside influences mainly. The negative ones anyway. So.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest thing. Like you said, trust yourself. Like that, when my first video that actually did good, because you question yourself the whole time. It's like, man, this is horrible. Because when you start a channel, it's going to be horrible.
Yeah.
You're not going to get views just because the algorithm's not going to promote you. It's not your own fault, but you don't know that until you learn about YouTube. And you don't learn about YouTube until it starts getting bigger. So the first one that did good, I was like, man, like I actually maybe this is something's right.
Yeah.
That was the first time I actually started getting a little bit of confidence and thought, maybe I'll do something right eventually.
Yeah. One thing is was what we're doing, the outdoor industry, the hunting industry and stuff like that. So in Alabama, less than 4% of the population buy a hunting license. So that's what you're trying to promote, and your audience is basically less than 4% of the population. So trying to get through that is kind of rough. You try not to worry about that stuff. You're trying to promote it, try to grow it, and try to help people understand that management of games, controlling populations or your predators, stuff like that. There's a balance, and God give us control of doing that. But a lot of people don't understand that.
Yeah.
I think we shouldn't have any kind of control.
Well, with social media, with any kind of social media now, you've got so many people that are scared to do something because of what somebody will say.
Right.
So even if it comes to, you've got church hurt people.
Mm-hmm.
You've got people that won't hunt because they're afraid of what somebody may say. You got people that won't kill certain animals because they may not be big enough because what somebody may say. So when if you're trying to teach a 8-year-old kid how to go deer hunting, and they get screamed at one time on social media because they shot a spike. Well, they're ruined. They may not ever go again.
They're done.
It's that way. Even I've seen on church forums and stuff where people are bad mouthing certain things in the church. Well, the kids are sitting right there reading it along with the adults.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And adults think they've got control over what their kids do.
No.
Like with social media nowadays, you might as well assume that every member of your family is watching everything you are.
Mm-hmm. Because they can.
So whenever you open your mouth and put it on social media, you're talking to little bitty kids, whether you like it or not.
Amen.
And I think in a lot of, every aspect now of life, that's what is influencing everybody. So either you can get on there and be a good influence, or you can sit around and talk about how everybody's a bad influence. You know what I mean? Like you've got a chance to make a difference if you choose you to do so.
There's got to be I like to say everything we do, we need a God-given purpose behind it.
Absolutely. There already is. There is
absolutely,
there
and find that and acknowledge that. Make sure that you, if you start a YouTube channel, that you understand that there is a chance it could go out to millions of people. Think about, would you stand in front of a million people that are out in this large area, this large arena? Picture a million people. Would you say that on an open mic in front of a million people?
Right.
If you wouldn't, then you probably shouldn't put it out there on YouTube if you have 1,000 followers.
Right.
Exactly right.
Right.
That's
right.
the way I look at
Exactly.
it, and because there is a chance that there's going to be a million people that see it. There is that chance.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Well, especially, I mean, it's on there from now on unless you delete it.
Yeah.
I mean, infinitely.
Yeah, and no telling who all has saved it, and it's out there.
And there again, I think that if people just carried around a camera and videoed themselves all day long and then edited that video, I think that you would change. I think a lot of people would change the way they acted.
Yeah.
Or the way they talked, the way that they presented themselves. Like you'd learn so much about yourself.
Yeah. If video yourself angry one time and then go watch it.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. It's like, man, what in the world? I mean, I have legit apologized to people based on videos I edited.
Yeah.
I would call people like, man, I'm sorry I did that. And they're like, I forgot all about that. I'm like, well, I'm sitting there watching it in real time. This was horrible.
I'm real nervous. Tomorrow we're playing golf. We play golf as all of us as a team and stuff, and Sean's in the cart with me tomorrow, so I'm real nervous that he might snag some video of me being angry on the golf course. Sometimes I act like a child.
I'm feeling that too.
Don't do it, Sean.
Yeah.
But there's another thing that I want to also cover. There was a time. I mean, our channel was real young. I mean, we're, like I said, right at a year, and we just been overly blessed somehow to have the following we have. But there's people out there that have 50 followers or 50 subscribers on their channel, 100 subscribers on their channel. What would you say to them that it's been just a grind and they're not getting a whole lot, and it feels like they're not really, to them, in their eyes, they're not getting anywhere with it? Is there a word of encouragement that y'all have for them people out there that are listening to this?
For me, I would say do it for yourself. Start your channel and do what you love on your channel, because then it won't be scripted social media. You'll be able to do what you love and do it in a legitimate, a way that is not fake, but also do it for you. Like, do it just like you're going to take pictures and put them in an album. Video what you love.
That's good.
And document it for yourself. And there will be people that enjoy it, because there will be people that relate to you. And the people that don't, it won't be any different than people criticizing you in person for what you love to do. If you're outside gardening and somebody come by and said you ought to just buy that at the store, it's easier. You're not going to till under your garden and go buy canned corn.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You're going to still plant your garden.
So
yes.
when you video it and somebody criticizes you on the video, treat it the same way. You don't have to get mad. It's what you love. Like, if it's what you love and it's genuine, then stand up for it and believe in it. But do it for yourself and document it for yourself, even if it's for no other reason than to go back and watch it later. You know how much I love watching my own videos years later? I mean, just
it's like you're back there again.
It's amazing the difference between that and just a picture or just a memory. Like, it is, there's stuff that you forget about over and over again. It's like, man, I forgot we even did that.
Well, yeah, right now you wish you could pull a video up, or get on the internet, pull a video up of your grandpa doing something.
Oh, could you imagine if my granddaddy had a YouTube channel, even if he never put anything public, man, you know how much I'd love to watch that.
That'd be amazing.
And the stuff you learn from it. And that's something else too. Like, if anybody ever keeps a journal or a logbook or even gardening stuff with weather, like anything like that, when you know how many times I go back and look at dates that I made videos, I'm like, I think these fish were biting on this beach on this date, but I can't remember what I was using. And I'll go back, I'm like, I'll find that video, and I'm like, I was doing this on this day in this weather,
so
on this tide.
This is perfect. This is what I need to do again.
You can go back, and you've got a video journal of your life.
Yeah, that's good.
I think that's important, because that's something, I know I've talked to Clinton about it. Something as I'm getting older, you start to think about like life differently. Where as a young man, you're like, I got to put my nose to the grindstone, and I just want to, make a better life for especially me. I've got 2 young boys. I'm trying to make a better life for them. Now I'm starting to like hit this period where I'm like, what is my impact in the world? Like what am I going to leave behind for my kids and stuff? And one of the things that, I was thinking the other day is with this forum, long after I'm gone, there's going to be a record for my boys, for my grandkids, and hopefully my great-grandkids, to be able to come back and say, this is who my great-grandpa was. But there's a side of that, we try to be very, very real. So if you talk to us, you watch our YouTube channel and you see me down at Greg's, I try to be the same person. There's not a projection of who I am. Yeah. And so for me, that's it's an honor that I get to sit here and talk to you guys.
Amen.
And just talk to other people about what they're struggling with. And because of that, there is something that's going to be far out into the future that people can go back. Because just like you said, it would be great. I have a great-grandfather on my dad's side that every time my last name gets brought up, when I'm in the Walker County area, people say, did you know, or older people will say, did you know Claude, or McClendon? And he was a pastor, and a lot of people came to know Christ because of him. Well, I never really knew him. But it would be so amazing if they did have that content.
Have that legacy, yeah.
That as a young man, I can go and hear some of his sermons and things like that. And so I think it's really cool that we've got this place got to this place in society that now we are able to document our lives and leave it for future generations.
Well, and even now while you are still here, on your bad days, you can look back at some of those videos and be like, I'm doing okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, like our fishing trip, like last year. It's like me and Randall were talking a while back. He's like, man, the other day I got on there again and watched me catch that big old amberjack.
Yeah.
It's like you.
Yes.
Sometimes when you got the worst day of your whole year, you can sit down on lunch and turn that on and sit there and watch something you did a while back. It's like,
life's pretty
good. Man, I really have got it made.
Yes.
And it's amazing how fast that'll swap your brain back around when you can remember why you're doing it.
And talking about it being documented, and that's why you also have to be careful. The people that put out negative content, remember that generations down the road are going to see that negative content.
Right.
Are they going to view you from the negative content that you've put out? Or are they going to view you from the positive content?
Right.
Because it's going to be there.
And your personality comes out.
Absolutely.
Even the person that you didn't realize you were, you'll know the real you.
Mm-hmm.
When you make content, it comes out, especially if you do enough documenting.
Yeah.
They'll figure out real quick if you're trying to be somebody else.
You
trying
do.
to be fake.
Yep.
So.
And you'll see it yourself.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So,
oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I do want to make sure that the listeners out there, that they take a look at y'all's channels. We're going to, if it's all right with y'all, we'll throw them up so people have access
that'd be great.
To see those and everything. And we don't want to miss an important spot here. This episode is brought to you by the Farmhouse Coffee. You can see it on my hat right here. I appreciate them sponsoring us on this episode this morning. You need to check them out. They're local. It's a local coffee company that has a trailer that is all through Coleman. If you check out their Facebook page, they have their schedule of where their truck's going to be throughout Coleman. And I'm telling you guys, if you want some amazing coffee, you got to find them. Go see them. Some amazing people, not just great coffee, but great friendly people. And check them out. That is called the Farmhouse Coffee Co., I guess you could say.
It's pumpkin spice season, everyone.
Yes.
So,
that's right.
They make an excellent pumpkin spice. I think you're rocking the cold pumpkin spice today.
Not the cold. You got the cold.
I've got the cold. I'm sorry. You got the hot pumpkin spice.
Yeah.
Today. So
yeah, it's good. I've been stopping by there getting one of these every now and then. So
I guarantee you, I will put money on it that when you pull in and you see Paul, he will have a smile on his face.
Yes,
absolutely.
I guarantee it.
Yes.
Yeah, he will.
They're good. They're good people.
Great people.
Yeah, give them a like on Facebook, and check them out if you are at all. If you at all can.
They're going to be at our customer appreciation in a couple weeks, so I'm fired up about it.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I just wanted to shout them out real quick on that. So, guys, it's been awesome, y'all coming on here like this. There is not many times out there where people will come share about their channels and how to do it, because there is a side of people out there that want to keep the knowledge to themselves and all that. So I want to kind of start landing the plane here for this episode, but I would ask y'all one more thing. Is there anything that y'all want to tell the audience, and if not, that's okay, something to leave with them as we close this thing out? Start with you, and then we'll.
I would just say that whatever it is you're going through right now, sit down, turn off all social media, all TV, everything. Sit down with your family and figure out what it is that you wish you were doing, and then change it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If it means selling everything you've got, your house, everything, it doesn't matter. Because, like Michael said, all you need is a place to keep the rain off your head and a place to sleep. All a house is a place to sleep. Mm-hmm. Everywhere else you go is a trip. Mm-hmm. You just have to have somewhere to come home to. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if you need to sell everything you own to get to where you want to be, then do it tomorrow. Mm-hmm. There's nothing to wait on. It doesn't matter. Don't wait on the market. Don't wait on anything. Just be done with it. Start over. And, I mean, within 2 years, your whole life will be better. It will change.
Stuff.
And that's what I would suggest. I mean, we've done it ourselves and kind of filmed it, kind of documented the whole thing all the way through, but it's worth it.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, the outdoor community is like, just say you just go outside, sit in a tree or sit outside in the yard and just pick out an animal, a bird or something, and watch it and think about what that animal, that bird is doing that day to survive, to live, and the basics. Get back to the basics and try to think about blocking out all the other stuff and just think about it. I mean, just think that bird or whatever, it just wakes up in the morning, gets daylight, and it just goes through life, just hopping around, doing whatever it's got to do to survive, and being real minimalistic, So try to get back to the basics and try not to overthink or overuse too much technology. Because you don't have to have all of that. I mean, sure, some of it's great, but it's all. To me, what we do, what we record is more about the story or about you or what you're trying to promote in life, the good things, and just stick with that.
So yeah, you hear that, guys, and I know we here at Yoders Talk and their channels as well. If you have questions about starting a channel, things of that nature, man, reach out.
Yeah,
we would love to help you out in any way that you have, or any questions you may have, things of that nature, because, I mean, you can make an absolute massive impact in this world. You can change the way we view our everyday lives by just picking up a camera, videoing it, and putting it out there. And let's change the narrative of social media. Right. Let's change it from the negatives all over social media to just let's overwhelm it with positivity, because that's the way we can change the way our country is headed, the way our world is headed, and we got to have positivity out there. Yeah. I think that if I think that's what we are missing. There's a side of us, I guess you could say the evil intentions of our heart is we kind of like to push out the negatives, like as far as bring them to light, because the truth is it may get you more views. But always remember that in the end, you're the one that's got to put your head on the pillow at night. Right. Mm-hmm. And in the end, you're the one that has to deal with what you've put out there. So make sure it's positive. Make sure that you are, you have a purpose behind it. So, Corey, you have anything else before we go into the word of the week? I mean, the verse of the week?
I don't. Just keep, keep getting after it. I mean, that's been our thing is there comes times that you just got to keep your nose to the grindstone and get after it and just keep plowing ahead. And I think sometimes in our culture, when we don't have success right immediately, it's like, oh, got to do something else. Keep getting after it. You never know. There's value in what can happen over a period of time if you just stay consistent and stay after it. Patience
is always wins in the end, and that kind of goes really well into our verse of the week this week. We're going to read Galatians 6:9. It says, "Let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not." I think that goes very well with what we just said. Don't stop doing well. It says, let's not be weary in well-doing. Don't, if you have a channel that you feel like is just not where you want it today, there may be a reason for that. Maybe you're right where you want to be. And remember that if you impact one person through your social media, one person to the positive, man, that's a win. That's a big win. Don't get weary in doing well, because over time it will pay off. You may never see it. We're called as believers to plant the seed. God is the one that harvests. Always remember that. Are you planting a seed today through the words you speak, through social media, through your channel, whatever that is? Make sure that it's positive and not negative. And in the long run, maybe you'll never see it, but in the long run, God will use it for his glory and use it for his purpose. So don't quit. Like Corey said, keep fighting, keep doing good. And guys, thank y'all again for coming on today. It was awesome. We'll try to do this again as we continue growing our channels and things that I love to have other people on that kind of are experiencing the same thing we're experiencing. And
that's one of the benefits of this fellowship.
Absolutely, absolutely. I got to know y'all today better. That's it. I mean, I went fishing with you, and I actually now I know you a little bit more. So
I'm just trying to get on that boat.
You're just trying to get on the boat. Next year. Yeah. Well, hey, the guy that gets it together works for me, so maybe I can pull some strings. I'll be like, hey, there's you can't take off unless you take Michael. No, I'm just kidding.
That's the next step of our relationship. We're gonna either have to go hunting or fishing one. All right, because that's something that I desperately need. I need to get outdoors outside of a golf course. I get too mad on the golf course.
So guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. We have officially now hit, I think, 52,000 subscribers. I think is what I've seen. So guys, man, thank y'all. This is all glory to God, because I don't know what we've done that we deserve it, because we just talk about life and about purpose and so forth, and y'all are the ones that making the difference here. It's y'all, not us. So
we're so thankful.
Yes, very, very thankful. So as we always say, as we close it out, you have a purpose in life. Always, always, always lead with that purpose, and you will change the world one servant leader at a time. Thank y'all. We love y'all. God bless you. We'll see you next time. Hey guys, thank you so much for being with us today. We're so excited to continue this season. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our YouTube and Spotify.
And make sure to leave us a comment. We would love to hear your thoughts. And remember, always lead with a purpose.
Hey guys, welcome back into the channel. As always, your host here, Clinton Yoder. Got Corey McClendon, my co-host, riding along here beside me. Man, today we're going to dive into another great topic. We got some great guests coming on today, some real good friends of mine, all the way back to the school days, man. We're talking 15, 20 years ago. So we're excited to bring them in. We're going to be really diving into the topic of what it's like to be a young business owner, man. These guys have taken on their father's business kind of like I did, Corey, and it's going to be a good topic just to help people see maybe through our lens a little bit, you know, the negative sides, the positive sides, kind of carrying on our father's legacy when it comes to the business and things of that nature. So, man, it's going to be a good episode.
Yeah, these guys dropped some truth bombs on us,
yes.
some gold nuggets. So stay tuned, check it out, and really dive into this one, especially if you're young, not even if you're young, because they said some stuff that could help you out if you're maybe a little aging in life, but especially if you're starting a business, definitely tune into this one, because these guys really did some great stuff.
Yes, sir. Love you guys. Stick with us. Here's another episode of Yoders Talk. they get shell shocked into, hold up, I didn't know that this is what it took to run a business. I thought it was just do good at plumbing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the management side of it. And that's where a lot of people get caught up in well, this stress ain't worth the paycheck.
So top-down leadership, just being willing to put in the time, but also caring for your people.
No, I try to see it from their perspective as well, and I try to kind of get on their level. Well, not level. We're all on the same page here.
Right.
We should all be on the same page. We're all pulling for the same goal. But also help them to try to see it from my perspective as well as a business owner, and help them to really see the intricate inner workings of a business and how a business runs.
What's up, guys? Welcome back into the channel. Fired up to get this episode started. Got some good friends coming on today, and really just gets me fired up, Corey, because we're going to be talking about, you know, being young in business and all the craziness that I know I went through, and I know they probably got some good stories as well. So, you feeling good about this one today?
Man, I'm so awesome, and I'm also salivating just a little bit.
Why is that?
Is that they brought us gifts today, so we've got a nice, lovely meat tray sitting over there that we're gonna tear into here in just a minute. But I'm so excited to have two really awesome people with us today.
Yes. So today we have Titus Weaver, Stanley Weaver from Weaver's Meat Processing, a local processor here. They been good friends of mine for, man, well, we all went to school together.
We did.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we wanted to bring them in because, you know, they are kind of went down the same road I have as far as business wise. Their father started their business. Actually may have even started prior to their father, but really, and they just kind of took over, transitioned into the owners today. Same way for me and our business. And so I thought it'd be awesome to bring them in today and just really dive into the things of what we have faced being young in business, the crazy decisions we made at times, the mistakes we made, and I think y'all as listeners will really enjoy understanding maybe what it takes and the things that we face. So Stanley Weaver here, Titus Weaver here, man. I'll start with you, Stanley. Kind of introduce yourself and kind of maybe go a little bit into what Weaver Meat Processing is, and and then we'll pass it over to Titus. So,
well, first off, thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
It's an honor to be on y'all's podcast. Y'all got a beautiful setup here. And, well, I'm Stanley Weaver. I am the co-owner along with Titus of Weaver Meat Processing. We are a third-generation meat processor. My grandfather started a Weaver Meat Processing in Dallas County, Alabama, and did beef, pork, deer, lots of deer. And then my father moved up here. And we're located in Hartselle, so he started it in 1997, and then a couple years ago, Titus and I took it over, and we've been trying to run with it ever since. You know, it's been kind of it's got its challenges, but it's been good. It's been really good.
Good deal. Titus,
Yeah.
pass it over to you.
Awesome. Hey, I'm super excited to be here today. My name's Titus Weaver, co-owner of Weaver Meat Processing along with Stanley. So super thrilled about the topic as well. I'm looking forward to diving into this.
Yep.
Because we sure do face our obstacles as young guys in business. There's no doubt about that.
What about with you guys being brothers? Is there times where you got to kind of handle things as co-owners like brothers, and maybe just I mean, because I know how I am with. I don't have a brother, but I have. The closest thing I have to a brother would be Brandon Lynch, and me and him work at Yoders Metal together. And there's times that, you know, sometimes we get about to the point where we just got to take it out to the gravel. Is there situations like that, or is it kind of y'all are past that, or?
I'd say we're past that for the most part. Sometimes I think we want to.
Yeah, we did all that growing up.
Got it out of the system.
We hashed it out growing up.
Yeah. It's funny. We were like arch rivals growing up. But I'm not sure that I know what my personality is, and I think I know what Stanley's is. So I would say we definitely have different personalities.
Yeah. And that's a lot of times what makes it work, really. I mean, you know, if you have two the same personality, man, it'll clash. Everything will. You both get very opinionated then when you're very similar in personality. So the only business partner I've ever had would be my brother-in-law and my one of my good friends, and you know, we kind of are the same way. We have that different personality, but the truth is, partnerships sometimes can be a little tough.
Absolutely.
You know, just because, you know, there's a side of it where you will do extra, you'll work extra hard because you want to make sure that, you know, you do your part. But then there's a side of it where you sometimes question, is the other party bringing what they need to the table? You know, there's them thoughts, and, you know, partnerships are tough. I mean, the chances of a partnership outside of family, they say family partnerships are probably the most solid. But outside of that, partnerships, I think is it 75% that end up not making it?
It's high.
Yeah.
It's really high.
Yeah, so
I don't know the exact number, but I know it's high.
But that's pretty cool, though, that y'all, you know, growing up together, that made a difference, and y'all are able to actually, you know, work well together. What is y'all's different roles, if I may ask, kind of in the business?
So I would be, I guess, the guy that gets a little bit of everything thrown at me. So general management.
Okay.
We're a small company, so I still take care of some of the more mundane tasks on the administrative side of things. So bookkeeping, things of that nature, and then just, you know, general management.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still in the production side of it. So I cut all the steaks and
all the operation, more the operational side.
Operational side of it, and manage all that.
Okay.
I've got a really good helper.
Yeah.
Shout out Cameron. I know he'll like that.
Yeah,
he does really good.
So you cut all the steaks.
I cut all the steaks. Yeah.
Okay, so I know who to call. No.
That's right. That's right.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, they brought us this meat board here, and man,
Yeah, speaking of, hand me some stuff.
What do you
over
want?
Here.
What do you want?
Whatever.
Let's start.
So we got summer sausage with jalapeno and cheese on the end. These are 4 of our main sellers. And then we have snack sticks, regular, and snack sticks with jalapeno and cheese, and then our deer jerky. All these are deer products.
Yeah, just yes to everything.
Yes to everything. Okay, let's start with that. There you go.
Yeah, give me some of that. Set that there.
Give you that there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a piece of it. And you want a piece of jerky too?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
There we go.
Can y'all save me some deer jerky over
here?
No, Sean. No. Sean, you cannot have it.
Hey, I think I'm feeling it too.
What do you want?
Just pass me some sticks there.
Some sticks?
I don't care which one. There you go.
We'll pass them around there.
I wash my hands. We're good.
No germs.
Yeah.
That's good.
Man, that's fantastic.
Yes, it is.
I hadn't had deer jerky in probably about 4 or 5 years.
You know how to make that happen?
Well, I don't go hunting enough.
Well, I mean, there you go.
I know. What? Golly, that's so good.
That summer sausage, we've taken actually, to give credit where credit is due, my dad, incredible smoke master. Like, this guy really dialed in the recipes on the summer sausage. And that's kind of what largely built the Weaver name in deer processing. So just the amount of people over the years that have ordered that, it has been off the charts.
So deer season just kicked off, right?
That's right.
And so y'all are really getting into your busy. Is this what you call your busy season? Okay.
Well, right now is extremely busy because we're finishing up on beef and pork production, but deer have already started coming in. So it's a challenge to kind of blend both of those, because there's definitely some food safety concerns you have to worry about there.
Yeah. Do y'all have to? Because you can't process together or.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Huh. That's interesting. You mentioned your father. I want to talk a little bit about that. Go into that just a little bit.
No, that's I'm still over here chewing. So you go right ahead.
You know, for kind of talking on from my side of it. When I transitioned to buying out, you know, my father and you know, he kind of went into semi-retirement. You know, he is kind of the rock that I still, or he's still the mentor that I go to. He's the one that in the time of my young business life where I just didn't know what steps to take, where to go. He's always he's been that mentor to me. Talk a little bit about your father and what he means to the business. And I know he's still kind of like my father. I think he's probably still involved a little at times and this and that. But kind of just talk about what his role is now that y'all are more, and what and on the mentorship side of it, what he means to y'all. So.
Yeah, man, I can't imagine doing business without my father. And you know, sometimes we go back to that partnership dynamic, and I think sometimes it can, if you're not careful, it can be a challenge, even father to son relationships. But then I look in at that dynamic, and I can't imagine doing business without him there by my side. He's been an incredible mentor. You know, my father, everybody has certain skill sets in business, and I think what my father really excels at, one of the things he really excels at is employee relations with employees, really having a heart and truly caring for the people that work there. He loves it. He loves working with people, especially the employees, and making an impact on their lives, mentoring them through their lives. And, you know, I think one of the challenges with a father-son dynamic in business, I think it comes down to communication. Sometimes you get so busy and you just don't take the time to communicate and to talk about things that may arise. And that's a constant thing that I find myself keeping in check is communication.
Yeah.
And I think it goes back to when we had your dad on. There was one thing that y'all talked about is like your dad always kind of bought into where you wanted to take the business, like as far as new ideas and stuff like that. And I think that goes back to your point of communication, is being able to communicate, hey, here's the vision that I see this going, you know, where it's here right now, but I see over my lifetime it could be here.
Yes.
You know, and selling that vision to someone that's been in it a long time. And it takes them, I feel like with your dad, the way he communicated, like being open-minded to that is really important in that relationship.
I would agree. Yeah, and I think too, you know, with my father, and Corey, you I don't know if you've experienced it. You probably have a little because you've been up in some of the management meetings. You know, there's times where me and my father disagree. I mean, we're both very when adamant about our ideas, and there's been times where we, you know, people would from the outside would look at it as we're getting at each other pretty hard. But, you know, 10 minutes after our conversation, we're back to the drawing board, and we're going to come up with a solution that does work together. You know, me and my dad have a lot similar personalities. I'm realizing that the older I get. And so at times, you know, it's, you know, there's the side of the mentorship where, you know, my father's always been willing to tell me the truth, even if if he disagreed and seen where something was going, he'd be willing to tell me. And sometimes it would hurt. Sometimes it upset me. Sometimes it, you know, frustrate me. But the whole reason was because he was trying to help me understand, you know, he'd been through it. He had the experiences, you know, and he's seen that I was going down the exact same path of something that didn't work for him. And there's been times where he's let me, you know, and I had to learn, and I learned the hard way. And, but yeah, you know, just having somebody that in your corner that when being young in business, you don't know what's all the challenges that are coming your way. And when one hits you out, you blindside you, having somebody that you can go to and say, hey, this is what I'm facing. Give me your insight. I need some help here. I need to help me understand this because I'm not sure what to do is very valuable to me. And I know there's a lot of people out there that don't have the opportunity. They don't have their fathers anymore and of that nature. So I want to acknowledge that it is a benefit.
Absolutely.
To me as a young business owner to still have my father here to mentor me. And I think y'all would agree with that, we won't know what it's like until we don't have it.
Right.
And I've had many people recently tell me, take advantage of that because, the day it's not there no more, you're going to realize what you had.
Amen to that. Yeah, it's as sometimes it brings its challenges, but I love it. Love that relationship that I'm able to have with my father in business. And being a young business owner is really tough. But our fathers, when they started their business, they didn't have social media. They didn't have all these marketing platforms, and they had to truly hustle. Like, we think we have it hard. I think they had it tough. But I think and no matter at what time you start a business, it's going to have its unique challenges.
Yeah. Being young in business, let's shift just a little bit to just us as business owners. So y'all came into, you've been in the business your whole life.
Yes.
I know that off and on, but you've been around it your whole life. But when you took over, what are some of the things that blindsided y'all, maybe that y'all weren't, if you can think of any, that y'all weren't prepared for that hit y'all? For me, I can think of one. Back in 2015, I had a business that was with the transport business, and my father always told me, be careful when it comes to how much you bail out your team financially. Okay. Be careful. Well, being young in business, that's been 9 years ago, so I'd have been 23 years old, something like that. It felt good because I thought I was building good relationships with these guys by bailing them out at times.
Yeah.
What I learned the hard way was that all I was doing was actually kind of setting them up for failure.
Mm-hmm.
And when all that came crashing in together, where it kind of all, I guess you said, everything, the rubber hit the road, where it all came together, all of a sudden I realized that I have created yes men instead of people that truly cared about the business. And I remember my father back then telling me, he said, be careful with that. I'm telling you, you're doing something that's going to catch up with you. And I was like, no, man, these guys, we're having a good time. Everybody's bought into this. Well, the reason they was because of what I was doing, the way I was leading them. I was leading them, out of the side of, trying to think of the wording here. I was leading them with their paycheck instead of a purpose.
Yeah.
There you go. And it just all came crashing down, and I didn't file bankruptcy in that company. I should have. Like I said, it took me 7 years to pay off that debt, But that was a big thing for me that my father, if I'd have listened to my father, I could have avoided. And today, we're all purpose-driven now. It's completely flipped, and the results are unreal. And it's kind of what his idea was when he started the business was the same thing that we are doing today now, and it's working. So is there anything like that y'all can think of that may have been that way for y'all a little bit?
Yeah, so there's I keep thinking back to the saying, are you their friend or are you their boss?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still dealing with some of that because I want to be their friend. I know I need to be a boss. Boss probably isn't the right term. I need to be a purpose-driven leader. But sometimes if you don't have the correct culture in business, those friendships can skew what needs to happen in the business. They can kind of skew the path moving forward. And so I would say, shame on me, but I've been more the type where I'm like, you need to do it this way. It's this way or the highway. And so I'm trying to become more intentional with building relationships, but still having that culture where at the end of the day, you have a task to do. We all do. And doing it with intention, not half-heartedly, and trying to build that good culture that's kind of centered around production, because at the end of the day, that's what makes or breaks a business.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I struggled a lot with that too. Being young in business was the thing of them conversations that you have to have, the tough conversations. You know, you said something about being friend or boss. I'm probably more on the other side for you. I'm more the guy that too many times tries to be the friend all the time.
Right.
But I've learned that you have to, if you truly love an individual that works for you, if you truly love them, you will be willing to say the tough things to them.
Yes.
You'll be willing to tell them when they're wrong. You'll be willing to give them the last 10% of the truth. We say that a lot around here. Give them that last 10% of the truth. Well, what is that? Well, the last 10% of the truth is when you don't sugarcoat a problem. You say it for what it is, because I want to see you be better. I want to see you get better. I want to see you improve. So therefore, I'm gonna tell you, Corey, or I'm gonna tell one of my team members that, Sean, this video sucks. Let's improve. It's not because you were bad at editing it. It's just because we have a standard to uphold, and I love you enough. You can do better.
Yes.
Sean, I'm just using that as an example. So don't get too upset at me. But yeah, I don't know if for you, Stanley, how do you deal with them conversations? You know, because like I said, being young is probably one of the things that I've seen across all young business owners is them tough conversations are some of the hardest things to have when you got to tell someone the truth, and it's going to hurt a little bit. How do you handle them?
Well, it is tough. I mean, it can be really, really tough. But you know, I try to see it from their perspective as well, and I try to kind of get on their level. Well, not level. We're all on the same page here.
Right.
We should all be on the same page. We're all pulling for the same goal. But also help them to try to see it from my perspective as well as a business owner, and help them to really see the intricate inner workings of a business and how a business runs, and help them to understand that in order for this business to be successful, ultimately, if this business isn't successful, nobody's successful. Nobody's getting paid. Me, anybody in the business. So, you know, just trying to have that relationship with them and go through all the inner workings of a business. That's one thing I've been trying to do. And
because a lot of people don't understand it.
They don't
actually understand what's trying to happen, or what you're trying to accomplish. A lot of people are there for the paycheck. I mean, that's the truth of it. I mean, people, so yeah, I think that, making sure that they understand. I like that. I like that thought. They're making sure they understand the why behind what you're asking them to do.
And my dad, he's probably the master of that. Going back to him, you know, I've had multiple workers come to me, and he'll talk to him. He'll tell them point blank. He'll say, "Hey, this is wrong in your life. You need to fix this. This will carry you to somewhere you don't want to go." And a lot of these people, they don't like to hear that. But at the end of the day, they'll come back here and say, "Man, you just can't be mad at him. You just can't be mad," because it comes from such a heart of love. You know good and well he wants the best for me, and I don't care if it is stepping on their toes. They'll say that, "Man, he stepped on my toes so bad, but I can't be mad at him because he loves me so much."
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Sometimes we need our toes to be stepped on.
Yes.
Even as business owners, we don't have everything together.
No.
And we need our toes stepped on, whether that's by a mentor or our fathers or co-owners. Sometimes team members can step on our toes in a good way.
Kind of going right into that, just a thought hit me. How have y'all been able to, because let's just be very honest. You said something there at the end there that, it from the outside at times, people from outside of businesses think that, things are all rosy and we want to man, I wish I could have that. And then me as a business owner, probably you at the same time, you're looking at, dude, you have no idea what behind the scenes, the mental drain that it takes to run a business, especially being young in business and trying to figure it out. Because the truth is, we don't let things go like, looking back 5 years ago, I let things go way more today than I did back then, as far as allowing it to dwell in my head. And when I walk through the house, when I walk through the door at night, I try to leave work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where I used to not. My point being is, how do y'all deal with the people from the outside maybe viewing you as having it all together?
Yeah.
Because it is a little bit of that. I mean, let's just say it, because that's what it is. I mean, for me, I look at someone else's business, I'm like, man, they got it going on.
Right.
But there's people that probably look at our business and think, hey, we got it going on. I'm like, man, you just don't know.
Right.
You just don't know. So how do y'all deal with, all the, I guess, people looking at you as having it together, but in the back of your mind, you're like, man, if you only knew. Because that's how it is. That's the truth. I mean, that's how it is for me, and I think it's that way for y'all as well.
It is, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's it depends, like how the people are thinking that you have it together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I always like a good review, and I'm sure you guys do as well. But if people only knew some of the back workings of what creates what appears to be, hopefully it's that you to some degree have it together.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes that's just a facade.
Yeah.
And but we're doing better. We're always striving for excellence in our business. And so when we first started in business as business owners, if you would have asked me if 10 people that I didn't know would have came to me with ideas and said, hey, I've got this idea I want to run with, I want to start a business, I would have told probably 8 of those 10 people, absolutely, start this business, you're going to do great. But now, if you would ask me now, I would probably say 3 or 4 or maybe just 2 of those people run with it, because business ownership is not for everybody.
It's not. Amen. Oh. I like that, because a lot of times we, when I was growing up, I was like, I'm going to be a business owner. And it was because people view it from a different, reasoning behind why I want to have a business. A lot of people, when you start out, I'll be honest, this is the way it was for me. I wanted a business because I like the paycheck. I like a bigger paycheck. Mm-hmm. That was what drove me at the beginning. And that's what brings a lot of people into businesses. They get sick and tired of working for what they call the man. So they go out and say, well, I have the skill to do it. They go out, start the business, and they're doing the job, which is, let's say, a plumber. They're doing the job, they're plumbing, and all of a sudden their business starts to grow because, hey, they did know what they're doing. They're doing a good job. When they go to these customers, their business starts to grow. They're like, man, I need an employee. They hire an employee. Next thing you know, they have to hire another and another. Next thing they know, they're no longer plumbing. They're having to run a business.
Right. And
they get shell-shocked into, hold up, I didn't know that this is what it took to run a business. I thought it was just do good at plumbing.
Mm-hmm.
The management side of it. And that's where a lot of people get caught up in well, this stress ain't worth the paycheck. And that's where I call people to the thing of, why are you doing it? Is it for if it's only for the paycheck, you're going to get burned out. It's going to come to an abrupt halt. It's going to come to an end, because money can only sustain your happiness but so much.
Mm-hmm.
That's facts. So you got to have a purpose behind that's bigger than the paycheck. If you don't, you will burn out.
Yes.
You will burn out. And so
you said something about how with those 10 people, and how in the first you would say 8, go start it, but now it's kind of went back to 3. I think that shows a lot of growth, like in now you kind of understand what it takes day in and day out to do that. What are some of the key things that you feel like that you've invested in back into yourself as a young leader to kind of cultivate that growth? Stanley, do you want to take that one, and then we can toss it over to you? Is there any area that maybe like training that you would say, or books that's kind of helped you guys become what y'all? Because I've tasted the summer sausage, and that's a success, my friends.
Yeah, I think coaching and training is extremely important, or extremely valuable. I'll say that. I'm not a big book guy. I have never been my entire life. I'm more of a podcast and audio. Well, I say book. I'm more of an audio book guy. So, you know,
you ever try to do both?
I haven't.
That's brilliant, man. I'm telling you, that's the hack. You put your earbuds in, get the audio book, and read it at the same time on about 2 times speed, and you'll be shocked how much it sticks to your mind, because you're listening to it and you're reading it at the same time, and you'll read that book so fast on 2 times speed. I promise you. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
I heard you say that in another podcast, and I was like, man, that sounds like a lot of stuff going on in this brain.
Maybe I'm just crazy. It could be.
Me and Stanley were driving to look at some equipment one time, and I turned the audiobook on, and I think, did I have it turned up to, it was at least
2 times speed, yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I was thinking it was 2.5 or 3. I've done that before, but it's pretty wild.
The speed works when you got a book, when you can read it. That's the way it works for me. If I get it too fast, it gets like my mind can't catch up to it. But if I got the words to scan at the same time, it's sticking at that faster speed. But anyway.
But yeah, there's just so much information out there today. You don't, if the pay looks big to hire a coach, look, there's free information out there. There's podcasts, there's YouTube. So much good information that you can take and apply to your life. And that's what I try to do. I listen to podcasts and just take nuggets from those things and try to get better at myself. You know, discipline in all areas of life is so important, just to be disciplined at something. I don't care what it is. If it's your diet, if it's your your physical fitness routine, to have a discipline that you can fall back on, and it needs to be something hard, something that you really don't want to do, but to carry that discipline throughout, it'll help you in your business as well.
Yeah, I like that you said there's nuggets, because here I think sometimes with young leaders, at least I know, speaking from my experience, I can say this. You hear something, and automatically you're like, well, this is it. I'm going to completely change every aspect of my business just because I heard one podcast or I read this book. And I think it's so vital for young people to understand. I had it put to me like this: eat the chicken, spit out the bones. And so what that means is, there may be this little part of that talk that you can change, and don't just change everything. See how you can implement that idea into what you're already doing. And so it can kind of help, because too much change too fast for your people can freak them out. And
I think that's a great way to look at it, because I think that's an issue a lot of young business owners have. Is there is so many, there's a big positive to have all the information that's flowing, all the coaching, all the podcasts, all the books. That's amazing. Like my father said, if they would have had the level of teaching at the fingertips we have today, it would be remarkable where, he would have been, as far as that goes. But there's also the negative side of that, is there's so much that a young people in general, outside of just business, we jump the guns a lot quicker. And I see it a lot of times throughout my business life where this idea, like you said, I eat the bone, the chicken, everything.
And then you get indigestion.
That's right. Business. That's it. And the people can't keep up with it. It gets change. Change is good when it needs to happen, but it's bad when it's just something to change. Just to change, and people are like, dude, where's the direction? What are we trying to do?
And it's not a bad thing. That's the one thing I will say. Change is a good thing. Where I think I fall into a lot of times in our business is sometimes I'm the brake man, and where a lot of guys, they'll get ideas and stuff, and I'm like, hey, let's just. It's not that I want to put the whole car in park. It's, hey, let's do it a little slower. Let's be slow, roll this out slower. That way everybody can kind of consume it, because there's been periods where in my life where I've been with people that it's like we get this one thing rolling, and then 5 weeks later, because they went to a conference or they did this or did that, all of a sudden we're complete 180 to another direction, and that gets weary for people, because it's like, well, I had everything figured out and I got it finally like rolling, but now I'm having to do a 180 and kind of totally redo everything. And so, but I do say coaching and the information is out there is awesome. That's the one thing I would tell people is just take nuggets of it, take small parts of the information and see how you can implement it into who you are. But Titus, what about you? What's some things that you've kind of helped you grow and develop into the person you are today?
Yeah, so I've had a coach, a personal mentor in business for going on 7 years now. So even before me and Stanley purchased my father's company, that's been very, very beneficial. Just having somebody that doesn't mind shooting straight with you, that'll tell you if you're crazy, that'll tell you if you got great ideas, that'll reel you in, and sometimes push you hard to make a step, because I think sometimes, as much as we're chomping at the bit to grow our businesses and to roll out new ideas and new ways to grow, sometimes we also fall into analysis paralysis, where we just freeze in fear, especially when the going gets tough. And so just having that person, and it's a paid mentor, so sometimes, as good as free is, sometimes paid is good as well.
Yeah. For me, I have been doing coaching now, probably it's not quite 7 years, but that has been, you as individuals that are listening, you all have a good friend. You all have somebody that can pour back into your life. When you get down, or if you're working for somebody, they can pour into your life. But being a business owner, especially a young business owner, man, it gets lonely.
It does.
It gets real lonely at times. And not just lonely, but you feel like you're pouring out so much all day, all week, all month. Year goes by. But who is pouring into your life? Who is who's the individual that is pouring into Clinton, into Corey, into Titus, into Stanley? Who's the one that, where do we get fed, I guess you could say? And that's where the value for me comes in for coaching and things of that nature, is having people that are willing to pour into your life, recharge you. I see it more and more every day, the value of having people that you can talk to that are in the grind, maybe not in your business, but in a business that are going through the things you're going through, that you can talk with, discuss things with, and sometimes just tell you, hey man, you're not crazy. You're not crazy. What you're going through is real. Because there's days for me that I get in my head, man, and I'm like, am I just crazy?
Yeah, you get so close to the problem that you can't see the big picture. And
a good coach will kind of shock you out of that.
Yes.
And that's what I've learned. I got Jeff Myers, love the dude. He's really changed my life, and I've had several coaches throughout the years. David Kaufman started me on coaching. We were only together for like a year, but he's the one that got the ball rolling for me, helping me understand the value of coaching. And then I had another coach, but Jeff is my coach right now. And just him being willing to, you mentioned, Titus, about telling you, being blunt with you at times and saying, look, man, hold up a second. You need to chill out. This is not as big of a deal as it may seem. And then what I love about a good coach is a good coach won't tell you what to do. A good coach will help you within your own mind solve the issue.
Exactly.
Because it's actually, if you're owning a business, it's there. It's in your mind. You just have, you mentioned the fear factor of it. You just have the fear to make the call because you're afraid. You're seeing it of the what could happen, the negative side of what could actually happen. And it's real. I mean, if it goes this way, I guess you could say we're screwed. But the truth is, the chances of it going that way are 1%, but that's all you're dwelling on. 99% is going to be successful, but you see the 1% that what if, just what if that happens? I'm done. And so you lock up and you freeze. And so having a good coach, that's where the value comes in for me is, having someone speak back into my life, refuel me when I need it. And I think it even goes beyond that. Having friends, I'm on an advisory group every other week as well where there's like 10 business owners get together and we discuss just what each of us are facing this week, next week, things that are coming up, and encourage each other. Hey man, you got this. I'm on a group text with a group of people I went to a retreat with. Get texts last week. We were texting this one lady. She had to terminate an employee, and she just texted everybody, said, hey, in 5 minutes I'm going to be in a real tough termination. Could y'all please all pray for me? That's the kind of things we got to have as young business owners.
That's right.
People in our corner. So I would encourage all the listeners, if you're young in business and you feel alone, you feel lost, there's people out there that want to be in your corner. I want to be in your corner. I think these guys want to be in your corner. So reach out. Start being willing to reach out to people, and you'll be shocked at how many people are willing to help you through it. So that's a long-winded answer, by the way. So
I think it's fine. That's something that I think, like you say, in relationships are everything. I was talking to a guy last night, and he was talking about, he was like, I'd love to come work for you guys. He was like, it's one of them things. He's like, I just want to be at a place where I can get my work done and go home. And I was like, man, it's probably not the place for you then. I was like, because like all of us we're friends, and we built relationship with us. We're invested in each other's lives. I want the people I work with to succeed. I want you guys to succeed. So it's tough when it's not traditional as far as our business. We're very relationship wise, and that kind of leads me into my next thing. Having a healthy culture within your business is so important. How have you guys kind of cultivated that, kind of helped grow that? I'm sure your dad had a great influence in that. Like you've already spoke on how intentional he is with employees and stuff, but how have you guys put your own spin on y'all's culture as an organization on how y'all do things? Because I was looking over y'all's website and stuff, and I saw look like some kind of values of what you guys kind of who y'all are, but can y'all speak on that just a little bit?
Yeah, so and that's culture is probably in the business growth journey. Culture is one of those tough topics that how do you build culture? It's not black and white. And so I think top-down leadership is pretty important. And so just being willing to put in the time, your team is going to see that. Sorry, somebody was calling in.
You're good.
So top-down leadership, just being willing to put in the time, but also caring for your people. Stanley, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've talked about culture quite a bit. We're right at that stage where we haven't formally created culture building objectives.
Right.
But I think there's been underlying culture creation.
Oh yeah, I would see it.
Yeah.
No doubt. just from the outside looking in. You know, I think definitely see it.
Yeah, it's and I would say part of that culture does also go back to the service that you provide your community.
Mm-hmm.
What good are you doing in the community? What impact are you having to better people's lives? And we're making people better by amazing products.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I did want to bring up. I did see in my research, I did see how you guys are partnering with the Link and Coleman and making an impact in the surrounding community as well. And so, do you want to elaborate a little bit about that, or is that kind of still in the works kind of thing?
That's, for the most part, it has been launched. Now it's the PR part of it, getting it out to people. That program is specifically designed so that farmers can contribute to a good cause. And sometimes young farmers, especially now, young farmers, they have it really tough. Just to be frank with you, interest rates are high. Farming's an extremely capital-intensive business. And so how do you give, and this could probably tie back into our business as well, into business in general, how do you give when it's tough to give? You don't know if you give that $5,000, $1,000, $10,000, where do you get it from? Like, you know, that's going to affect your profit and loss. Mm-hmm. So it's creating that avenue for farmers to give with the first fruits of their land, really, and make an impact in the community. So super excited about that awesome, program.
Man. That's good. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's I've done some work with the Link of Coleman, and they're solid people.
Yeah.
So when I saw that, I kind of perked up. But that's what I think a lot of people, when it comes to culture, one thing people don't realize is you're in your business, you're building culture.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No matter what.
Whether you intentionally do it or unintentionally do it. I say this a lot, and it's something I think Craig Groeschel says it. I think he was the first that said it. But culture is everything about what you build and everything about what you allow. And so there's a side of culture that it's, hey, yes, I want to have an organization that does give avenues for giving. For us, that we have a team mindset. We're a faith-based, we say that God is the owner of our business. We're just the managers. All those things, those are intentional acts, but also what we allow also sets culture.
Oh, absolutely.
At the same time.
Absolutely agree 100%. Yes. Yeah, for us, culture was something that I didn't really know much about starting a business. I'm going to be honest. Like, culture was something that was, to me, was just kind of foreign. My father, I realized looking back now, my father did have a great culture. I don't think my father talked about it as much as, we focus on it today. But, he did build a culture of being better, doing your best. His slogan was always, quality at its best and nothing less. And quality at its best isn't just quality in the product you make. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's important. That's very important. But quality in the way you speak to your customer, the quality in the way you answer the phone, the quality in the way when you deliver that barn, the way you respond to people, the way you act around a customer. Every aspect of the business have a quality mindset, meaning I'm going to do my absolute best at it. Mm-hmm. When it comes to accounting, I'm going to do my best at it. So that was a culture that we took, that my father had established, and we have just kind of built on that. Now we have a culture of not only doing our best, but, I guess we could say we found more of the why behind our culture, if you want to say, finding that why. And it's beautiful when that all starts to come together. And we're starting to see a little bit of that in our business. Is we're seeing it kind of start to come together, and it's something that I never imagined the power when I started my business. I never imagined the power of what a good culture will do. we had at the beginning of the year this year, we had a situation that arose we hired in a team member that really was focused on changing our culture. And there was times where we allowed that. I seen it start to leak in a little bit where some of the team wasn't. We're big about having fun. We're big about having fun in our business. That's one of our parts of our culture. And this individual didn't like that. This is business. We need to do business, and that's it. We don't need to be joking. We don't need to be having fun. And I will say that some of the team members started allowing their culture to shift towards that mindset. And I seen it happening, and I right away called a meeting with the leaders. I said, guys, our culture should be strong enough that if somebody cannot hold up to that culture, they'll leave. It'll force them out.
Mm-hmm.
A good culture will force out bad culture. Just will, as long as you stick to it.
Yes.
Well, when I allowed them and said, guys, you have to be the same, and if this individual if it's going to work, this individual will leave or be willing to adapt to the culture. It ended up being they couldn't handle it and they left.
Mm-hmm.
So our culture ran out bad culture. So that's why the value of. But if you have bad culture in your business, guess what you're going to absorb? More bad culture.
That's right.
So that's kind of the way we've adapted it. Stanley, on your end, when it comes to culture, what is something you would say that your father? I know you mentioned a little bit about your father, but that has translated over from when your father owned the business. That's really still embodied in your business when it comes to culture. I think I know what you're going to say, but I'll let you.
I'll be interested in here. Dad loved doing what he did, and I think that has kind of translated to me. He loved getting up and making good quality products, and that's what I love to do. I don't have to go to work. I get to go to work. I get to go in there and be a part of somebody. What's the best time of the day for me? It's mealtime, man. When I sit down for lunch and I eat a meal, and probably for most of us, it's a time where we just let everything lay and we sit there and eat. And I get to be a part of that for somebody when I go in there and cut a big old juicy ribeye or make some summer sausage. And then I hear the stories about people coming in, and this is probably the best part, where they come in and they say, "Man, that's some of the best product I've ever had in my life." And I gave my coworker some, and now I can't keep this stuff around, and I got to hide it. But trying to get that culture to other people. There's a right way to do things, and there's a wrong way to do things. Just always take that right step. I think a culture always has a default setting, and if you're not actively pursuing that good culture, it will go back to the default setting. Usually, the strongest personality in that group will carry that culture, and
that's a good point, Stanley.
Sometimes that's, it can be. Well, I say no. It's usually not ever good, because you need to be intentional with that.
Have you ever noticed that you said that default setting, that most times it's the default is not all good. For some reason, that default culture, it's like the default is more of the bad culture. It seems to be, if you're not actually working on it.
That's right.
It defaults back to that.
Yeah, that's so true. Golly, I gotta do some self-evaluation now.
That was gold.
We had that situation happen on Friday. I need to go apologize to Brandon. 'Cause I had some default behavior that I'm not necessarily proud of. But no, I mean and it's so true though, because I'm very loud and very opinionated sometimes, and so there are times that when stuff it hits the fan on situations, I kind of turn into a bull in the china shop, and me and Jimmy are working on that in my one-on-one, and that happens. You get where as Jimmy says it, I turn into a person who reacts and not responds, and reacts is the reason he tells me like that. Reacts is such a, hey, I'm just gonna go, and my body and my language is just reacting to the situation. But when I respond, it's a thoughtful, hey, I'm thinking through everything, and I say it in the way that it needs to be said.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's a great point.
That was awesome, Stanley. Just a thing of, now I got sitting here thinking. I said, so what's our default setting? Like in our business, I would encourage all business owners listening, find your default setting and you know where you need to work the most on in the culture. Because if your default setting is this, that means you can work on it. So find that. I'm going to be looking at that. Might be Corey may be the default setting. Anyway, well, guys, man, I appreciate it. We could talk about so much. The truth is, we're all business owners. We sit here, we're having a conversation, we enjoy this, but every one of us, when we get done with what we're doing today, it's a Monday morning. We have to go get into the grind.
Yep.
We have to go get into what it takes. Honestly, what it takes for us to even be able to be sitting here. We wouldn't be able to if we weren't a business owner. It's 8:30. We would be required to be at a job right now.
That's right.
So there is a value. I want to say this. There is a value to starting your business. The things that we talked about today, the negative things, that's just stuff we want people to know. But if you're out there and you're about to embark on starting your own business, you're young, there's fear involved, remember this, that you have to start somewhere. And you're going to fail over and over and over. The key to success, the key to an overnight sensation that took 20 years is to never give up.
Amen.
To never stop fighting. And you'll wake up one day and you'll be like, man, that hard work was worth it. We still have a long ways to go. We're still young, and I don't think we've woke up and said the hard work is worth it yet in what I'm getting at, into retirement and things of that nature. But I will say, looking back over the years now, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else owning a business. So if you're about to go into that journey, understand it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. You're going to have to there's going to be days you're going to want to give up. I know there's days that I still kind of want to give up. Just don't. Just keep fighting. Just keep going. Find people in your life that can pour good things into your life, and find people that have been through it. Don't find people that are trying to learn it. Yes, you want friends that are trying to learn it, but your mentors need to be people that have been through it, and listen to them. That's another key thing. Is as a young business owner, we have a tendency to think we know the way, and we want to figure out the way. But the hack is, do what the people that were successful have done. And you'll be shocked how easy it's to repeat it.
Amen to that.
It's they are successful for a reason. Yes, cultures change, times change, the way to do business changes. All that's important, and you need to be willing to continue to change. I look back at my life when I came into the business, and my father finally was willing to adapt to some change. I see myself now at 32 years old already starting to get kind of locked in my own ways, and so I need to be willing to continue to change as well. So that'd be another word of encouragement, is be willing to change as the times change. So Stanley, Titus, I want both of y'all, if you don't mind, to say something to the audience, an encouraging word if they are, about to embark on the journey of owning a business. What is something that y'all would encourage them in? And I want to say this too, be God-centered. Faith-centered business. I think we'd all agree with that. That needs to be make sure you're lined up to the will of God, because if you're not lined up to the will of God, yes, God allows, but, make sure if you're lined up to the will of God, God promises in his word that you'll be blessed. So that's to me, that's a no-brainer. But outside of that, what are some areas? Titus, I'll start with you. Stanley, I'll let you dive in then.
So everybody, if you're starting a business, you can bring value to the marketplace. So in whatever particular skill that you have. So I would say really be locked in on the value that you can bring the marketplace. Mentorship. And if you're just starting a business, finances are tight. You don't have a lot of money to throw at mentorship. There's groups that you can plug yourself into that don't cost a lot of money. Great books like Stanley brought up. Plugging yourself into a support system, I think is key. And You know, I think of 2 or 3 things in business that are extremely important to try to get right out of the gate. Financial management, having more of a practical application is your bookkeeping. That's pretty important.
It is. Yes, it is.
To nail that. And maybe you're not good at it. Well, find somebody that you can ask questions and become reasonably good at it until you can outsource that. And then just the culture that we talked about. If you're a young business person starting a business, culture may not be as big of a deal to you because you may be by yourself in this business venture. But definitely as you grow, work on culture, work on building that stickiness within your company.
Love it. Stanley?
Never forget your why. Never forget why you started to go down this journey. I think a lot of times our why is tied to something real deep down inside, something emotional, something that really gets us motivated to go forward. You know, when we get into the thick of things, we start to question that why. We're like, man, this ain't worth it. This ain't worth it. But if you can get yourself to go back to those moments where in your mind, whether it was around a campfire where you were pouring out ideas, if you need to go back to a campfire, go back to that campfire. But when you had the idea for this business and you thought it was such a great idea and you were fired up and you were ready to go conquer it, go back to that moment. When you get into the thick of it, go back to that moment, reinvigorate yourself, redefine your why. Why am I doing this? And get back on board with that. And then go just kick tail and get after it. You know, it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of hard work.
Patience.
Patience. That's right. Patience and hard work, and go be successful, man.
Yeah, it's out there.
It's out there.
You can do it. I mean, you know, there's people out there that tell you American dream's dead. I want to let you know they're wrong.
That's right.
That's what you call. That's the definition of wrong. So, I want to now dive into the verse of the day, and it kind of goes really well with transitioning out of what we're talking about, and that's found in Matthew 6, verse 19 and 20. It says, "Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, where thieves do not break through and steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." And I think this goes so well with the topic today of Stanley just mentioned finding your why. You know, when we are working, we're working really hard and we're trying to build up a savings account. Why do we want a savings account financially? Well, it's for when times get tough or we have something we're saving for, but especially focusing on when times get tough. Are you storing up financial things for them times? Well, so is it in every aspect of life when it comes to business, being a leader. You know, you need to store up in the good times, get them mentors, get them people pouring into your lives. So you're storing up a savings account for when the wolf comes, when the tough times comes in your leadership. You know where to go, you know where to fall to. Also, it talks about laying up treasures on earth. Make sure that you're not doing it for just this time on earth. Are you doing it for generations? Are you doing it for the kingdom of God? Make sure that your why has him tied into it in your business. Make sure it has God as the center focus of it. Because if it's not, it says here very clearly that moth and rust will destroy it. So have a bigger purpose than earthly treasures, and build them things up in the tough times or in the good times. Build yourself up for when the bad times come, financially, spiritually, physically. All them things are very important that we lay up for them tough times. Spiritually especially. Think about it, guys. When tough times come spiritually, have you been read up? Is your savings account full that you can go to in the midst of temptation, in the midst of things you're facing, and have a source, I guess you could call it your emergency fund, for your soul. I like that. And so I just love that verse. Let's find, it falls right into our purpose with our podcast. It's lead with purpose. Make sure that you're doing things for a reason and for a purpose behind it. And I promise you will be surprised at how much success that brings. So, guys, thank y'all so much for coming on, man. The meat was absolutely amazing. Guys, check out Weaver's Meat Processing. They make some of the best meat in the market. I promise you, it's amazing. That's where I get all my stuff done. Actually was able to harvest a deer for Saturday night. It's actually probably over in their cooler as we speak. So check them out. If you want some amazing summer sausage, jerky, you name it, they got it. So check them out. We'll throw up their information on the screen here. One other thing as we close this thing out, I got to call it out. We hit 60,000 subscribers as of yesterday. Thank you. It's amazing. God bless you. This is all for him. Make sure you like and share it so it continues to grow, continues to go out there so we can affect people in the positive way, because God gets all the honor and glory for this thing. Yep. This is nothing between me and Corey. This is all the good Lord. And we just love that y'all are willing to listen to it and willing to continue to push it out there. We never dreamed it would get as big as it is. I know we say it all the time. You'll probably get tired of hearing it. But, Corey, I mean, it
just continues to blow my mind. That's the biggest thing, and just the opportunities it's opened up for me and you.
Oh, it's unreal.
And the biggest deal that I keep telling people is it's about what Jesus has done in our lives and what he continues to let us experience and see, and we're just honored to get to share our story.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Love you guys. Like and subscribe. Keep flowing it out there. And always remember that no matter what you do in life, always lead with a purpose, and we can change this world. God bless you. We love you. See you next time.
Yeah, give me some of that meat over there.
You want another piece? Okay.
Yeah, give me some more.
I'll pass that over there. Peace out, guys. Love y'all. Hey guys, thank you so much for being with us today. We are so excited to continue this season. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our YouTube and Spotify.
And make sure to leave us a comment. We would love to hear your thoughts. And remember, always lead with a purpose.
Welcome back in, guys. We're excited to get another episode going here on Yoders Talk. This episode today is going to be brought to you by Farmhouse Coffee. We are thankful that for their sponsorship. They make some amazing coffee. Guys, check them out. You can go to their Facebook page, local coffee trailer from around here. So, man, today we have a super exciting episode. We're going to go on back into some more on Africa. Got some great guests that were with us over there. So, Corey, you ready to get this thing going?
Man, I'm fired up.
Let's do this, guys. Welcome back to another episode of Yoders Talk.
And it was 100% something that I think we're going to hopefully get to do it again, and it'd be an awesome thing. I know I'm like I told Kip the other day. He was like, I think you're asking me when do you want to go back, and I was like, man, you tell me when to be on the plane. I'm on the plane.
They still practice today child sacrifice to this demon. in one of the rivers called from the Rwenzori Mountains that flows out, and they still sacrifice children today.
A business is like a bicycle, and a business with a purpose is like a bicycle with handlebars. A business without purpose is a bicycle without handlebars. And bicycle without handlebars, how that is going to end up is going to be all over the road.
Yeah.
And a business that has purpose, there's more of a drive, there's more of a vision behind where you want to go with your employees, and I feel like there's just more of a connection with everyone around you.
Yeah. What's up, guys? Welcome back into the channel. As always, your host here, Clinton Yoder. We are super excited to kick another episode off today. Mr. Corey, my co-host here beside me, and we got some very good, exciting episode. We did, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, we released one on Africa, and we are going to now do a second round on our trip over to Africa. But today we got a very special guest here with us, Mr. Kip Potter from 130 Network. He was actually over there with us. We also have Conrad Chavarria. He was with us as well over there. And so, yeah, man, Kip, I'm excited to have you on today, brother. I appreciate you being willing to spend some time with us.
Hey, thanks for the invite.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
great.
Conrad, thank you for spending some time. I know you've been on here a few times, and you do a lot of work behind the scenes, so we appreciate you. We
It's
really
good
do.
to be
So,
back on again.
Yep. So, Corey, you ready to get this thing kicked off, man?
Man, I am ready to go. Anytime I get to spend some time with these guys, I'm fired up for it. I guess jumping in, just give Kip, if you'll give just some background on the 130 Network, how it started, what's your vision of it, and how it kind of took off.
Yeah, so about 5 years ago, I had been working in overseas mission for a bit, but about 5 years ago, I really felt like that this is going to be the rest of my life is going overseas and helping these kids. I didn't know what that meant or how in depth that would be, but I was at one of our orphanages in a little town called Kinyamaseki in Uganda, and one of our little children, we were helping them out, but they were still in very desperate need. And one of our little kids, she was about a year old, and she had this ragged little brown shirt. I'll never forget, little ragged brown shirt with no pants and definitely no underwear. And I just picked her up. She was just standing there looking at me, and I just picked her up, and I just realized, it was just like God speaking into my life, and God saying, you dream over your kids. You look over their future, you look over their lives, and you think about them, and you plan for them. And he said, nobody is dreaming over this little girl. Nobody's thinking about her. And I just knew right then that we needed more support than what my local church could do. And so my wife and I began starting this network of churches, of businesses, of child sponsors, and together we saw that we could do something very important for the lives of these kids. And now somebody is dreaming over this kid, and somebody is thinking about her and praying for her and supporting her.
Yeah.
It all started with her.
We seen that over there while we were there, man. It was, you can see your heart and for the ministry that you feel like you're called to, and I just want to say thank you, because what we seen over there is so many needs, and there's no way that one organization can do it all, but that's not the point. You do what God asks you to do. Yeah. And it's been it was such a good time over there, seeing everything that's already been accomplished, but there's so much more work that needs to be done. And so yeah, it was a lot of fun. It really was.
It's I've kind of joked with people they'll ask me once I've come back, and like, are you happy to be back? And I'm like, no, not really. I'm kind of I love it so much that I can't wait to be back over there. And so I've definitely left my heart over there. You know, that I think the dreaming over the kids is so it's just vital for those kids. You know, yes, there is financial needs there, but the spiritual needs of those kids, I think, is there's such a huge gap there. I know my family found a child, and you know, it's been awesome to see not only me and my wife, but my oldest son, who shares the same name with him, this kid, you know, as he's sitting down in his prayers at night, you know, praying for him as well. And so it's really a cool thing, and I appreciate the opportunity to have that experience.
Amen. You know what you know, 130 is the reason we were able to even, you know, to going with Micah and everything. You know, Micah was on the podcast back last fall, I think it was. And so, you know, having Micah on and seeing him go over, then going over and visiting him and seeing the absolute love and joy that he has for being over there and being a service to them people is unreal. It fires me up to, you know, be able to, you know, support, you know, God has called us to run a business, right? And, you know, we're able to support, and businesses from America are able to support people over there doing these things. And, you know what, when we went over there, the reason we went over there was kind of for a business conference that, you know, and you ask, why would we go to Africa for a business conference? But I know, Kip, you've said it before, and you've talked about this, that, you know, businesses need to get involved.
Yeah.
Businesses are the ones that need to get involved. And you see this video right here. This was at the business conference that we put on. You know, there was a lot of, you know, people from Uganda that came out there to this conference. They're business owners that, you know, didn't have any idea about business and about how business should be done, and being able to speak to them and see how they just crave any kind of teaching that you can give them. And you've mentioned it several times, Kip, where you want to see not only businesses from America helping, but you want to see Ugandans change Uganda.
Yeah, it's just, sustainable businesses are just, I feel like the next wave of support for these impoverished nations. I feel like the old adage, you know, you can buy someone a fish, or you can, you know, buy them a rod, teach them to fish, you know, and that does much more. These kids are just starting out their life. They don't know about what generations before them have thought about and have longed for. You know, all they know is what they see in front of them. And so if we can get some great business men, great business women, entrepreneurs, you know, I feel like that's more important than me getting a preacher to the mission field. You know, I feel like if I can get you guys to the mission field, great leaders, great forward thinkers in business, that's the culture that need to be changed, so that these kids can stay inside their home. Their dad can work and feel like he's worth something, you know, and that's going to change the life of the family.
Yes.
And that's our heart, is not to get these kids some food. Our heart is to change the culture so that these families can make it. You know, they can make it in their homes and not have a need for these huge orphanages.
Yeah. I noticed too, and I think y'all, Corey, you spoke at that conference as well. One thing I noticed about how receptive they are to that kind of teaching. And, you know, I wasn't sure how when I went over there, of course, you know, I'd never been to Africa, never been to any country in Africa. And I didn't know how they would they take teaching from America. But, you know, what we taught on was, I think I spoke on, like, just servant leadership, having a servant heart in your business and leading from your heart. I think Lyndon,
yeah.
What was Lyndon spoke on? I'll let you talk on that a little bit, Conrad.
Yes, Lyndon, he spoke on the purpose of your business and behind your business, and you could tell each individual in that room was extremely engaged, and it's a perspective that they haven't heard before. And he spoke on a lot how one of our slogans is to lead with a purpose and how important a purpose is in your business to connect with your employees, to connect with your clients, and to connect with God.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of good talking points, and one of the analogies he used that it actually kind of clicked with me, and it was very good. A business is like a bicycle, and a business with a purpose is like a bicycle with handlebars. A business without purpose is a bicycle without handlebars. And a bicycle without handlebars, you know how that is going to end up. It's going to be all over the road.
Yeah.
And a business that has purpose, there's more of a drive. There's more of a vision behind where you want to go with your employees, and I feel like there's just more of a connection with everyone around you.
Yeah.
And that's the one takeaway while I was speaking is, you know, seeing the people be engaged. You know, like they had notebooks, they were writing stuff down, and like that was the first thing that like took me back. I gave a talk about trust, and how trust, basically business moves at the speed of trust, and so the more trust you build in your business, the further your business is going to go. And then finally wrapped it up with how we need to put our trust in God in our business, that He's the ultimate decider. And so that was my first takeaway. Is I'm sitting there as I'm giving my talk, and I had a little with the interpreter. That was my first time working with the interpreter, and I didn't really think about a phrase, but that was the thing that I kept going to, is like, wow, this is working. Like what I'm talking about is making an impact, because there were several people just jotting down notes and thoughts, and then Stephen, our good friend Stephen, wrapped it all up. And what's so funny about that conference is he did, like, none of us really talked about what we were all going to talk about, but he pretty much took our three, wrapped it up, and put a nice little bow on it, and talked about how there's having a deeper foundation of having Christ as the center of your everything. And so he did a great job. I had I had my iPad out taking a couple of his notes down, because he just did a great job.
Yeah. Stephen's a successful businessman, and he and his wife run a very successful business in Huntsville, and they're going, they're later in life. They're around my age, and they're just diving deep into missions. The thing that I'm seeing is a generational shift of, when people were businessmen my age and older, a little bit younger, the mindset was, we will make it big in business so that we can make an impact around the world. You know what I'm saying? That's great philosophy. But what I'm seeing with your generation and great young leaders and businessmen, businesswomen, is that I don't want to go to work unless I can make a difference today while I go. And I think that's huge. And it is a shift. And I don't want to feel like I'm capitalizing on someone's generosity, but that's exactly what we're doing. Those kids their lives are changing now, not when they get older, past when we could help them. They're changing now, and that's exciting to see. Our big dream is that we build this bridge where we are connecting hearts, hearts of your children who are praying for their sponsored child, even every night they can call their name out in prayer and start connecting those hearts, all the way up to what you guys are doing and making a huge splash and giving these kids in Ibanda a place to live. It's just everyone can be involved. And I feel like that's the heart of 130 and the heart of the new age of business that I am falling in love with.
Yes. And I think going right along in with that, we got to understand that there a lot of, with this crazy things going on in this world, I think people are realizing that we got to do more. We got to be able to make impacts. You mentioned about making an impact. Everybody goes to work and they want to make an impact now. And I think that as business owners, it's very vital to capitalize it sounds like we're trying to capitalize on that generation, but the truth is, make sure that they are being part of. If you are giving to an organization, let them be part of that. Let them understand that what they do on the floor, sweeping the floor, bending metal, flipping a burger, whatever their job is, that if they do that well, it's because they do it well, we're able to make an impact. We're able to reach out further over here or over there. And, so many times, in a sense, a business will do it very in secret, which I don't like to make us, everybody know what we're doing, giving here, giving there. But let your people know so that they know that they're actually making an impact is what I'm trying to say. So,
it was the conference was a lot of fun. And it was 100% something that I think we're going to hopefully get to do it again, and it'd be an awesome thing. I know I'm like I told Kip the other day, he was like, I think you're asking me when do you want to go back, and I was like, man, you tell me when to be on the plane, I'm on the plane. And so that was awesome, but honestly, that was just a small part of the trip.
Oh yeah.
One of the things that there's so much going on in that country that you guys are a part of and doing, and you guys took us to several different spots. One of the places that we had a lot of fun, and we've talked about it, is the place we went to have the safari in Cassesi. And yes, we had a lot of fun there, but there's some stuff that's going on there that you guys are doing that is pretty big right now. So Kip, if you want to talk about what you guys are underway in Cassesi with.
Yeah, so we've been working with Cassesi, like I was saying before, this little town called Kinyamaseki. It's in the Cassesi region, and it borders the national park there. And it's just like you read the scriptures and you hear about the children of Israel coming into the promised land, and there spiritually, physically, emotionally, there's no better picture that I've seen in my lifetime of a true promised land that these kids are going to experience there.
It is gorgeous. I mean, if I remember, there's kind of a lake in the background. We're on this property, and they're coming along fairly well with it. It seems like it.
So. We're into phase 2, and hopefully our goal is to get at least some of the children moved on in the end of January. And as we build phase 3, we'll be able to get more and more of the children on campus there.
And it definitely has that promised land feel to it.
Yeah.
When we're walking the grounds and stuff, because it's got, like you say, it's got Queen Elizabeth Park right there in front of it. You got the mountains behind it. I mean, to be honest, if my retirement plan might be there.
we put your house right up there, Corey.
It's great.
Well, I feel like, and I don't want to go without saying this, there is a spiritual heaviness. I don't know how deep we get in on Yoder talk into spiritual.
Anything you want to talk about.
Things, but there's a spiritual heaviness, and whether you believe it or not, it's real there, and we were feeling that, and we were coming against so many hurdles. I talked to one of my pastor friends there. He's over several churches in that area, and I'm like, we're having such a spiritual fight for these kids. It just seems like, and there's a heaviness over these kids more than any that of our other children in other towns. And he said, yeah, exactly. He said, it's Titatumba. I said, what is that? He said, that is the demon that the people worship in this area. And he said, and they still practice today child sacrifice to this demon in one of the rivers called from the Renzori Mountains that flows out, and they still sacrifice children today. And he said there's a spiritual heaviness in this area, and he said, he was like very prophetic, looking over me, and he said, what we are doing here, what you are doing here for these kids is breaking this curse over their life, and it's not easy. I never signed up for an easy discipleship. It's not easy, but it's worth it.
Pastor Mike, I was riding when we were coming in. He was telling us about all of that, and And to be honest, like I just had like this like heaviness that just sat on me when he was telling me about that. And like I've told my wife, like it after I got back and stuff, there was I was, because when you're over there, the rest of the world kind of fades. You're focused in, my relationship with Jesus was just, it was so, I mean, how to put it into words, it was just so, it was, my focus was so on that. And so, like I told her, I was ready to climb that mountain with a water gun, like to take
go fight a devil.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. It's just truly it's a heartbreaking thing. And another challenge is it's that area is really close to the Congo.
Yeah.
And there are some really tragic things that have happened in that area. That's kind of one of the reasons Pastor Micah and yourself was telling us, I want to try to get them a little further from the Congo.
Yeah, last year we took 42 people. Most of them were child sponsors, and they got to see their sponsored children. And we had so many different projects going on. But one of our teams was actually stayed there at our orphanage, and stayed in the area. And while they were there. This was last year. While they were there was some rebels from the Congo. Just I think about 5 rebels from the Congo that came over, and we border where they are in Kinyamaseki borders the Congo, and it's just a rough, war-torn area. It's just very, very, very bad conditions. And these rebels came over and went to a school that had just America had just dropped off some Canada had just dropped off some supplies for this school, and they knew that, and they came in and killed 42 children and teachers with by hand, with knives and swords, and just devastated them, and kept 3 of the children to carry the loot, the food, the supplies that were left there for the kids back to the Congo. And it was just so real. I talk about it being a spiritual issue because we had just brought 42 people to the Congo. 42 people were killed 4.5 miles from where our team was staying. And that team was so resolute. I mean, they looked it in the face. I mean, there was helicopters they brought in, the army from Uganda to that border, and I was like, we need to pull our team out. And they said, no, we've had a meeting. We came here for these children. We're staying. And it was such a great meeting. I wasn't in that meeting, but for have an American team, who had just seen and heard the sirens and just been that close to all that devastation, to be so resolute and care about these kids. I just, it brings out something that few Americans, believers get to take part in. I feel like we've made discipleship in America convenient.
Yes.
And we work around what we like to do and around our schedules. This is a team that was there. They paid to be there. They raised money. They paid to be there. They sacrificed time away from their family, and were true missionaries to the field, facing death, and made a decision. We are staying. This is what God called us to do at this moment. And I just love to see dangerous discipleship. As a leader, I didn't want to take them into harm's way.
Right.
But to see that come out was amazing.
Yes.
And just a credit to these are child sponsors. These are kids these are families who just love a child and wanted to see their child, and came back with a story that very few believers get to tell.
And I will say this, for me, from my personal experience, I when you go over there and you see these children and you engage with them, you play with them, they sit on your lap. You're just really, I guess you say you're hands on. Man, it does something to you within you that I can understand why somebody says, no, I'm standing my ground and I'm here.
Yeah.
Because who else is here for them?
No.
Who's going to be here for that little child that all they just want a hand up, in a sense. They just need a hand up.
Yeah.
To be able to.
That's one of the goals of 130 is, I've been part of Compassion International, and I was an advocate, and we were a child sponsor there. And when I held Gloria, that one 5 years ago in that little orphanage, I was like, yeah, but Compassion is not going to help Gloria. These kids are not on their radar, and so, when we started this, we wanted to make it very personal, so that a business could not just cut a check, so that a child sponsor is not just sending $30 a month. We're tying their hearts to these children.
Yes,
and they need it. Those kids need that someone thinking about them.
And what's so amazing about all that is we were able to actually go over there, right? And now my team, we come back and we start telling our stories. They start seeing videos, and some of the team that went with us there. Now you're hearing comments. We get into a budget meeting, and I heard this the other day, and it fires me up so much. Hey, let's cut that, because if we cut that, that's a little extra that we can give when God calls us to give. Hey, there's another area that we could trim here, because, what? Let's not worry. I'm not too worried about a raise right now, because, so what it does, it changes your heart from within, but I think a lot of it is, like you said, you got to get there. You got to feel it. You got to feel it in your hands, if you want to call it that way. Yeah. And it would just change you. It changed me. I mean, I know Corey, Conrad, and there's a few times what I see is that some of them that didn't go. They have questions because they haven't felt it.
Yeah.
They have questions. What does this mean? Why are we doing this? They're all in, but they're trying to understand it just from the pictures, from what we're saying. But to actually go experience it. So I would encourage any business owner out there, if you ever get the opportunity, anybody, not just business owners, but anybody, go over there, experience it. Wherever God calls you to go. But go to a country where the people there are just surviving, and you'll find a different. God will speak to you in a different way than you've ever in your life been spoken to.
Yeah,
I think Corey said it right. It's like. And this is what I experienced too. I've been in church ministry for 30 years, in American church ministry. And when I went overseas, when I realized that this is what I'm doing for the rest of my life, it brought a focus. And Corey said that earlier. It just brings you focus.
Amen.
And it brings you a clear direction. And it wasn't like I've wasted all those other years in ministry. It was like God saying, everything I've done in you, everything I've given you, everything you've been through, your experience has prepared you for this moment.
Yes.
For this moment.
Yes.
Did you feel 100%.
Yes.
I talk about this a lot to friends and pretty much anybody that'll hear it, that, what my life, if you look at my life, it looks like a hodgepodge of things. Like, okay, I did this for a little while, this for a little while, and it looks like, well, it's just piecing, but nothing makes sense. But then when you back up and you look at the larger picture, no, it's just a puzzle.
Yeah.
It's a piece here that was preparing me for something else. And like, my wife's even made this comment. She's, and I think this was one of the best comments she's made. Or compliments to me in our relationship. She was like, "You've changed since you came back from Africa." She's like, "You're not the same husband. You're not the same dad. You're not the same follower of Jesus." Yeah. She was like, "You're just so focused on what can we do to make an impact in the kingdom." Mm-hmm. And that was thank you, honey, for that comment, because that was a lot, meant a lot to me. But it's something that Kisetse was wonderful and awesome, but I'm gonna be honest, it was not my favorite spot. Okay, my favorite place, and where if Jesus asked me, where do you want to spend the rest of your days, it will be in Ibanda. Nice. I love that place. I love those kids. I love everything about that place. There's the mountains there that are kind of surrounding it. That's one of the things that I fell in. The first thing when we were driving up to the place, I saw, I was just amazed by them immediately. And so it was kind of, Pastor Micah while we were driving, was saying like, hey man, like this is one of these places everybody loves. He's like, everybody that comes here, he's like, you're going to have a blast here and you're going to have a lot of fun. And it was kind of, other than the trade school, it was one of the first places we went to. Mm-hmm. And so I kind of took that comment as like okay. Because I was skeptical. I'm going to be honest. I can be skeptical at times. And I was like, okay. And man, was he not lying. I mean, I think the whole team fell in love with that place. Oh, yeah. And you guys can speak to that.
Yeah, yeah. Conrad, I'll ask you this real quick. What impact did Africa, I'm kind of jumping back, but all of us kind of shared a little bit about Africa. What would you say impacted you the most in Africa?
I would say the kids, all the kids in general. I agree with Corey over here. Ibanda was a special place. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it was about it. The kids there, like, I know there's multiple times, like, I started spending some time with the kids, and I turned around and try to find my team, and everybody's in the car. And after about a day of being there, I could see, I told myself, I was like, this is something that I'm passionate about. This is something that me and my wife have been passionate about our entire lives. And being able to have this opportunity, there was a few times I just had to sit there and just tell God, thank you for everything that we do have, and the impact that each and every one of them kids had on me. I didn't want to leave. Yeah. And I could see myself just being there for a longer period of time. But it was, I would say that was the kids there in Ibanda. It was the faith that they had. It was incredible. There's that one little boy that I think he was talking to you, Clinton, and he said he had faith yesterday that God would provide him with food, and he says, I will have faith today. And just seeing that faith in God and believing it will change your life. Yeah. That trip was definitely a life-changing trip.
And those kids there are, most of them are from war-torn areas, refugees from the Congo and Rwanda, different places around Uganda, and they come there with nothing, absolutely nothing. Mm-hmm. And some of the happiest kids you will ever meet in your entire life.
I think we have a couple clips here. Sean, you want to throw up where they're worshiping and things of that nature. I mean, when we were there watching them worship, I mean, you can just see how they're so engaged, and their love for God is unreal. And that area there, our team kind of had a special moment happen. We felt God move in our lives in supporting a certain work there in this orphanage. And so that, I would say too, this was a very special place for me as well, just because seeing how clearly God spoke to us as a team.
Yes. Well, this is. I mean, I know you don't want to say it, but this is what happens. I mean, this school was just about to be closed by the government.
You said that we didn't know these kids. Like, I don't know the bishop or the pastor there personally or nothing of that nature. But the key to it all is, am I in tune with the Spirit? And when He asks me to move, do I move? No matter where it is. So many times in life we do not understand why. We don't know why God's calling us to work here or give here or do this here. It doesn't matter. I don't have to understand. My ways are not your ways. My thoughts are not your thoughts. That's God saying that. We don't understand. So if if God puts it on your heart to give to an organization, to an individual, whatever it is, stop trying to understand the why behind it every time and just do what God has told you to do and obey the calling that God has on your life. And, when you do it in that form, for me, it makes it a lot easier to give. Somebody mentioned it one time, said, well, you give that amount of money, you can invest that back in your company. Imagine how much more money you can make on that. No, it's not about that. We are not here on this earth to own a business and fill my pocket. That's not what God has us here for. As a business, we are here and we are called to the work of the kingdom. Just because we roll metal, just because we build a storage barn, doesn't mean that we don't have a direct impact on his kingdom. And that is what I would call out to businesses today, is stop thinking it's all for you and about you, because it's not. It's about the kingdom of God, and you can make a bigger impact in your business than you ever imagined.
Yeah, you ask somebody what Paul was known for, and planting churches and writing, half the New Testament. What I'm saying, being the, just a stalwart of faith, and when you realize that he was a tent maker, you know what I'm saying, and he used a trade that he picked up, to further the kingdom and to build the kingdom. You understand that business was never meant for us. It was meant for those kids.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. And business. And another thing I want to say is, some people say, "Well, God hasn't called me to the mission field, and that's why I have a business." No, God has called you directly to the mission field, and that is your business.
That's right. That's right.
That's your business.
I always used to, when I was pastoring, I used to teach. The Great Commission. It says, go into, and you're probably gonna have to help me because my mind just went blank. Go into Samaria, Judea, Jerusalem, and all ends of the earth. And the biggest deal for me is what I used to teach is there's several different parts of the mission field. There's your local mission field. There's your kind of your outer, your Judea, which would be like the state, your nation, and then all the rest of the world. You don't have to go to Africa to make an impact. Do what God's calling you to do.
Yes, amen. That's what I was trying to say. Yes, wherever that is.
And that could be in your backyard. That could be to your next door neighbor. That could be to someone, devastated by a natural disaster in your state, or in your region, wherever that is. But the key, the Lord has called us to do something here. Some people I've talked to, because some of my friends outside of the organization is like, man, why would you want to go to Africa? And which I have to watch myself. I have to respond, not react to that, because I sometimes get a little.
I've seen your reactions on the golf course.
Yeah, they're not good. They're not good. That's evidence that the Lord still has work to do with me. But I sit there and my first reaction is, why not?
Yeah.
And then my second reaction is, my response is, that's what God placed in front of me, and my job is just to say yes.
That's right.
We've been missing it. As in the church, I just have a good picture. I'm not, I'm not an entrepreneur. There's many things that I can't do in business, but in church work, I've just been there a long time. And what I've just been praying for many years is just for my kids is a chance for a dangerous faith, and a faith that stretches us and is not convenient. I think about, you talked about your wife. I think about my wife. She's a retired professional. She's a speech pathologist and spent 27 years in the school system and is a homebody. Just loves home and does not like change. I'm more adventurous. She is not. And it was like, she was like, this is great. You found you something that you like to do.
Almost like a hobby.
Yeah, that's great. And give me a time alone. She's more of an introvert. But the first time she got over there was just she felt the same thing I did, that everything she knew, everything she learned, and the person she was for this purpose, and it wasn't easy, and it wasn't convenient, and I got to shout out to Cheryl. She's become a Yoder junkie, podcast junkie, and so she is watching for sure. But it changes who we are, and we are stretched to do something that's goes past what we can do, and sees what God can do through us.
What's so crazy, when God stretches you, like in a business, giving, sometimes it can stretch you financially, like coming from the business standpoint. But when you give, when God calls you to give, and you do it just out of pure faith, maybe you don't understand, maybe you're thinking, man, that money could be used somewhere else. I promise you, you're gonna be okay. God's got you. He's gonna take care of you. If you obey Him and give when He calls you to give, you ain't gonna have to worry about your business.
Well, I mean, if you think back to the decision that night we made the decision, we had excuses.
Oh, absolutely.
Lined up, and I have to credit Clinton with this. We all five of us are sitting in our hotel room, and to be honest, I was in tears. I'm crying like a baby, about just because I'd been preparing, because Pastor Micah. That's why you don't let spiritual people be around you. They don't let you forget about the gifts and callings that God places on your life. He had made me. Well, I shouldn't say he asked that I would give a devotional the next morning, and so I was preparing for that, and just something popped out in Scripture that it was just so evident that this was a decision. And so you were leading our team, and you said, hey, listen, if God doesn't want, I want us all to go in our rooms and pray about it, and if tomorrow morning we don't wake up with a clear, evident no, this is the direction we are moving. And all of us took it very seriously. I know at least I can speak personally, but I think the other guys did too. And we woke up in the morning with peace about it.
Yes.
Almost almost like a little confidence boost that this was what we were supposed to do. And so I have to thank you for your leadership on that, because you can find excuses to do things and go, oh, well, what about we need that for this or that, or a rainy day fund, and all those things are great and necessary and wonderful. And if you don't have those things, then you probably need to pray about it and get your budget in order. But when the Lord says, hey, I want you to take this amount of money and put it towards this, do it, because He's going to take care of anything that may come down the line that money could be used for.
Absolutely.
Because
who is having these conversations? What businesses are having a meeting in the hotel room at Uganda and talking about spiritual direction of where they invest and put their profits? You know what I'm saying? The smart thing is stay at home, put your profits back into the business, grow your business to a place where you can be financially stable enough to make a huge difference and it not affect the bottom line of your company. This is what changes companies. This is the conversations that changes families and lives, that people that work with you.
When you give, shouldn't there be some kind of a sacrifice? Shouldn't you feel it a little? I mean, I feel like you should. I feel like there should be some form of, I feel like if you can give and not feel it, then you probably ain't giving enough. And I want to be careful how I say that, but I just believe that, when you give, there should be a sacrifice there.
David said, I'm not, what is a sacrifice that it doesn't cost me anything?
Right,
you know, that's it's going to cost me. So I'm going to make it cost me something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
And how many times you test God out? You know what I'm saying? How many times you outgive God or out faith Him? You know, He does not leave you.
You know, and
there.
it's this weekend I was at a conference, and there's some words that just so popped out to me. So it said, God's blessings are within His boundaries. I was like, what does that mean? God's blessings are within His boundaries. And what it revealed to me was that, you know, don't sit and expect God's blessings on your life and in your business if you're not staying within the boundaries of His calling and listening to what He's telling you to do. Stay within them boundaries. Don't go outside of them. Just stick within them, and God's going to just take you right where you need to go. But you got to stay within them boundaries of God's will to receive them blessings. That's the way I kind of look at it, and I thought that was a great little quote from this weekend.
100%.
I feel like if you have like your purpose God-centered, then it feels more like a calling instead of you're actually giving. It's more of a calling instead of, hey, it's not like we're prophets or we're taking out our profits. It's more of a purpose and a calling in your life, and not so much as a hinder, which that's a lot of people look at it that way.
Yeah, they look at it from the other side. You know, what will this hinder us from doing, instead of saying, well, no, we've reached to the point where now we're able.
That's right.
you know,
right. And when you put God right in the center of that, it's just incredible things happen.
Yeah, this is something I don't know, and I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
You know, because I'm trying to get into the head and heart of a businessman and businesswoman. You know, what does that? I know what it feels like in ministry, because when I gave my heart to Christ, I knew that the rest of my life I was going to be doing this professionally, whether I got paid or not. This is, you know, I was going to preach. I was going to follow Him in ministry. What does it feel like, you know, when you find that purpose and you go wake up at 1 o'clock and roll metal? You know what I'm saying? What is it? Because I feel like, you know, I should be helping those kids. I should be there, or I should, you know, I feel like I should be hands on. What does it feel like when you know your purpose and you're rolling metal?
Well, that's actually a packed full question. That's a great question, though. But I would say, for me, there was a time back in, I would say 2018-ish, 19-ish, you know, where, or prior to that, I was doing business for me. I'll admit it. I'll tell you right now, it was for me and what I would get out of it, you know, building a legacy for my family, in financial legacy and things of that nature for me and my family. Well, that can sustain you but so long. You know, the thing of, being a believer, going through tough times throughout the business, I started looking at it different. I started saying, well, I have not found a single bit of satisfaction in building wealth. Zero. So that can't be right. Because living a life for God is a fulfilling life. But I don't feel fulfilled here. So what is it? So went through a lot of teaching, a lot of biblical teaching, some very good mentors, and started to understand that, hey, just wait a second. Because I thought in my mind a couple times after the going after finances and that nature, I was like, well, maybe I just need to go on the mission field. Maybe that's what I need to do. Just sell everything I got, go on the mission field. But then God spoke to me one night and made it so clear to me that, well, you're right where you are, but you have the wrong mindset. You are on the mission field, but you just have the wrong mindset right now. And you are exactly where you need to be. You are called to this business. You are called to running this business, not only affecting the lives of people that work within the organization, because that is a mission in itself of the people that work around you, but let your business be a playground and give it all to God and let Him decide the path. You wake up every morning. You said go bend that metal. Go bend that metal at 1 a.m. in the morning. Here's why. Not because I want to just fill my pocket, but because I'm going to take care of that customer, which is also can be witnessed to. I can help. The profits from that can now be used over here. And so, yeah, it became my playground for my calling. Going to Africa in the last September just reassured. I told my wife when I got back, when I got off the plane from Africa, it was so clear to me, Clinton, you are right where you need to be.
Nice.
And so I would say finding that purpose, that your business is God's, and it's your playground where God has you. As long as you give it to him, he'll direct it in the way it needs to go, and he'll allow, or he'll reveal if it's giving here, if it's doing this, doing that. He'll reveal what your business, the directions that your business will take for his kingdom and for his glory.
Yeah,
so
it's easy for me to see because I have a umbrella view of what's going on, and I see what you guys are doing and how you are blessed, and just the different style of leadership and camaraderie and ministry going on here. But I also see what's going on right now in Ibanda, and they're moving dirt. They're about to build a dorm for these kids. Those kids get to see in action what is happening spiritually. It's just like, it's easy for me to see. I just don't know how it feels when you had to leave the field,
yes,
and come back to work. Come back to work.
Oh, I would be honest. And I think these guys would say the same. There's a side of you that just wants to stay there. But if I'm in tune to God's will for my life, it is come back here and keep chugging away, keep doing it right. Not only that, serve your customers well. That's another mission in itself.
Yeah.
It's just serving your customers well, the customers that come through your business, making sure that they're taken care of and be a reflection of Christ to them as well. So that is your business. It can be such a huge, massive mission in a lot of different angles, as long as you allow God to be the what do we say? The owner of our business, and we're just the managers.
How differently does the customer come to you and just hear this podcast or see the photos on your wall of the kids and the lives you're changing, knowing that when they purchase this metal building, when they come and do trade with you, they understand that what they are doing is also being part of the mission field.
Absolutely.
How rewarding is that?
Yes, it's
Who doesn't
amazing.
want to support a business like that?
Yes, it's amazing.
Go buy you a metal building.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely opened up some really cool conversations. I know in my office I've got a massive map of Uganda, and which, like, people walk in, they'll see it and they'll be like, "What's up with that?" And I'm like, "That's my second home," and which opens up. I had a conversation with a guy that he's actually been over in I forget what country. It wasn't Uganda or. But there was another country he'd been in, and he was like, "I've always wanted to go." And I was like, "Hey, I got some great guys you can go with." And I was like, so, and kind of leads me to my next thing. What, in your view of 130, what does the future look like for 130? What's your, trying to finish out, what's the next big accomplishment that you guys are working towards?
Yes. So I think it's the phases and time of your life. I am definitely, you guys are kids to me. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I'm older, and this is a weird time to start a nonprofit. That is making a lot of promises to thousands of kids. And it seems irresponsible at my age, but what we are feeling, my wife and I just want to leave something. We talk about legacy and what that looks like, and I can't, I'll never leave millions of dollars, to my children or the next generation, but this is something that we can build in a healthy way, in a responsible way, and these kids can depend on a partner and a network of churches, businesses, and families, and even kids who are sacrificing, and teenagers who mow a yard or babysit a kid so that they could send $30 and sponsor their sponsored child, you know, and when we want, you know, when we think about legacy, it's going to take more than church support. It's going to take more than sponsorships. It's going to take some incredible businesses, sustainable businesses who are continually making a difference, and it's just going to take all of us. And so we have an incredible board at 130 who is they're built for longevity, you know, and sustainability, you know, and I feel like everything that's being done is less about me and my wife, you know. It's not built on a superstar, you know. This is built on a network of great businesses, people, families, and churches that are going to continue on. That your generation can have a great outlet for ministry and a place to go, and a kids who not only you see pictures of, but you know their names, you know, and you know them, and they are known. And that's my biggest deal, is that this generation of Ugandan kids don't go anonymous. That we we know their names.
Absolutely.
And we dream over these kids.
And I can see that's the heart of 130, man. I mean, and I would actually, I'll say this right now. Any business owners, and I'm really calling out business owners, if you have the heart and would like to maybe, you know, talk about this network a little bit, man, reach out to us on Facebook, on YouTube, and I would gladly have a conversation. I mean, it may even to the point I'm looking to possibly next year take a few other business owners with me over there if we can work that out. So yeah, if God is speaking to you through this podcast, man, reach out. Because I'm telling you, there is a lot of work that still needs to be done, you know, all across this world, all across this globe, man. It's great, man. I absolutely just fires me up every time I get to talk about this stuff. It just, like, I want to, as soon as I'm done here, I'm ready to go get it.
Yeah. I am too.
Ready to go take on the world and you know, get our business, continue growing our business so we can continue, you know, helping and giving and so forth. So, yeah, man, I appreciate the conversations. We are time to kind of wrap this thing up a little bit. So we're going to dive now into the verse of the week. And it is found in Acts. I should have had my act together here. Just give me just a second. Oh, there it is. Acts 20, verse 35. It says, I have showed you all things, how that so laboring ye ought to support the weak, and to remember the words of the Lord Jesus, how he said, it is more blessed to give than to receive. You know, that goes so well with our topic today. That's why I just love that verse. You know, it does feel good to get a gift. It really does. Let me tell you something. It feels a lot better that when God asks, when you obey the calling on your life to give, you will feel better within you than ever receiving. I promise. And I mean, that's Jesus' own words. It's better it is more blessed to give than to receive. So I love that verse. And yeah, Kip, Conrad, I just appreciate y'all spending some time with us here this morning and really speaking to our hearts, or hopefully speaking to the hearts of the listeners, and helping them understand the importance of wherever you are in this life, no matter what you're doing. If you're flipping burgers at McDonald's, it does not matter. You can make an impact. And that's now what we want to talk about, Corey, just a second. Where can people go to help? You know, like I said, it's more blessed to give than to receive. And if your heart is, if you feel in your heart to give, where can people go? Kip, Corey, I'll let y'all speak on that on 130.
If you want to talk about where people can, if they want to get involved, where do they need to go?
Yeah, it's very simple. Just go to 130.org. That's ONE30.org, and just start the conversation. You know what I'm saying? It's more than just we want your money. We can do a lot with the funds that you send us. You know, that's not my goal, because money comes and goes. But when I can tie a heart and I can start the conversation with someone and build relationship, you know, then our team gets better and these kids are better for it.
100%. And I was actually, last night I was scrolling through the website and seeing all the pictures of the kids and stuff. And I'm like, how many can I support?
This is that's a good thing too. It's not just the young children, but we have a trade school that we started there, and it does cost a little bit more to sponsor a trade school student, but we have kids that are learning tailoring there, boys and girls who are learning tailoring, and we have one girl whose dream was to be a plumber, and we have a local plumber. My son-in-law Zach is a master plumber, and he was giving and just not pointing it anywhere, and we tied him to a girl who her dream was to be a plumber in Africa, and
she's awesome.
Now he's sending Brenda into Uganda through plumbing school.
Yeah, Brenda, if you hear this, you're awesome, because we got to meet her over there. She's an amazing young lady.
Awesome. And one other thing before we leave on that trade school, one of the best things about being over there at that trade school is when they told us that they're learning all these skills not so they can just make a lot of money and kind of break the cycle, but so they can start sponsoring kids in Africa. And I was like, when I heard that, I was like, this is it. This is it.
Yes. Yeah. And I'll say this too: if you have questions, I understand that you want questions about 130. We're here as well, man. We'll reach out to us. Some of y'all may, if you know us personally, reach out to us personally. If not, like I said, reach out to us through one of our platforms. And man, we would absolutely love to, speak with y'all on behalf of 130 of what it means to us and how y'all can get involved in things of that nature as well. So, guys, had a lot of fun. I do appreciate y'all spending some time with us, Conrad.
Absolutely,
and,
thank
Mr.
you.
Kip. So, guys, we appreciate y'all. Make sure you like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're on Spotify, Facebook. You can go to any of them platforms, see our content. We're also on TikTok if you want to watch some cool clips of that nature. But, man, we have officially ticked over to 62,000 subscribers on YouTube. Unheard of, unreal. Thank you so much for your support. We love y'all. We hope you are blessed this week. And as we close out every one of our podcasts, always remember, whatever you do, have a good, God-given purpose behind it. And in any form of leadership, make sure that you lead with a purpose. We love y'all. God bless. Hey guys, thank you so much for being with us today. We are so excited to continue this season. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our YouTube and Spotify.
And make sure to leave us a comment. We would love to hear your thoughts. And remember, always lead with a purpose.
Hey guys, welcome back into the channel. As always, your host here, Clinton Yoder. Got Corey McClendon here beside me, co-host. Man, we are excited to have another episode here on Yoders Talk. We have an amazing guest coming on from HS Hunter Safety Systems, Mr. Jerry. And I'm excited to get into a lot of stories. We're going to talk about kind of the beginning of his business and just a lot of details throughout the 25 years of them being in business. And so I'm excited. I think it's going to be a really good episode.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun. If you're into hunting, you're going to have a great time. But if you want to hear humble beginnings and start of a business and how it's kind of transformed into being a widely known product, this is going to be a great episode for you.
Yes, very purpose-driven business, and you'll hear a lot about that on this episode. So, guys, thank you for being with us. Stay tuned. Here's another episode of Yoders Talk.
For the longest time, I was still in that mindset of, is this going to work? You know, will people buy into buying safety?
Yeah.
You know, we're not in the sexy part of the industry. We're into the safety part of the industry, and that's hard to sell at times.
And not saying that there ain't other scent controls out there that work. I mean, absolutely. But the science behind it makes sense. Yeah. It really does. I mean, and you said this type of product is used in the medical field, correct? So I mean, that in itself tells you something.
I just got frustrated, like I've done many times. Took it off. John did the exact same thing. He tried to get his on and ended up backwards or something messed up. So we put inconvenience between us and safety and almost paid a dear price for it.
Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome back into another episode here on Yoders Talk. I'm excited to be here with y'all. Corey, we got an exciting episode today. I got a avid hunter. Had some very good conversations already before this podcast started. And I'm excited to get these conversations going. I think this is going to be a really, really good podcast.
Today we want to welcome on Jerry Widener with HSS Hunter Safety Systems, and we're really honored that you're here with us today to talk about what you guys are doing, talk about the purpose behind what y'all do, and kind of jump into what the future holds for you guys. So
awesome! I'm first of all, I'm privileged to be here, and thank you so much. Sean got in touch with me, and I said I absolutely would love to do it. So thank you for the invite.
Absolutely. It's been I've used your product when I think the first time was when I was 13 years old, and First, I want to just say that the design and things that you did has probably saved hundreds, if not thousands, of lives, or at least major injuries. So it's more of an honor for you to be on here. Just want to say that because it's putting a face behind something that has really meant a lot to me in the hunting world and the hunting industry across America, and I don't know where all, but it's. You've done an amazing thing there.
Well, you know what? I will pass every bit of that unto God, because, and we'll maybe get into that as we go, but God led us into this. God gave us the opportunity for it. He created the reason we should be in it, and he's been behind it from day one.
Love it. Absolutely. Having a reason behind something in a business changes everything. It truly does. So
yeah. So you've been in doing this for how many years now?
You know what? January, which is a couple of months now, we will start our 25th year.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's truly amazing to think about that.
That's remarkable.
Because for the longest time, I was still in that mindset of, is this going to work? You know, will people buy into buying safety?
Yeah.
You know, we're not in the sexy part of the industry. We're into the safety part of the industry, and that's hard to sell at times. So to think now that it's lasted 25 years, purely by the grace of God, and opening doors and putting us in a position to be able to save lives. And it's amazing because, you know, you talked about the number of lives. I have no idea how many. But on my desk at work, I've got a little bin where I keep letters that come in, and I've now got right at 700 letters.
Wow.
And I think about that guy that wrote the letter. He fell, the product caught him, he continues hunting, his hunt goes on, He now comes home, puts his stuff away, takes a shower, eats dinner, kiss the kids goodnight, and, oh, I want to write a letter. And then to follow through and do that, well, who do I write it to? He's got to do a little research. Who am I going to write this to? Then take the time to write it and send it. And 700 times people have done that.
That takes a lot of effort. I mean, I had an occasion where I just about fell and the harness caught me, and I didn't send you a letter. So how many people don't, and you have 700
that did? Wow. And I'm
That's
so
unreal.
humbled and
That's
so
incredible.
impressed by those that did. Because I've asked myself that question. Would I be the guy to sit down and write that letter? I would love to say I'm that guy, but I don't think so, because dinner is pretty important. I got things I need to do, but I am always so humbled when people will do that.
That's something that stood out to me that you just said is, like, you guys aren't in the everybody, when we think about hunting, we think about camo, and we think about having the best gun and calls and everything else. And safety harnesses are that kind of thing that's in the back of your head.
Absolutely.
And so, and just being your main demographic would be guys, men.
Sure.
Us men are not the most safe creature on this earth, and so it's not our first nature. It's funny. I talk to I've got tons of friends, and none of my friends are really safety oriented people. Honestly, they're like anti-safety oriented people. I'm the dad of the group that's like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do things like that. And so, just thinking through to my friends and stuff, I just think, seeing you guys have success, and even my family, I grew up in a traditionally, hunting. I grew up in Walker County. I was taken hunting when I was little, probably 4 or 5, something like that. Me and my dad went out and sat on the ground for the first time hunting, and shot my deer at a young age, and those are rich traditions in this area of family members, and you creating a product that enhances that rich tradition of this area and of our culture is such an honorable thing to do, and you're creating where we can have fun but also do it in a safe way, and I think that's really, really great.
There's in the early days, we have a tagline. Let me start with that, and our tagline is "Saving lives is what we do." It's just simple. You made reference to the fact that we don't make the sharpest broadhead, the fastest shooting bow, the safest tree stand, or the highest. We make safety equipment, and it can be a dull subject. We're the seatbelt company.
Yeah.
Who wants to talk about their seatbelts? But in those early days, if you can think about this, we come out with a harness that we want to sell you. Now, first of all, harnesses are free, right? You buy a tree stand, you get a harness. So on those early days, I would go in and I'd ask people 3 questions. Number 1, do you have a safety harness? Number 2, do you wear it? And number 3 is, why not?
Yeah.
Because the answers were consistent all the time.
Yes.
Do you have a safety harness? Well, I got 14 of them. Do you wear it? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, why in the world would you not wear it? And the answers were pretty much, you could put them all in a little thumbnail.
I could guess it.
How difficult it is?
You want me to guess it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, they're very uncomfortable. They're hard to put on, and they're more frustrating. They were more frustrating than they're worth dealing with.
Every one of them, right there. You got them in there, and people would put frustration between them and safety, and that's human nature. I don't need that. I've done this all my life. It's not going to happen to me. So here I come along and say, you know what? I've got a safety harness. Now, it's not free. I want to sell it to you for $100. Well, are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
Have you just completely lost your marbles? You want me to buy a safety harness? I don't want the ones I got. So that's where I look at it and say, if God was not involved in our business and our part of the world, there was no road for success. Nobody wanted to hear me.
Yeah.
Now, I don't have a problem talking, so I'll talk to people.
Yes.
And I'll show it to them, and I'll demonstrate, and I'll tell them why they need to. But at the bottom line, they have to make the decision to actually purchase it. And I remember talking to a man in the industry who had been in the industry for years when I first got started. And I was showing him the product, and I said, you know, what do you think? Give me your honest opinion. And he looked at me, and I remember his words. He said, don't make too many of those. Mm. He was telling me, you got an uphill battle, son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who wants to pay for something they get for free? Mm-hmm. Who wants to pay for bottled water, you know, in the first years?
Right. Yeah.
I can go to the faucet and get water. I'm going to pay for water? Well, who doesn't have bottled water now?
Right.
So the acceptance came. I think the timing was great because just prior to us coming in the industry, TMA, Tree Stand Manufacturers Association, had mandated the fact that safety harnesses need to be included in tree stands. Mm-hmm. And that was only about for maybe 5-6 years, real early days. Mm-hmm. And because of that mandation and people now being exposed to safety harnesses and all the problems and the tangles and the mess and the frustrations, that was the open door that led us into saying, you know what, you can be safe and not be frustrated.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You put it on like a vest, click, click, you go hunt.
Well, in the early days, how long did it take? Because you know, to me, the reason I absolutely love them is the comfort, is the how easy they are to put on. But in the early days, that had to take some time to get people to understand, you know, this ain't the old style harness that comes in your tree stand.
Right.
So in the early days, how long did it take it to really start to catch on in the industry? I mean, year, 2 years?
You know, again, it's a good question, and the answer is probably not as easy as the question is.
Right.
But I think, again, I got to go back to God's involvement, because had we have had immediate success and it really took off well, it'd have failed because I couldn't have kept up with it. I didn't have the finances to do it. So as much as I'm working hard to make that happen, I now look retrospect back at it and thank God for unanswered prayers that it didn't happen the way I was praying for it to happen, because we'd have been out of business. So it grew, every year it grew. It grew and it grew, but it grew at a level that I was able to go to the bank, get some financing. Of course, my house was put up for collateral. Everything I owned was collateralized, and that's something difficult to talk to your wife about.
Yeah.
You know, honey, if this doesn't work, not only do we not have a home to live in, we don't have a car anymore, I don't have an income anymore, and we're going to be on the street.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people face in today's world in business. You know, they have a good idea, but they're afraid to take that step because of the risk. And I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of them things. But you know, our slogan here on the podcast is lead with purpose. You know, having a purpose driven behind what you do, kind of it outweighs the risk. If you have a reason behind what you do, it outweighs the risk that you have to take. And that sounds like in your story, that's kind of the fact. You've seen an area, and I'll let you go into, I'm assuming you have some stories for the reason behind it. But most people out there, they have a reason, you know, there's a reason behind what their idea or what they're wanting to start, the business they're wanting to get into, something that happened in their personal life, their professional life, things of that nature. But so yeah, if you don't mind kind of sharing some stories, or if you have a story on kind of what led you to want to start this business.
Well, you know, my brother and I were hunting down in South Alabama. This was way back late 1999, 2000. And we were hunting with climbers. That was our choice at that point. And we both had harnesses. We climbed our trees before daylight, and I am just getting myself situated. I'm getting ready to hang my bow, and well, I get a call from my brother. Now, it wasn't a cell phone, we didn't have one, but we had the two-way radios. So he calls me and he said, "Are you up your tree?" And I said, "Yes." He says, "I need help, hurry, and bring your stand." That was a message I wasn't prepared to hear. And I could hear in his voice the little tremble, the little fear. So I didn't ask a question. I grabbed my stuff. I got down the tree and I ran to get to him just as quickly as I could. Well, the base of his stand fell out from under him, and unlike what the book says to do, attach the climber to the base. We didn't do that.
Well, I mean, I've had that same experience, so I understand.
So, you know, there we go. We're human. We're men.
Yes.
We're doing those things that we do. So, shorten the story, we got him to the ground. John's bleeding. He's totally exhausted. I mean, he is spent, absolutely spent. He's alive. He's not hurt. And I remember looking at him once all the fear is gone, and I said, John, why weren't you wearing your harness? And he looked back at me and said, were you wearing yours? That was the moment. And both of us had a harness. Both of us tried to put it on that morning. I remember finally getting mine on at my tree, and it's upside down. And I just got frustrated, like I had done many times. Took it off. John did the exact same thing. He tried to get his on and ended up backwards or something messed up. So we put inconvenience between us and safety and almost paid a dear price for it.
Yeah.
We were staying in a camper, South Alabama, that night. We got back there and we said, you know what? We have families depending on us. I got kids. I got a wife. I've got an employer that depends on me. And we've got to find a way to make sure that we wear our harness. So we started, we got pieces of paper out. We spent all night drawing. Why don't we wear our harness? What do we not like about our harness? Why are we refusing to wear our harness? And we would put all those things down. And finally, we came up with a drawing of the hunter safety system.
Yeah.
And absolutely no intentions of selling one. I needed one. My brother needed one. And we had a good friend that we hunted with, Jim Barta, who was with us in the industry as well until he retired. But I wanted him to have one. So we wanted 3 harnesses. John was driving back because he lived here. I lived in South Alabama at the time. John comes back and thinking, I got to get one sewn. So he's thinking, who do I know that has a sewing machine? His sister-in-law. I'm going to go to her. I took her some material. He went and bought some mossy oak camo. He had a harness. He brought it to her with a pattern and said, can you sew this? She said, well, I'd rather not. But he says, would you please do this? She did, put it together, gave it to him. And John said, you know what? That's perfect. I need 2 more. And she said, you'll never get another one from me. That's it.
Yeah.
And John said, what are you talking about? I need 3 of these. No, you don't. You got one, you live with it because I'm not building another one. And he said, what's the problem? She says, that was a nightmare trying to put that together. So we go, John gets on the phone. Now, again, you think of God's intervention and how things work. John says, I need to find a sewing factory, somebody that can actually sew into strapping material, not just a sewing machine. It's got to be a certain type of sewing machine. He looks in the phone book and he finds a place that is a sew company, about 15 miles from here, by the way. Calls on the phone and said, listen, I've got something I'd like for you to try. And can you sew a vest? Well, yeah, we can do that. Well, it's not really a vest. It's a vest, but it's built into a safety harness. Can you do that? She said, yeah, we can do that. Right off the bat, John's thinking, she doesn't know what I'm talking about. She can't possibly know what I'm talking about. And she said, well, bring it down. Let me look at it. Brought it down, hands it to her, and she looks at it, and she's kind of going back and forth. And John, who is the engineer in the background, the whole time he's shaking his head. He's like, no. She's trying to make this work. He's going, no. So finally we stopped. John, is there an issue here? And he says, there's no way that can be done. He said, that's a great idea. He said, but you can't build it. Can't build it. Why? And he said, well, to try to hold all that together, it's just a manufacturing nightmare. It's going to have to be redesigned. And so we did. We actually went back, redesigned it, brought it back to them, left it with them. They called the next day, said, we got your 2 ready. So all of a sudden that's all we want. 3 of those, we've got them set. And again, no intentions of, we're not selling these. I'm an insurance agent. John works for General Motors. What do we know about the life of commerce and going into business together? So we just wore it hunting. But everywhere we would go, people pull on the tether, or they would ask us, what is that? What are you wearing? And we'd explain it to them, and can you make me one? And it just went like that until finally, and this is a funny part of this story. Okay, there's other people that need this, obviously. Maybe we're supposed to do this. So we put one in a plastic bag, a 3-cent plastic bag, put a little note in it, and we sent it off to Cabela's. No department, nobody's name.
It's Cabela's.
Cabela's. So that shows you how much we know.
Yeah.
And we put a note in there and said, if you like what you see, call us. Well, we're not going to get a phone call. It was about maybe a week and a half later, we get a phone call. Hey, did you send me something? Who is this? I'm so-and-so, the buyer at Cabela's. And I'm like, really?
Wow.
And he said, after a little bit of talk, he said, listen, if I was to give you an order, could you fill it? Well, what are you going to say? You know,
right?
Yeah.
So, well, sure. After all, we've already made 3 of these. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're experts. He said, "Can you send me 500 of them?"
Oh wow.
Well, that would my jaw hit the ground. 500. You know what that's going to cost, John, to build 500 of these? We go down to the bank. I got to get a loan. It's going to cost us a lot of money to build these things. I got to get the materials. We finally get that done. We send them off. But once we got them built, and anybody that's going into business, you'll appreciate the fact that if I can go into business after hearing this story, anybody can.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got them all done, not even thinking to the fact that we got to send these, which means they got to be in boxes. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I got to get boxes. Well, we go up into Decatur. There's a place that has boxes. All right. I need some boxes. All right. Well, the man, he starts getting his calculator, and we told him about the size, and finally he slips it over, and he gives us a price. And, do you have any cheaper boxes? And he says, you want cheaper boxes? And I said, well, maybe, yeah. Well, follow me. So go back in there, and see these boxes right here on the pallet? They're all broken down flat on a pallet. You can have those. Now, I'm not delivering them. You got to pick them up, but you can have them. Those are perfect boxes.
Yeah.
That's what I need.
I love it.
So we got those perfect boxes, boxed it all up, sent those 500 off to Cabela's. 2 weeks later, Cabela's calls and says, guys, I thought you said you sent the harnesses. Yeah, we did. You don't have them? Well, no. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, if they're lost, I got to pay the bank back for these things.
Yeah.
You know, so well, he said, how many boxes were there? I don't remember the number now, but we give him the number, and he's sitting there pondering and thinking. He says, wait a minute, you didn't put those in computer boxes, did you? Yeah, we stuck them in computer boxes.
Yeah.
He says, oh no. He goes, we've been trying to figure out who ordered all these computers. And
oh man.
Stuck them in.
Just stuck them.
It said like Dell Computers or some computer company. And then he tells us, he says, don't do that again. Don't put your product in computer boxes. And we're like, okay, we'll learn. So he gives us another order not too long after that. Well, I got more computer boxes back here. I hate to go buy boxes. They were pretty expensive. So I took those computer boxes, cut them up, turned them inside out. So the writing was on the inside of the box, taped them up, sent them off, and everything was happy. So
I love it though. That's the beginning of the story. What you do to make it go.
Exactly.
At the beginning, you do whatever it takes.
And you're right.
Whatever it takes. And so that's interesting to me because, thinking back in the beginning days, like my father, when he started this business, he was a chicken farmer, and after he'd get done doing the chores, he started building a building, and then he'd sell that one, and it's kind of the same story. That's how, or as far as, he found this little trailer to haul these little buildings on, and he's pulling with a 150, but you made it. You did what you had to do, and that's in your story. You do what you have to do, and the business owners out there that are wanting to start, don't think that off day one everything has to be perfect. Don't look at what you see on Facebook and what you see on social medias as the standard. You do what you got to do to get it going.
And you know what? To play on what you just said, when that buyer at Cabela's asked us, if I give you an order, can you fill it? He was asking that because after talking to us, he realized we don't know what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he asked the question, could you fill this? Because you don't sound like somebody that could fill this order. And that was exactly it. And we took that. It went. Cabela's, by the way, that first year, they ordered those 500. Came back, they ordered 500 more after that, and then reordered again 500. And to us, that meant every hunter in the world now has a safety harness, so we're done.
Yeah.
You know, that's got to be the end of the business. Again, the mindset of somebody that has no idea what commerce is all about, but boy, do you learn and listen and pray and try to do God's will and let Him take your business and run with it.
So it started out at 3. You went then to order 500.
Yep.
How many? You may have this number, you may not. Roughly how many harnesses do you sell? Like 2024, how many harnesses do you think you guys have sold?
Well, in total?
Yeah, in total. And you may not have that number.
You know, I know it's over 1 million.
Yeah.
I don't.
You know,
I don't know if it's 2 million.
Yeah.
I don't know. 25 years.
It's
doing it.
And the reason I ask that question is so many times business owners, we get really wrapped up in, you know, for our industry, the industry I'm in, I work in the metal industry. And so, you know, we think, you know, when we started doing, you know,
well, talk about the podcast. Even we started. We said I remember making the statement: if we ever get to 1,000 subscribers, I don't know what we do.
I guess it just goes to, you know, you sit here and everyone gets so wrapped up in well, I've got to do this much if I'm going to be this big, and I'm going to do this, but we get so wrapped up and we have to grow so fast, so quick that we get in over our heads.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a testimony that time, and your dad told me this, you know, small acts over time lead to big changes. And, you know, doing small things, saying, hey, listen, we're going to grow just a little here, and putting it up against the test of time and say 25 years, you look back and you go, oh, wow, look how faithful God's been to us.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it's really encouraging.
It goes back to the fact of, you know, where all the hard work that you've done in the business, behind the scenes, things that people don't see. And all of a sudden, your business is known, I would say, classed as worldwide. And overnight sensation, you get what I mean? People say, he became an overnight sensation. Well, I've been doing it for 20 years.
You're right.
And so it's kind of one of them things where be patient when you start something. Be patient. Don't think that you'll be, you know, known worldwide day one. And that doesn't mean you don't work hard to improve. The goal is to improve your product, improve what you're doing over time. Help take the failures, because I guarantee you probably have a list of failures in that you could go over. I know I do in our business.
I got a gold medal in failures. You know, if there's anything that could have gone wrong or a decision that was made wrong, apparently I have a book that I go through and I put that in. So I try hard not to do those mistakes again. We learn from
it. Right, absolutely.
You know, we go through and make sure that we just don't do that again. But you got to have the purpose.
Yes.
You got to have something that drives you. You know, our slogan, saving lives is what we do. I got to stay aware of that. I've got to keep thinking that when I make a new product, when I'm coming out with something different, I'm not doing it and can't do it because I can sell more. I can make more money. No, it's got to start with, is it safer? Is it stronger? And then start looking at lighter, more hunter-friendly, better features, hunter-friendly features. But it's got to start with the safety aspect.
Yes. Well, I got their product catalog here, and there's something in here I wanted to there's two things I really stood out to me, and you mentioned the thing of continually improving, continuing growing what you do. You know, in business, you don't just make the same harness, one harness, and then we're just going to run with it. We're done. We're not going to make, you can see over the years, the continued new designs, the things of that nature. But, has it always been, have y'all always designed the safety line? Because there's a step there, and there's a story I have behind that. The reason I asked that, I know y'all have done it for a while because I've used them for a long time. Yep. But was that something y'all designed right out of the gate?
No, not at all. That came about, I'm sorry, that came about from a statistic I saw from a man named L.J. Smith, who was an accident investigator.
Okay.
And he would go in and delve into these different accidents, and he eventually started getting statistics that would come out of what was happening. The one statistic that hit me like a brick was 86% of all tree stand falls happened when the hunter's not in his tree stand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at that time, we built a safety harness. You get up in your stand, you hook up, and you stay safe. You get ready to come down, you disconnect and come down. Okay. If 86% of these falls are happening when you're not in the tree stand, I'm missing the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't working. I'm missing 86% of the opportunities to save a life. So at that point, it was, all right, how in the world do we connect a hunter starting from the ground and the entire hunt until he gets back to the ground? Once a product is developed, it's simple. It's easy. You look at it and say, oh, well, who wouldn't have thought of that? Well, I didn't. But it took a lot of thought. Plus, it's got to be hunter-friendly.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be what we call Bubba-proof. We always use the term
it's got to be great. As somebody that lived in Walker County a lot, that is the best term for it.
Well, we have used that term for years, and we'll sit after we design something and we think we got it. One of the questions we'll ask along the way is it Bubba-proof?
Mm-hmm.
Can Bubba do this? We all know who Bubba is.
Yeah.
Well, Bubba's got to be able to do this without a whole lot of thought. So some of the contraptions we came up with were not necessarily Bubba-proof. They worked. They were safe. Bubba's going to struggle here. Mm-hmm. And then the lifeline. Started looking at the simple. We didn't invent that Prusik knot with the carabiner. That was used in the military,
mm-hmm.
but it wasn't being used in the hunting industry. So if we could bring that, and we started doing tests with it, and testing ropes and building different ropes and different carabiners, different materials for the Prusik knot. And the more we did it, the more we said, you know what, this works every time, each and every time, all the time, which is what we have to have. In my business, I can't have a 98% approval.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That means 2% of the people get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be 100%. Now, I got to be a butt sometimes. If
mm-hmm.
we got a production coming through and it's not right, I got to be able to step up and say, no, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I know we're in mid-grade here, a building. We got to stop. We can't do it. It's unacceptable. Start over. So I'm sorry, but that's the way it has to be. But you only have to do that once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody gets it.
Yeah.
Don't skimp. There's no skimping. With Hunter Safety System, I've never been the cheapest product.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never apologized for that. But what we are is the best product.
Amen.
And I say that I'm not patting myself on the
I know
back.
that. Yes.
It's first and foremost, saving lives is what we do. If there's a better buckle, we're going to have it.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a better stitch, we're going to have it. And now, does that cost more?
Of course,
yeah,
yes.
It does. But it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
When it's needed, it's going to work. Because when it's needed, no one's giving it any thought. It's just right now.
Well, and I think it's something, if you go and ask the people that have experienced falls or failures of other harnesses, and you ask them at that very moment, would you rather spend a little bit more and have a higher quality product? I about guarantee you that they would. And that's one of our core values is quality.
Yeah.
Quality at its best, nothing less. And it's a foundational thing inside of all of our team that, if it doesn't pass our quality test, and that bar's really, really high,
sure,
then it don't go out of our building. And that's something we coach, and it sounds like you coach as well on your team to make sure that, that is who we are. we're gonna provide a product that's gonna save lives, and it's an awesome thing to see, because I know, I mean, I don't hunt as much anymore. I don't really. It's a problem. It's not a problem that I don't enjoy it. It's a problem that that I don't want to get up that early in the morning. Sure. But I've got kids. I've got I do this. I have a wife. I've got people that are, like you said, that are depending on me, and if I'm going to go out, then why wouldn't I do it the safest way possible and with the best quality of product?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I want to. The reason I asked about that safety line is I got a little story that, and this is a direct thing, ties into what you do here, and so I'm going to say I could drive, so I had to be 16 because it was me and my friend Conrad, which he's been on the podcast here before. And we were down in Hamilton, Alabama, which is would be the west side of Alabama, and we were hunting. And I remember that morning getting he was going to hunt this hang-on stand that was probably about 200 yards ish from me. I was hunting my climber. It was a great morning. I remember getting in the stand. We were seeing a lot of deer. Messaging back and forth that he was seeing deer, I was seeing deer. And I recall sitting there. It was probably about, because he had actually missed a deer that morning, and that was his thing. He was getting down to go check his arrow and things of that nature. And I remember sitting there, and I heard this noise, and I thought it was a dog. I really thought it was a dog or a coyote or something. And it was like a yelp. Looking back, I know what it was, but it sounded like a yelp. And then I heard this thud, just this big thud, and I'm about 200 yards away. So you're sitting there thinking, you're like, what was that? That's strange. You don't hear that in the woods. Tree, maybe a tree fell, maybe I don't know. And then I remember about 2 or 3 minutes later, I heard this again. I thought it was a coyote start to yelp and howl, and it took me a little bit, and all of a sudden, the dots connected, and I was like, oh man, he just fell from his stand. And so I remember the adrenaline kicked in. I didn't know what I would see when I got there. I did know that I was hearing him, so that's a positive. And I remember going down my climber as fast as I possibly could, and running through the woods. I mean, like I was Braveheart going into battle. Anyway, and I got over there, and he was laying there on the ground, and he was kind of, I recall he was conscious, but he was like, I couldn't tell how seriously injured he was. And he had told me, hey, he was able to tell me that he had shot at a deer, but I knew he had something going on when he kept just repeating himself. Yeah. And it was 3 minutes later, he'd say the same thing. Hey man, I shot a deer, dude. We need to go check the arrow or check for the arrow and things of that nature. So after we got him out of the woods, got him there, and I remember going back and thinking what happened, because he had his harness on, right? He had his harness on and everything. And so, and there's another side of this. This was an old stand that had two pieces, and the top piece was laying on the ground behind him. So I started putting, and he started remembering what happened. And he said, in his stand, he was safe. He had his safety harness on. Everything was perfect. It's like you said. This was back a long time ago. He unhooked, came down. He said his foot slipped, and when his foot slipped, he grabbed the top part of that stand. Well, when he grabbed it, it swung him around, and it somehow, this was an old chain stand. So first of all, the stand wasn't safe. That's where it started. Swung him around, and that's why he fell. So that's why I mentioned that about the safety line. That day moving forward, there's not a stand that I don't have without that. Before I take that first step, I'm clipped in, and it makes it, you feel so much more comfortable. You feel you're not thinking in your mind, well, I hope I'm okay this morning. God protect. Of course you still ask for protection, but you're not, because accidents happen. It ain't always your fault. Their stands break, things break, and I have people today still say, man, I ain't going to wear no harness. And I'm just like, come on, man, your life is too valuable to not be doing that.
You know, I always try to refer back to those people when they make those comments that's a selfish comment.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Because
very.
You're only talking about yourself.
Amen.
Do you have a wife? Do you have kids?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a boss that relies on you to come to work on Monday? Parents, siblings, people that love you, don't want you to be hurt. Hospitals would love to have you. You know, maybe you like them more than the family. And you can almost shame some people into at least thinking about it, because let's face it, it's never going to happen to us. It's just not gonna until it does.
Yes, and that's a great comment, because I've heard a lot of people say, "Man, it's never going to happen." But the people that it happened to are the same people that said it's never going to happen to me.
Yep.
And you never have an intention of falling from a tree stand.
And you know, I'll mention this too. The word falling is never used in the description of somebody who fell. They will never say, you know what, I was falling. It's always, I fell. It's past tense. That's how quick it happens.
Yeah.
You're there, your thoughts are here, you're looking at this, I'm getting ready to hang something up.
Bam, ground.
I just fell.
And the safety harness is not designed to keep you because the fall is not going to hurt you. The safety line is to protect you when you hit the ground.
That's it.
I mean, that's you know, people talk about falling. It's the ground that hurts.
It's the ground.
that sudden stop.
Maybe a few branches on the way down.
Yeah.
But I had a cousin that fell, broke his leg, and it's kind of the same thing. But a lot of his injuries came from tree branches on the way down.
Sure.
I mean, there's people don't think of that either. So, yeah. And then I noticed here another product here that's and my boys now. I got boys now. I got a 9-year-old that absolutely loves to hunt. I got a 6-year-old that loves to hunt. They both last year amazing hunt. They both harvest bucks on the same night, about an hour apart with crossbow.
Oh, awesome!
And that was amazing. But I noticed that you've designed this the little tree stalker now too. That gives me as a parent confidence to be able to allow my son to be in the stand with me.
Exactly.
Because the truth is, hunting the ground is hunting. It's fun. But there's something about being 20 foot up in a tree and giving them the opportunity, because I would never allow my son to go up a tree without a harness. I mean, why would I, right? As a parent, you're not going to put your children in danger. But y'all being able to design that, really, I mean, I love that. I love it. And my son actually has one. So,
you know.
No, go ahead. No.
I was just going to say, when years ago, kids weren't thought of much in the world of safety harnesses or trying to keep them safe. It's just they're a small segment of going out. But in those early days, we came out with a child unit. Now, that has to be tested like everything else. It was very difficult to get that certified because it wouldn't even fit on the dummy to be used for the test. So we had to just crawl through hoops trying to get this thing tested and certified. But it's so important. You know, we'll make decisions for ourselves that might be totally different than the decisions we're going to make for our kids.
Oh, yeah.
We're not putting that child up in that tree. And if you ever did, you're going to hear about it from mama. You know, and God bless her for being that way. But we're going to keep those kids safe. Even like the lifelines. You know, we do the tandem lifeline, and that's meant for father-son, husband-wife, hunter and cameraman, or two people climbing the same tree, to where both of those people can be connected 100% of the time, from the time they leave the ground to the time they get back. But you have to start thinking in the safety world, what are the scenarios that happen that I'm leaving undone? You know, so it's my job to think about, how do we fill that hole? Because here's another hole. Let's find a way to do that. So that's it's what we do, and thank God that He leads us into finding a way to do it.
That's what. That's actually I killed my first deer in a double tree stand, ladder stand, with my dad, and it was actually I killed a 1-point spike.
Perfect. Unicorn.
And it was killed a unicorn. And not a broken spike. It was actually, it had a button on one side and a full spike on the other. It was the coolest thing. And I can remember I got that tree stand for Christmas one year. That my dad, you know, me and my dad had been hunting on the ground a ton, and And
so your dad wanted a tree stand.
Probably. But I can remember getting that, and and that was big for my dad to, I can remember the first time I hunted that stand, him talking to me about, hey, we're going to do this safe, and it was a very safe process of going up, and as a, a young kid, you're sitting there, your first time climbing up a tree stand, knees get a little wobbly. You're a little nervous once you start getting up and look down. Sure. And so to have a product that, because you're 100% right. What I do that may be unsafe, I will never put my sons, I've got 2 sons, in that situation. So if my boy's hunting a tree stand, they're going to have a harness on, and it's going to be done the safe way. And it's because, I value their life more than I value my own.
And I think that we're just meant to be that way.
Yeah.
Even as men and all the failures we have as men, when it comes to our kids, there's no exception. That's the way it's going to be done. I've always used the reference of, if my child cuts their finger, I bleed.
Yeah, that's
and
good.
It's just the way we are.
Yes.
And I'm going to do everything I can to keep his finger safe, because I don't want to bleed to death over here.
Yeah.
And hearing your heart behind all of this. It says here in my notes that you guys were received the Tree Stand Hall of Fame Award. Is that correct? What was that like to receive that honor?
That was really, really quite an honor. I've been on the board of TMA, Tree Stand Manufacturers Association, for many years, and they have a Hall of Fame board. And they do it as a surprise. You don't know you're going to be inducted into this. And we have an annual conference where the whole tree stand industry gets together once a year, all the manufacturers and the families and the whole portion of it. And it expands really beyond that a little bit. And we have a great time. It's just a wonderful time. We get to meet our competitors, and we get to have a relationship with our competitors. Instead of being angry with somebody that's a competitor, we get to know them, understand them. Well, it was a real shock when at that event, and that was just year before last, they announced that I was being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and I think there's only 8 of us, that have been in. So
it's an honor.
Yeah, it was a very, very humbling honor to think that somebody would even consider us for that.
Yeah, and that's got to be a great representation of all the body of work that you've put in.
It is, and because we do it right. Again, sometimes I can say something, I think people think, here I go again, patting myself on the back, because it's not my glory. This is God's glory. And I think about how lucky I am. Here's the way I think about it, and my brother. God decided there should be a hunter safety system, and he chose me and my brother
to carry out the calling.
I mean, you have to think about that for a moment. Yeah. God said, I'm going to take John and Jerry, and you're going to do that. And that's how I feel about it. Because I wasn't thinking in that line. I'm not doing that. I'm an insurance agent. This is what I do. John works for General Motors. That's what he does. But it was just put on us in a way that we had to listen. We had to see it. We had to hear it. And it led to where we are. And it's not our doing. That's really not our doing. That's God saying, I need this done. I know you'll do it. So I'm going to put it on you. And yeah, you're going to have tribulations. You're going to go through all those things. But we're going to save lives. And I don't know how many lives have been saved. And I'm very humbled and proud of that. But it's God's glory.
Yeah, amen. And because, as business owners and starting a business, there is a sense of, my business coach says this. He says, there's a difference between having pride in your heart than being proud of what you've accomplished. And I see what he's saying. He said, because it's not about being proud of what has been accomplished, isn't about you. It's about what God has done through you and the people around you, the people that has been brought into your life to carry out the calling God has on your life. Like, so for example, we here in our business, we talk about it a lot in our meetings and everything, that look, this business of ours is not ours anyway. It's God's.
Yeah.
This is just the playground that God has given us to carry out his calling on our lives. And if we don't do it well, if we don't try to do it the best we can, we gotta understand that God could have used someone else. He's going to carry out his plan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
His plan's getting carried out. So make sure that, this sounds crazy, but I say this sometimes, make sure God doesn't fire us, in the sense of do a good job, make a great product, do it with quality, do it with, care about what you're doing in every step of the way, because he could have used someone else, but he chose you.
And that's the humbling part.
Absolutely.
And it's something that John and I really adhere to this, and we understand that. And that's so humbling to think that, first of all, does God even know me? He's somebody he's so far above us. And, we pray to him and we get answers of prayer, but does he really know me? Am I worthy of his attention? And for him to look, and I feel this in my heart. I mean, for him to say, Jerry Widener, right there, you insurance agent, we're about to change stuff, me and you. It can't get more humbling.
Oh man, that is great. That is, yeah. It's just, God has, like it says, his ways are above our ways. His thoughts are above our thoughts. We don't, we don't understand sometimes why God uses, the people he uses, or why he uses us for, and another thing I'd like to say is that just because you are not a business owner, to the audience, that doesn't mean that God doesn't have you exactly where he needs you. In this moment. That doesn't mean that he's not going to call you to a different place and do something different. But in that very moment, right now, God may need you right there. So there's times in life where we are always looking. That doesn't mean you're not trying to improve, trying to become better. Of course you are. That should be your number one goal. But remember to be used right where you are for his glory, no matter what. And sometimes if you start to do that, that's when God says, hey, I got a special calling for you. I'm gonna use you for this. I'm gonna use you for that. And so, because sometimes we like to we put ourselves in these categories, like this and that. But the fact is, it don't matter where you are in life. We're all in the same. According to God, we're in the same playing field. So
and then it's a matter of finding out in your mind and accepting in your mind where you need to be. What's the focal point of your business and where you need to go? How do I get there? How do I stay on track? Because it's easy to get off track. I mean, your business.
Oh, yes.
It's so easy to go into that rabbit hole or get distracted and lose focus. And even the responsibility of your own leadership to those that are depending on you. I read this years ago, and it said the speed of the leader is the speed of the team. And I always try to remind myself of that, because I want to be an example to the team. They're not going to see me with the beer on the weekend over there. They're not going to see me doing things I shouldn't be doing. I've got to be the speed,
the example.
I have to be that example.
Yes.
Don't give them the excuse to say, well, you do it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I need to set the pace, and I need to be the speed of the leader for that team. So it's a little pressure.
It is, yes.
Because there's temptations all the time, but you give in to some of those. Well, who am I to now lead this team? So that also is probably God's blessing to me to stay in line too.
Yes.
To give me a focal point to recognize that and to stay on.
That's good. That's real good. I like that.
Yeah.
So,
what does the future look like for you guys? I know you've got a new product line coming out in 2025. The saddle hunting system. That's going to be kind of kind of coming out. Do you want to speak on that just a little bit?
You know,
that's a new big thing.
It
I haven't experienced it yet.
Okay.
I'd like to. I mean, I'll wait till I get one of yours.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm really excited about it, and it's funny because I'll go back 5 years ago, and I was anything but excited about it. My staff have been after me for 5 years about, we need to get into this saddle hunting industry. Why would we not get into it? I was concerned about it, like all of us. You know, there's a lot of moving parts in saddle hunting. And all those moving parts are a sample of safety features, either done right or not done right.
Mm-hmm.
The less moving parts, the easier it is to stay safe. So I was concerned with that. And I recognized a couple areas within the saddle hunting world that I felt needed to be improved on safety. I'm not saying the saddle hunting world's unsafe.
Right.
It is.
But your focus is safety. So that's why you're saying that. You look at every angle.
Yes.
That's what you do. That's what y'all do. Yeah.
So can I build saddles? Sure. Can I build all? Sure. You know, we can do that. We can get into the industry like everybody else. But I just had those concerns. And one of the concerns was gravity's an enemy while you're up. Gravity's going to win every time.
Every time.
You can't beat gravity. And any slack in anything that you have up there that is depending on you to be connected is also an enemy. And I kept looking at and watching saddle hunters in the early stages, and I would cringe a little bit, you know, because I'd watch what they do. They're using their lineman's belt, which they should. Need that lineman's belt to stay steady, to do the work they need, to hang the steps, to hang their stand, to move up and down the tree. But what they were losing is they weren't doubly connected. A lineman's belt is a stability device. It's not it's nothing that's connected to the tree that's actually going to stop a fall.
Mm-hmm.
That lineman's belt goes around the tree. It doesn't connect to the tree. Mm-hmm. Now your tether rope connects to the tree. Mm-hmm. So I kept looking at it and saying, I'm not comfortable getting into this until people are aware of the fact that they need to stay doubly connected. Mm-hmm. And how can I make that happen? Because you've got your tether rope and you got your lineman's belt. Two separate. One's high, one's lower.
Mm-hmm.
If I understand the inconvenience of having to stay doubly connected because I got to move this rope, I got to move this rope. And every time I lean forward to move this one, well, this one falls because gravity is the enemy. Slack is the enemy. So for the last few years, been working on trying to find out, can I fix that? Is there a way to take care of that? Mm-hmm. And I'm going to show you what we did.
I love it. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I brought something. It's called the slap strap.
Okay.
And
it's exciting right here.
A lot of people have not seen this yet. That.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I don't know if you can see that.
Sean, you want to switch to his camera? There we go.
That's a slap strap, and it opens up in the center. And this is coiled steel. When you let go of this,
oh wow,
it slaps back together. So now this goes around the tree. When I arrive at my tree, I slap that up. Hold that right there. Now that's on the tree. Gravity no longer is a problem with my ropes. Because when I put slack now on my rope, that's up against the tree, and it's going to hold the ropes. Now, where are the ropes? In these convenient little saddlebags that are connected, I've got my ropes. Now, one of them is my lineman's rope, and the other is my tether rope. Nice. They are color coordinated, so you know that the orange goes with the orange that's on the saddle that shows you where to connect your lineman's belt.
Yeah.
And the brown is your tether rope. So now I take this, it's against the tree, I clip, and I've got my lineman's belt on. Now that's where most people start and finish when they're going up and down. What I've got now, here's your tether rope. It's above it. Well, it's right there. Why wouldn't I use it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Just go ahead and use it. All I've got to do the girth hitch like everybody does. This comes through. Now I connect this to my bridge. So now I'm connected to my lineman's belt. This is connected to my bridge. I'm connected 100% of the time. Doesn't have to be cinched tight to the tree.
Yeah.
It will cinch to the tree if you fall.
Yeah, absolutely.
It will go.
Yeah, yeah.
So people say, well, I don't want to have to cinch that up. Now it's hard to move. No, we'll leave it loose. If you want to leave it loose, it's fine because it's not going to fall down the tree.
Yeah.
We've stopped gravity from being the enemy. Now the slack is no longer the enemy. That stops the slack. We've gotten rid of the two enemies that create danger for hunters. So now I'm connected here. I'm connected to my lineman's belt. And as I'm climbing the tree, I simply up, let go again. When I go to my next level, up, let go again.
Yeah.
Now, that's keeping me connected from the moment I leave the ground to the time I get back to the ground. I have no fear of gravity. I have no fear of any slack in my ropes. I'm doubly connected 100% of the time. Something terrible happens along the way, I'm not relying on the lineman's belt that simply goes around the tree because it's not a secure device to be able to hold me. I'm connected on what will hold me. Convenient bags to keep that. Now, if you'll notice on here, I've got mollies that go all around this. So it's also my accessory strap once I get up there. Once I'm ready to hunt, I get the hooks. You know, the hooks will hook into here. I can hang my bow. I can hang my binoculars or my rattling horns. Now I disconnect from my lineman's belt and I can hang my backpack on this. And I can hang it whatever height I want. These ropes go through these channels. The rope never comes in contact with the tree. What happens to the ropes is you got to replace them because you're constantly moving that against the bark of the tree.
And it eats through them,
And it's eating up your rope. This never comes in contact with the tree. So
it's a more durable
it's
product.
a more durable, it's a safer product because of that. So it's the convenience of being my accessory. I've taken away all the dangers. The hunters will love this.
Absolutely.
And they're going to love it for all the hunter safe or the hunter friendly features.
Yes, it's not just safety. It's really cool features. Like y'all have done an amazing job with that.
It's really a super device.
Yes.
And again, now we've been working on this for a few years to try to get this together. But it's the accessory strap. Hold that again.
Yes, absolutely.
I want to show you this too. We came up with this knot. Typically in our world, everything's a Prusik knot. And Prusik knot's great. It works good. But it can get overloaded. And when you really load it up, it's hard to unload it because it'll get so tight.
Yes,
you've
experienced it. Yes.
We've come up with this, and we call it our tender hitch knot. And this is connected to my lineman's belt in this case. And with one hand, I can adjust that. I pull it up. I pull back. As soon as that elongates, it locks. When I want to adjust it, one hand, I can pull that up and adjust it any way I want. So again, on the safety side of things, it doesn't take me two hands to adjust my knot. Hold the rope, slide the knot. I want to have 3 points of contact all the time. So I can one hand adjust it. It's safer. It's just safer. It's convenient. A lot of people will use things called a ropeman, which is a medical device, a mechanical device that connects to the rope, and it's great. It works beautifully, but it's heavy, it's metal, and it's expensive. Well, this comes with it. It costs you nothing extra for this. So a lot of thought, a lot of time built into that, and it's called a slap strap. It's going to save lives.
That is great.
It's going to be so convenient for hunters. I think hunters are going to love it. In fact, I know they're loving it now because we exposed this at the Birmingham show.
Okay.
After the Birmingham show, we went to a show up in Pennsylvania. And after that, that's all we've done. We haven't exposed it anywhere else. We haven't advertised it anywhere. And God's taken that and He's spread it because we've gotten 3 different or 4 different orders now coming in. They're gone by the time they come in. I'm out of product. And I haven't advertised it yet. We haven't gone anywhere to advertise it. So it is one of those items that hunters recognize the value, and what I recognize is the safety. So once we had that developed, now I'm comfortable going into the saddle world. So we have saddles. We have all the other equipment needed. We got platforms, and of course the carabiners, your ropes, anything that a hunter is going to need for saddle hunting. We've got that. Now, I want to show you one other.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it.
This is another version of the slap strap. You see that? Again, it's still slap strap on there, but you notice it's thinner, and it only has one rope. This is for the saddle hunter. We call that the combo. It's 2 ropes. You got your bridge rope, and you have your lineman's belt. This is for the guy that hunts out of a climber.
Oh, I love it.
The guy that is going to hang stands today, that needs a lineman's belt. So here we go. I'll let you hold it again.
Yes.
I'm going to run that through the channel. Same thing. Now this is just a different, same knot, just different rope that I've been testing and experimenting with. So I hook this up. I'm hanging stands, let's say today.
Yeah.
Well, I need a lineman's belt to do that. I need to be connected by my tether so I'm safe, but I need that lineman's belt so I can lean back, have 2 hands free to do all my work. While I'm doing that, that's secured to the tree. It's not falling down. It's not getting in my way. When I'm finished hunting, I take that up. I've got my mollies all through there. I can hang all of my gear. It's all up. When I get ready to come down, there's my ropes. Simply connect and stay connected on the way down.
That's for climber hunting. That's huge.
The climber hunter, people won't stay connected because you know how inconvenient it is. I got to keep moving the rope.
And I've experienced that.
And
at times.
It takes time. How much time does this take?
Oh, I'm telling you.
I go, slap. I just moved it.
Yes. Yeah. And it stays.
It stays there.
Because I do, the most aggravated thing is when you're trying to climb with a climber, that rope falls, it gets stuck. You forget to move it up, and your climber gets caught.
Gravity and slack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gravity and slack are the enemies to this. It takes care of the gravity, takes care of the slack. It makes it safer, and it's so hunter friendly. So
it is.
This is for saddle hunting, and this is for traditional hunting. There's a model for each.
Yeah.
And of course, it stays convenient, in the bag. Saddle hunters no longer need saddlebags. Your saddlebags carry your ropes.
Yeah.
It carries your accessory strap. You normally have 3 saddlebags.
They don't need it. There
it
is.
I don't need them.
Yeah.
So you don't need the ropemans. You don't need the saddlebags. You don't need the accessory strap. It's all in the one product. And it gives you the ability and the opportunity to stay safe 100% of it, like the lifeline. I'm connected from the time I leave the ground till I get back to the ground. No questions. Easy, simple. And both of the ropes on this one, I move at the same time. That's why people don't do it now, because it's very inconvenient to do it now.
And saddle hunting is designed to be able to get up quick, get into places that you used to that you're especially there's a lot of saddle hunters on public land. That's a big thing, because you don't leave a stand in the woods because it may not be there when you get back. I mean,
exactly.
That happens.
Exactly.
And so that is an amazing product, and that is kind of goes right into what we are on this podcast about in your business. You don't stop innovating. You continually getting better, and y'all have done that from the beginning all the way up through. Even now, kind of going into the next thing, because this guys, y'all got to check. Yeah, I mean, where's it at? Y'all gonna have to, them saddle hunters out there.
Now those
there we go. Sean's chasing it.
They'll slide along that.
Let's do it.
Which is one of the.
There we go. Y'all can see that now. Yeah, check them out. Because I know of a couple good friends that are big saddle hunters. I'm gonna say that because they're not using that. I'm gonna say something to them about that, because that's a brilliant design.
I believe they'll love it.
Yeah, I'm positive. I'm for sure. I haven't saddle hunted, but I've been interested in it. But I for sure love the idea, because I'm a big climber. I climb a lot, so that one over there is gonna be in my arsenal.
Good deal.
But y'all,
I was gonna say, tell us about the scent.
Yeah, a little backstory on this. This is our scent control technology. It's called a LimiShield, and I'm not a chemist. I'm not nearly smart enough to ever come up with something like this, but a man out of North Carolina brought that to my attention several years ago. He came to our office. He said he wanted to show us something, and he started talking about this product that he's got. Well, he uses it in the medical field. He's a chemist, and in doctors' offices, hospitals, dialysis centers, anywhere there's extreme bacteria or the possibility of that, that's where a LimiShield goes. Well, he came and said, you know what, there's a huge opportunity for this to be exposed to hunters, because hunters are worried about scent. Naturally, we all are. Every hunt, that's big enemy. And he said, this absolutely kills the scent, doesn't mask it, doesn't cover it up, doesn't change it into some other odor. Kills it. And it does it on a physical kill, not a chemical kill. There's no chemical. You could, I wouldn't say do it, but if you drank it, you're not going to die. You know, it's not going to.
Right.
And it all starts with this one. This is called the core body foam right here. This goes directly to your skin.
Okay.
It's a foam. You shake it up, squirt it, you put it on your body. And once it goes on your body and dries, it's now permanently on your body. It'll never come off. It's on there permanently. But what happens is over a period of days, you exfoliate your skin.
Yeah.
We exfoliate anywhere from 25,000 to 40,000 skin cells an hour. So it only takes a few days, and
it's gone.
We got to reapply again. But this is FDA approved to go directly to your body. It doesn't leach into your body. There's no alcohol to dry your body out. It stays on the surface. It doesn't leach. It never leaches into the skin. Now, if you saw this under a microscope, it's scary. It's a bed of nails. They're called ion spikes, and they're nails. It's just, I mean, spikes that stick out, billions and billions and billions of them. That ion spike has a positive charge to it, and bacteria, which is a ball, has a negative charge to it. Well, that ball of bacteria, which is where odor comes from, comes in contact with that spike. It's drawn to it because of the polar opposites. So you've got, and boom, it hits it, kills it. The next one hits it, kills it. Hits it, kills it. And it keeps killing it, keeps killing it. Therefore, bacteria causes the odor. If you can kill the odor, not through a chemical or a masking device, just kill it. It kills it completely. You have no body odor.
Yeah.
This, I use it as deodorant. My wife uses it as deodorant. I haven't used deodorant since July of 2018.
Yeah.
I put this under my arms on Monday mornings. That's it. I shower. I still sweat like I always have. I don't have any odor.
Yeah.
There's no odor. And believe me, if I did, my wife's not going to let me in bed. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So, but I have not used any deodorant whatsoever since July of 2018.
Wow.
Now, the more I say this, and the more I hear myself say it, I'm reminded of Jim, the guy that came and showed it to me. He asked me, what do you think? And the fool that I am, I said, Jim, that sounds awesome. Sounds wonderful. But if I'm perfectly honest, I just don't believe you.
Yeah.
I just don't. I've used everything I know to use. And every time a deer gets downwind from me, he blows and it's over. It's just it. I've been bow hunting for 58 years. And I've got a major in spooking deer. I mean, I know how to spook deer, and scent is the number one thing. So since I have been using this, I haven't had one deer pick me up on scent that I'm aware of. Now, I just got back from Kentucky, and I got some footage of there are 4 bucks down here and a couple of does, a couple of fawns, and they are directly downwind of me. And I'm saying this as though it happened this time. This is hundreds of times I've had that, but it just happened last week.
Yeah.
And the person's land that I was hunting on, it was a guide, and he was telling the head guide was telling all the guides where to put people. And he talked about this one stand, and the guide said, no, we can't use that one. It's, the wind's wrong.
Wind's wrong, yeah.
And Tad Ladd, who is the guide there in Kentucky, West Kentucky Whitetails, he said, it doesn't matter to Jerry. Put Jerry there. It won't matter, because I've hunted there before. He uses it. He knows how it works. He understands. He said, it won't matter which way the wind's blowing. I remember getting up in my stand. I got there, and I realized there's a corn. He's got corn out there. It's in Kentucky. And I feel it. I said, well, here we go. I mean, the breeze is directly at the corn, and I have no fear of it because I know I'm a little shielded up. And I had deer after deer come through there. to this day, they don't know I was ever in that stand. They just don't know it. Now, these are wild accusations, and it's hard to believe that sometimes. I always tell people, the best way I know to tell you to test it, to see that you have some believability in what I'm saying, put it under your arms. Take this product, the Core Body Foam. When you get out of the shower, when you're clean, I don't have any odor right now, no bacteria, and this is all you do. I mean, that's it. That's all I need. Put that up. I put that under my arms, and then go to work. Next morning, don't put any deodorant on. Take your shower. Do whatever you want to do. No deodorant. Next morning, same thing. No deodorant. You keep doing that until you finally realize, you know what, I need to redo this again. But you'll be days. It's not hours. It's days.
Yeah.
Before you'll recognize the fact that I've exfoliated. My skin is gone now. But by the way, that skin that exfoliates and goes to the forest floor, it's still on there.
Yeah.
So I don't leave a scent signature in and out of the woods. And that's what deer pick up on. They pick up on our cells that fall off our body, hit on the ground, because you think, what are they smelling? I mean,
my boots have been outside. There's no reason they should be. I mean, my boots are not.
There's no reason I should. But it's your skin that they pick up on. They don't pick up on this. They just flat don't do it. Now, again, these are wild claims. And for anybody that's never used it, some people look at me and I know they'll shake their head, and I just, okay. Okay.
I mean, but a product like that's so easy to give it a shot.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know why you. I mean, myself, I don't know why you wouldn't at least give it a shot.
Well, I'm gonna be trying it because I'm gonna be going up to the Midwest and this coming next Friday.
Take this, use it.
Okay.
Head to toe.
Head to toe with
head
this.
to toe.
Okay.
When you get out of the shower, you're clean. Head to toe with this.
Okay.
That bottle will last you a whole season.
Okay.
You'll get the whole season out of that.
Okay.
This is the field spray.
Okay. What you see, you can buy at Walmart. All the different brands, you name it. Yeah.
But this is the Shield field spray. Same formula, but you spray your clothes, spray your boots. I spray my bow. I spray everything I take. My backpack. Everything is sprayed down. My hat. So that's your field spray.
Okay.
This is your laundry detergent, washing your laundry. This is the hair and body soap. So we go in there. And then this is what's called Extend.
Okay.
We're so clever. We got an X, a 1, and an O, and a D. Sounds like Extend.
Yeah.
So,
Extend. That's actually pretty cool.
Really proud of that. So, yeah. Because I know people look at that and think, well, what is that? How do I say that? Extend.
Yeah.
But this is a highly concentrated this.
Yeah.
It's much more concentrated. It's 10 ounces. And if you'll take this 10 ounces, you can treat 10 pounds of clothing for 10 minutes, and your clothing now is permanently sealed with this in it.
Okay.
Now, you have to heat. You put this in 3 gallons of water, and you heat the water to 130 degrees, at least 130. It could be 140, 150, but at least 130 degrees. Stir it up. I put my clothes in a cooler. And then I take that 3 gallons of water and I pour it in the cooler, close the cooler, and leave it there for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So you got 10 ounces, 10 pounds for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
When you take it out, now there'll be soap just sopping wet. Just wring it out, hang it to dry. Don't throw it in the dryer, because at that point it hasn't dried under the product. It doesn't work until it dries in.
Yeah.
You throw it in the dryer's slinging it back out again. So hang it to dry. But once you do, this jacket will never have human odor on it if I treated this jacket. But I do my underwear, my socks, my gloves, everything I'm going to have.
Yeah.
I treat it in this before I ever go.
And then it's a done deal.
Those clothes then are permanently sealed. They're permanently treated with this.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. Very interesting. I'm excited to try it. I really am, because you hear, and not saying that there ain't other scent controls out there that work. I mean, absolutely. But the science behind it makes sense. Yeah. It really does. I mean, and you said this type of product is used in the medical field correct? So, I mean, that in itself tells you something.
Yeah, and it's been in the medical field for years.
Yes.
The actual ingredient, it's a word I can't pronounce. I have to always look at it and try to tell you. Now I can't even see it. But it's two big old words about that long. But there's no chemical. There's no chemical in it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't affect it. I remember when Jim was talking about this stuff. He said, you can throw it in your fish tank. He says, it won't bother your fish. It'll be fine. Doesn't bother, because there's no chemical. And no alcohol to dry your skin out.
Yeah.
In fact, the one that goes to skin, the core body foam, and this is the key to all of it, because your body will continually try to produce bacteria. And if you've got this on your body, as it produces it, it kills it as it's being produced. Kills it, and it falls off. So
interesting. Yeah, I'm excited about it. I really am. I'm gonna try. We're gonna be up there. I mean, I'm gonna be doing a gun hunt, so for another business conference. So pray for us for that God can direct that area. So yeah, just thank y'all. We love y'all. We pray for y'all, and we hope that God truly blesses you in whatever He has you in. And remember, as we always say, as we leave the podcast, whatever you do, make sure you lead with purpose and let it be a God-given purpose. We love you, and God bless you. Have a great week. Hey guys, thank you so much for being with us today. We're so excited to continue this season. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our YouTube and Spotify.
And make sure to leave us a comment. We would love to hear your thoughts. And remember, always lead with a purpose.